No way. I mean, bro, why is whenever I do a fucking, whenever I have like a podcast or some shit from YouTube or a playlist or something, it's like the world's laggiest bullshit. Like, hello? YouTube is honestly the fucking worst, bro. Why does it take so fucking long, dude? Like, genuinely, what the fuck is wrong with this shit?
People were like, who on earth thought this would be a good idea? That was me. Theatre of Blood is like widely beloved. Identifying why that is. Am I allowed to talk about that?
Yeah, you are.
I am on Raise 4, and it's very cool.
Yeah, I don't much give a shit about raids in RuneScape, I'll be honest.
Hello everyone and welcome to the official Old School RuneScape podcast where we get to chat shit with JMods and creators alike. I'm Mod Aiza.
And I'm Mod Sween, and this is our chance to get to know the person behind the crown, hear their stories and hear their experiences. And today we've got a very special JMod guest.
It's me, Mod Rice.
Hello,
Welcome, Mod Rice.
Thank you.
How's it
Thanks
going?
for having me. It's good. Yeah. I'm doing a lot of cool things in life right now. So, I couldn't be happier, really.
Okay, well, we'll ask more about the cool things shortly. But first, I know a lot of people have seen you on the summit, some summit videos, and maybe some summit panels and stuff. Probably bumped into you at RuneFest. But for everybody else, who is Mod Rice? What do you do at Jagex?
Right. I am a systems designer. What that means is I spend a lot of time thinking about how sort of gameplay loops integrate into the player journey. So like stuff like drop tables is like core stuff. So how long is a person going to spend at this boss on average before they like get a drop that's worthwhile? And looking at it from different perspectives of different players who play different ways, and trying to make a solution that works for everyone. Outside of that, that's sort of my specialization. I do some narrative stuff. I wrote a lot of like the dialogue for Yammer with supervision from Mod Ed. Also, just do like bosses. I make bosses. So I worked a little bit on Yammer. That was mostly Mod Arcane, but I had a couple of things. That Bowtie Attack was me. I worked on Perilous Moons, the leagues, the last leagues we did. I did the like Echo Hunlef, was a well received one.
Was the only Echo boss I didn't try actually.
Really?
Yeah, out of them all. I know, I'm really sorry about that.
That's fine. I didn't do the Dagonoth Kings. That was Mod Halo, and he did a really good job with them, better than I think I would have done. But I do think, if I recall correctly, I pitched the idea of what if they played volleyball with their prayers, where they like throw the ball to each other, and that like disables their prayers. That was like the spark that started it. So yeah, that is most of what I do: bosses, balancing, and occasional bits of narrative.
So hopefully you've not just put a target on your back now for that one Iron Man that's gone dry for the particular drop.
Well,
but I've heard of late that actually, there's been a lot of positivity about drop tables and how they feel a lot better than they have in the past. And
that's what we're going for. I'm very proud of what we did for Yammer. The Oathplate smithing stuff, how it integrates skilling with PVM, and also is not like it's not like sort of gamified dry protection. It's like actual sort of world integrated dry protection where you get a certain amount of shards and sort of you can watch them build up over time. And when you're on your 700th kill and you still haven't gotten a drop, you at least see that number climb up. And I'm like, okay, I'm 20 shards away from just being able to smith it. So it feels like, God, I'm making some progress. Because it's so demotivating when you're dry. It's like, oh, 17,000th kill and I don't have the drop. I'm right where I was on the first kill. So stuff like that is, I think, contributing. And then, just generally being better about crafting drop tables in the first place.
So how do you feel about dry protection overall? Because I know it's a bit contentious within the community. Some people are really for it, some people like dead set against it, and then there's those that are in the middle.
So I think variety is the spice of life here, and like there are times when you shouldn't be protected against dryness because you know what? having to tough it out and push through,
Mm.
that's literally like part of OSRS's DNA.
It's also life.
Yeah, and it's valuable.
Life lessons.
You know, sounds silly to say, but like before when I was at uni, I did a free-to-play smithing grind where I just got gold from the crafting guild and smelted it in Falador, and I did like somewhere in the realm of 32k gold, and that was
Are you okay?
it was mind-numbing, grueling. But when I came out the other side, I thought to myself, I could do anything now. If I could do that, I could do anything. And it actually motivated me to like be more perseverant in life.
Wow.
So I think actually having those moments where you have to push through those difficult grinds is part of the experience.
I agree. I do agree. And that's the sentiment I share as well. But I have heard some players say, well, life sucks. I want an escape from having to persevere and personally grind, and I want to just have fun.
That's true. So that's where the variety comes in. I think you should be able to go some places where it's like, you know, like Yama, where, okay, I might go dry, but it's virtually impossible for me to not get this by the 1,000th kill. I'm always going to have it. And that's all about like, you know, you visualize it as like curves, right? Like the amount of people going dry sort of decreases like that with a normal drop table. We want to create curves that sort of maybe look a little bit more like that and then just fall off at a certain point. And that's what dry protection does. So a way to think about it is like, we want as many different looking curves as you can have. So there's a curve that's right for you.
So you're mainly looking at drop tables from stuff we're newly implementing.
Yeah, well, I did do. I was involved in the summer sweep up. It wasn't just me. You know, we look at it as a team. But yeah, I was part of the conversation around looking at old drop tables. I think that's harder though, because we have to treat the history of the game with a lot of respect. It's a lot easier to do crazy new things with new content. It's like, oh, what if we did a system where you like could smith it after killing it a certain amount of times?
I just realized I don't
Like
even have my
pseudo-dry
chat
protection.
up,
It's like,
bro.
if we did that for something like God Wars, it'd be like changing something that so many people experienced and changing the journey that so many people have been through. It's tougher. It's not to say we should never do it, but it has to be treated with a lot more respect.
Totally. I was looking at it more in the lens of Zulrah, post like old school post Zulrah, and it's just seeds and runes and essence and
alcohols.
there you go.
We love
Yeah,
money.
exactly.
Yeah, every boss had to be better than bigger than 3 mil an hour because that was the baseline set. That was a horrible time to actually have to deal with. I'm glad that we're a bit past that now. But it was even, I think, as recent as like, you know, go back 4 years ago, people were still saying, oh, well, this doesn't sound good enough because the GP per hour sucks.
I mean, I think people's attitudes have changed, and that's cool to see. And it's because, in a way, I think, you know, because players are such a like core part of our design process, it's my belief that we sort of need to bring them into our sort of, you know, vision for the future. And I think we have a great community that has the ability to sort of like see what we're going for and go like, okay, well, in the short term, that means less GP for me. But in the long term, you know, we see the vision. And I think in a way, our community have sort of become game designers by like extension, or at least the ones who actively engage with us on like social media platforms, where they don't think about it 24/7, but when they log on to, you know, vote in a poll, they are going through those processes. And I think the natural sort of conclusion of that is that they've become, their opinions have become more nuanced and they see things with a lot more perspective than they used to. So it's cool to see. Definitely.
I definitely agree with that. I feel like we get a lot better feedback than we used to, a lot more constructive. And I would also agree in the sense that they've came along that journey with us. I think as a team, we've also improved the way that we communicate back to the players and the information that we share, how we bring that back to you as, you know, designers, and then share that ultimately back with them. So it's nice that we've all kind of like came on this journey together and we are where we are now. So how do you deal with feedback when it comes to, you know, a project that you're working on? You see it just as much as, you know, you're part of the community, but everyone is there reading it, getting involved. And if you're not, we're telling you what they're saying. And sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad.
Yeah, it's tough because like especially because I was spoiled, because my first project was Perilous Moons. And the response to that was fantastic. People have issues with the Blood Moon, but it's just it's the only place where Barrows is good in the game anymore. And I really don't want to see Barrow die. So when I saw all that feedback, it was like completely over the moon. Such an overwhelming feeling of like, I made something that people are like genuinely taking joy in doing. I say I made thing, a lot of it is art and sound and the other designers giving feedback, and we've got stakeholders like. There's a lot of people involved in making it, but something that I like put so much into, so many people are like enjoying. It's such a great feeling. Contrasted with like when you fuck up and everyone's like, "Man, this guy's dog shit and has no idea what he's doing," which isn't literally what they say, but that's what you feel like. Yeah, it's like I'll be candid and give an example. I'll put myself into the fire here.
I was going to ask one, so please do.
So the first major one I remember was Tormented Demon drop table on release.
Okay.
People were like, "Who on earth thought this would be a good idea?" That was me, which is not a great look for me. But hey, we live, we learn. I haven't made the same mistake since, and it turns out that it was really silly that I'd like tried to be so stingy with the drop table.
Okay.
Because we looked at the like GP per hour, and like 80-90% of it at the time was coming from tormented synapses. And they were like, on release, they were something like 9 mil an hour, which is like crazy for a random sort of pseudo slayer monster that you kill after a quest. It's not really a boss.
Like boss and raid territory.
Yeah. It was like, this is a good activity for money. Why are people so mad? But the answer is that the rest of the drop table was trash. And when you weren't getting a synapse, you were sad. And all it took was upping the GP per hour by like 10K when you weren't getting, which is like a fraction of a percentage point of the overall GP per hour. Like, rune plate body instead of an adamant plate body.
Yeah.
Some dragon arrows over here. And people were like, yeah, this is great now. It's like, wow, I did nothing. I did basically nothing. And everybody likes it now. And it just goes to show that a lot of it is about feeling. And there's no reason to be like overly stingy. I don't think, we can't fill every drop table with infinite alcohols, but we shouldn't be stingy about like normal loot either. We can afford to give it out.
That's understandable. I think it makes a lot of sense as well, though, right? Because if you're at the point of doing something like Tormented Demons, you know how easy it is to get rune arrows, right?
Yeah.
So why would you ever want to get an adamant arrow drop over a rune arrow drop? You're not going to use the adamant arrow ever, right? It's gonna sit in your bank. It's a drop you leave on the floor. Most people even probably leave the rune arrows.
Yeah.
But there is something foundational to that feeling of like it has some level of worth, even if I'm never going to use them. I'll pick them up still because they could be
your
useful.
point about Yama and seeing the number grow even when you're going dry on a drop, and like the dragon arrows stack growing in your loot tab.
People have got that little loot tab exactly open on the side of Rune Light, and they're seeing that go up of all the things that they could have picked up that they probably didn't. And it's like, oh yeah, cool. I made 50 mil doing Tormented Demons.
The flip side of that is that most of what we can put on drop tables is random resources, and so every time we do that, every time we lean on it, it detracts from those resources. So it's like a balancing game, and we don't always get it right, but the hope is that we get better at doing it every time that we do it.
Nice. Well, it's also another reason why there's I wouldn't say a focus, that's too much of a strong point towards it, but there's definitely more attention towards items that require some resource to charge them, right? Because that can help offset alcohols, skilling resources in terms of GP, but then we also know that the players aren't too fond of it.
Players don't like charge scape.
No, they don't. It is our single most valuable tool. But it's not even charges. It's things that deplete.
Yeah,
and that's why we sort of experiment with stuff like Yama was, again, we had a lot of wacky ideas, and maybe we shouldn't have tested them all at the same time, but it worked out. So whatever. Diabolic worms were like, okay, this is like a consumable resource. It rather than dropping the fish, let's drop something that allows you to get the fish quicker, so that this item like doesn't devalue anglerfish fishing directly. What it does is it sort of siphons some of the value. But if nobody uses the diabolic worms, like it requires people to go out and do fishing. If nobody uses the diabolic worms, then they become really cheap, which means that they have almost no impact on like the cost of doing anglerfishing, but they speed it up, so people get more anglerfish, can sell quicker. And it basically creates these like economic equilibriums where there is a healthy relationship between killing Yama and fishing anglerfish. If everybody's killing Yama, no one's fishing anglerfish becomes more profitable slightly. If everybody's fishing anglerfish and no one's killing Yama, then using diabolic worms becomes expensive and it's not worth it anymore. So it creates sort of like balanced economies, people doing a variety of things.
Which I guess works for a lot of items like angler, because you're always going to want to overeat But when you're looking at introducing other stuff like normal food, and your only way about like recreating an output for normal food with things like chip damage and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So then it just cascades down into, all right, well, here's another system that players don't necessarily love, but is quite important for the health of the economy.
Yeah.
But we're getting creative, and I think we're finding ways around it. But one of the things that Yama did as well was Oathplate shards. Effectively, they siphoned some of the GP that would go into the Oathplate itself. So the big ticket drop is the Oathplate. And rather than all of the money of Yama being concentrated in that singular drop, it pulls it out, some of it out into this like fragment of a piece of Oathplate. And so what that does is it like sort of, it doesn't change the GP per hour. It just evens out the curve of like all the spikes in your GP per hour from when you get a unique to when you get these temporary drops. So those are the sorts of things that we're exploring to like make it feel good without like negatively impacting things like the skilling economy, which is in dire straits thanks to things like Zulrah and the like. Though, hot take, I will say, Zulrah killing flax picking, not a bad thing. Like, who wants to sit there and pick flax?
No, I don't want to do that, but I look at my time in the flax fields as formative. Again, talking to what we mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
There was something nice about forestry, has a lot of faults to it.
Yeah.
But at least bring Sears Village to life on one
Yeah,
level at least.
such a good feeling.
So I love Sears Village. That's where I was going with the whole flax thing, which is like Sears Village.
You're just stuck in nostalgia, mate.
Yeah.
Dude, I am.
Yeah, young you liked picking flax because it meant that you could buy your glory amulet, right? That's why you like picking flax. Go to pick flax now, you'll hate it.
And then I'd sell it for a loss, and I'd be like, I need to go pick more flax to buy it again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was stuck in that loop.
I think you've actually got a point, because when you walked through Sears Village as a kid, you'd see people chopping maples, people picking flax, maybe some other things. I forget what else you can do in
Running
Sears
tons
Village.
of fletching in the bank.
Yeah.
Tons of fletching in the
There's
bank.
very live
So it
bank.
was the fletching place to go.
When you walked through Sears Village, you were like, this is a lively town.
Yeah.
There's the flax pickers, there's the woodcutters, right?
Now it's a ghost town.
Yeah, as we've optimized the game, the game hasn't even like fundamentally changed that much in terms of Sears Village, but as players have sort of optimized how to play the game, we've introduced more teleports, people spend less time in those spaces. And so, yeah, you don't see people just hanging out doing a thing. Everyone's like doing a specific activity in the middle of nowhere that is like the most optimal place to do it. So, yeah, I think there's things we could do to bring that back. Like, I joked about flax picking being dead. The solution there is, as you say, like forestry sort of brought a place back to life. Maybe there's more things we can do to make it so that towns or the areas where people congregate, which tend to be like banks, so that those places feel sort of more alive and there's more people doing things. Yeah.
One day a month, the Grand Exchange is closed. Everyone has to come together to trade like they did back in the old days. Sears Village becomes the place for logs, unstrung bows, bowstrings. Falador, massive marketplace. Varrock for your potions and your rares. Love it. Actually, to be fair, Falador was also used in that way too.
It was that way once upon a time, and it was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was.
Like, trading markets do close overnight. So
yeah, the Grand Exchange has got to be reset. They've got to take all the tax money and figure out how they're paying the bankers. We'll real worldify Gillinor even more.
I was talking with somebody earlier about how it's really unrealistic. You can buy a house for 10k, so we should switch over to a rental system where to keep your POH, you actually have to pay gold on a monthly basis.
It's actually really affordable buying a house in Gillinor when you think about it.
Yeah, remarkably so.
Simpler when you've got like a pocket dimension where you can just build infinite houses.
It helps, I think it helps.
We're missing a trick in the real world here. There's something to it.
It also helps that every single individual is capable of becoming a master house builder. Because I don't know about you, but I don't know how to like build walls and
this guy is the go-to for our friendship group. I'm like, hey, Aiza, here's a very simple task. I don't know how to do it. Can I video call? And then you show me how to do it. So he knows.
True.
Do you know
he built a cabin recently. Whoa. Very cool.
Really?
Yeah, I did actually.
Can you plug in a washing machine as well?
I can do that.
Wow.
Yeah.
God,
I did actually put my washing machine and dishwasher in when I moved into the house.
But earlier in the group chat, he was talking about like the MOT and how he's just fixing up, does a lot of the car stuff himself, which is, I think, something we should all aspire towards.
Oh, I mean, that's definitely more my dad. I am so far detached from cars. I grew up with cars my entire life, so it's one of those things that I'm kind of like, I don't want to say out of spite because it's not out of spite, but I think it was like so much in my life that I just don't want anything to do with them. But I do know how to do some things. I know though that my parents may end up watching this podcast back and they'll call me out for being a bullshitter if I said that I would do it myself, because I will definitely my dad for my car. But you say about everyone in Gilnor being a master housecrafter.
Yeah.
If you put 1,000 hours into figuring something out, you'd become a master at it too.
Yeah.
So we just choose the easier route, which is to do it in the virtual world rather than the real one.
I think it helps that mastering it in the virtual world involves like clicking your left mouse button a whole bunch of times
and not physical
I feel like,
activity.
yeah.
Although you
Maybe
are a
physical
master of
activity,
some things.
resources.
I've heard and seen that you're a master of the sword.
I wouldn't call myself a master.
I've
Okay.
seen
But
the video.
I think I beat the average person.
Yeah, you would definitely chop me to pieces. I
Here's
wouldn't stand
the
a chance.
segue then. What does Mod Rice do outside of Jagex?
Yeah. Right now, I spend a lot of time dealing with conveyancers, which is not fun for anybody who's not in the UK. That means like basically you're not allowed to talk to other people that you're buying a house from. So you have to talk to your lawyer so they can talk to their lawyers. And maybe there's like 2 or 3 people in that process. So there's like 2 or 3 chains of lawyers, and you don't like, you just have to wait. And they're all super busy. So it takes like months to get a
weird,
response
actually,
for
isn't
anything.
it? The only time you ever speak to the person that you're buying the house from is if you happen to be lucky enough to meet them the day that you walk around and see the house.
Yeah.
And even then, sometimes it's an estate agent.
It's very strange. So I do a lot of that. But my hobbies include swinging swords. I'm a HEMA enthusiast. And I like watching a little bit of harness fecting.
A what?
So harness fecting's the like armored version of what most people consider HEMA. So HEMA's historical European martial arts, which is about like how people used to kill each other with swords.
Okay.
And while not wearing armor generally, because obviously most of the people writing these books, they did a lot of fencing, but they didn't do a lot of killing each other because then they wouldn't be able to write. Wouldn't be able to write the books. And harness fecting is the version with armor on, so people spar, but with big metal plates on that make it, make a lot of the blows. So one example is like in HEMA, you aim for shallow targets, like the hand and forearm a lot, because you don't want to expose yourself. But a hit to the hand or the forearm in harness fecting doesn't count for anything because you're covered in armor. So yeah, you have to like sort of get in. It's a lot of wrestling and trying to slide a thin thing through the chinks in the plate armor. Don't do that. I don't own a set of plate armor, sadly. I only own a sword. Hopefully soon more than one sword. But yeah, I watch it a lot.
That's sick.
Fun.
How'd you get into that?
So a lot of it was like years of watching people do it on YouTube and thinking, that's insane. Like the fact that people are doing this is crazy.
How did you get into that? Was it just algorithm and you're like, these dudes are hitting each other with swords. That's kind of cool. I'm going to watch more.
I think, so I'll tell you, I think I can trace it back. I'm starting to remember.
Okay.
So I like fantasy a lot, as you might expect, someone who plays and develops old school RuneScape. And so I have, I interact a lot with like how you might like write fantasy, for example, effectively. And one topic that comes up in that is like realism, or if you want it, believability. And if you want to know about believability, then you've got to know about how things work in real life. And so I started like engaging with the topic of like, okay, how does, because there's like myths like, oh, you can, if the sword's sharp enough, it can cut through plate armor. No, never. It's never been the truth. Anti-armor weapons are not about like piercing the armor. They're about getting in between the armor. So maybe you do have magic weapons in your setting that can do those things, but it's important to understand the rules so you know when to break them. And so as I was doing that, I encountered people who knew what they were talking about, which are generally people who do HEMA. And then I watched them sparring and I was like, oh my God, they're like real life swords people. Then I just like watched it for fun for ages. And eventually I decided I'm going to get my own and start doing it myself.
That's actually cool. But I'm so lost, Rice, in that the video that I've seen you practicing your sword play, like, it is phenomenal. That is a big sword, and those are some powerful moves. If you were sparring with someone against that, that's that's death.
Yes, no, I would not spar with. So what I have is a two-handed sword. You can argue about what to call it. It looks similar to what some historical montantes look like, which are swords that were made in Spain. But to be honest with you, around the time that two-handed swords were in vogue, a lot of Europe had like good communication networks, and so most swords, two-handed swords, converged on the same designs. And back then, they didn't distinguish. Like we call things like an estoc and a rapier and a Zweihander, but back in the day, they just had big swords, small swords, side swords. You know, it wasn't important. They didn't quite. That's more of a modern thing. So yeah, what I have, you can't really swing at a person because it'll kill them. So that's for solo drilling. But I am investing in some feathers, which are like basically swords that have very thin blades but a lot of weight at the base, so they weigh similar amounts to real swords, but when you hit someone with them, they don't hurt as much. And some protective equipment, so I can do some sparring.
That is fascinating. And now that makes a lot more sense, because I just had this image in my head where you were like, you know, a hit to the hand or the arm doesn't really count. I'm like, no, that would break your arm if you hit me with that sword. Yeah,
you'd be surprised. So a lot of people think that plate armor is about like blocking stabs, which it is. But it actually, the doming shape and the rigidity of the steel, one of the things it does really effectively is deflecting force. So when you hit into like a plate body, a lot of because it slips, a lot of the force just sort of goes off. So, you know, historically in video games, bludgeoning damage is what you use against plated opponents. As a matter of fact, that's not like super historically validated. The way that you kill someone in plate armor is you get them on the ground and then you shove a dagger in their armpit. Yeah, you wouldn't really use any sort of weapon, slashing, piercing, or crushing to try and.
This guy swords. All right. If we ever go back, if we ever no, don't apologize. I love it. I love the passion for it. It's like I'm just thinking to myself, if I'm ever in a situation where modern weaponry is no longer a thing, you're going to be on my team straight away.
Yeah, maybe.
I'll build the wall that to hide behind that you'll jump out of with the sword.
That sounds good. Yeah.
Maybe like 20 years time, probably.
Yeah, and Sween, you can carry all of the material because you're just like an absolute beast.
Right.
Yeah,
you can be our pack.
That works for me.
I'm a mule.
Yeah,
okay.
You'll be our Hodor.
You mentioned obviously you work on old school, and I think as you were talking about the HEMA and stuff, and why you're into it, because you're into fantasy, you play old school a lot too. What are your kind of experiences with old school?
I used to play a lot more old school than I do now. And I don't think that's because I've gone off the game. It is legitimately because like so much of my job is like hit the compile button, boot up the server, boot up the client, test the boss for 30 seconds, go back to the code, make a tweak, compile, repeat. And so I end up spending like a good 20% of my day just like playtesting my own content. And when I get home, the last thing I want to do is do more old school RuneScape. So I have played a lot less recently, but I have played my account a lot less recently. Sure. So I guess I've lost connection with the progression. But as far as like the game goes, I feel like I've never played more of it because all I do all day is like test my own stuff. But yeah, in terms of like my history with the game, I played it when I was a kid.
Yep.
Loved it then. I shared accounts with my friends because I was useless on my own.
Did you steal anything from them?
No, actually I was really good because all I wanted to see was the levels go up. And so I thought to myself, if there's more people playing, the levels will go up more. But they always seem to like, I was always like, this time we'll do it. We'll get past, you know, this amount. Never did. Because everyone just got sick of it around the same area. So yeah, I played it when I was a kid. And then my return to old school RuneScape was thanks to this small indie creator, Settled. He made this series about this one region. I don't know if you've heard of it, Mauritania.
I know Mauritania. Okay. Yeah, I know the area.
Yeah.
So not sure where you're going with this though.
Well, he did some stuff in there and I started watching. I was like, oh, this game exists. That's pretty cool. But that was the end of it. And I followed the series and he was building up to the Theatre of Blood and like showing it off. And I was like, wow, holy shit. This game has like proper sort of exciting looking stuff, like modern MMOs. And I used to like this game. What's more, it appeals to a part of me that many games don't appeal to, which is that I really dislike the idea that someone has to specialize. There's value in specializing, but the idea that once I become a master swordsman, I then can't learn magic, I hate that. It's so limiting. Like, yes, doing more things takes more time, but you can do them. And old school RuneScape lets you do that. It lets you be a master smith, a master swordsman, a master magician. You can do all of the things. And so it appeals to me in that core way. It's got all this exciting stuff. Maybe I'll give it another go. This Iron Man mode sounds kind of fun. So I made a free-to-play Iron Man because I was broke. And I did a lot of goldsmithing because I love smithing. I've smithed in real life because I think I maybe love smithing as much as I do swinging swords. So I was like, I'm gonna get 99 smithing in free-to-play. That didn't happen. It's way too much. But
Was this the same account you did the 32k gold on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I
Makes
hit
sense
like
now.
around 80 or something, but I didn't make it to 99.
In free to play.
Still
Yeah,
admirable.
because you don't have the goldsmith gauntlet, so you get like half the XP. It's insane.
And you're not getting drops. Like
No.
nothing's dropping gold in like
Nope.
abandon like that.
No, I was mining every single piece of gold, and you know what? I enjoyed it.
Sweet, man.
And then at some point I decided what I'm doing is insane. I think a friend,
Masochist.
yeah, I think a friend pointed out to me the goldsmith gauntlets thing around like the 27k mark.
Yeah.
And I was like, Jesus, I could like get the same amount of XP I just graded by just.
Did it never like dawn on you that maybe if you just spent half the time that you were mining the gold just picking up coins off the floor, you could afford a month of membership?
It's possible.
That's annoying, man.
Yeah, I couldn't have done it. I could have made a main.
Yeah, no. I mean, in real life, go around, pick coins up off the floor,
Oh, I see.
buy membership to get the goldsmith gauntlets, cut the grind down by half, and then save all of that time.
But yeah, then I upgraded to an Iron Man and I started like doing, your regular game progression. You do a bunch of quests, you get into PVM. I feel like my first major interaction with like what we would call modern PVM was the Gauntlet, particularly the Crystal Hunter fight is, I think, a lot of people sort of don't like the grind, and I think some of that has to do with the like preamble where you have to like get all the materials and stuff like that. I actually think the Hunter fight like still holds up today. I think it's really, really fun.
Absolutely.
The evidence of that is we did it in leagues and we took out the middle bit and you just like go in and you fight the Hunter.
Yeah.
People loved it.
Yeah, it
so,
was sick.
yeah,
I love that.
I think
That
Hunter
was
great.
good timing.
And it sort of taught me a lot of the mechanics of the game that I needed to know. And then I've progressed from there. I'm the owner of a Tumikan's Shadow. I did get super lucky, so my account isn't that end game, but I do own one. And I've done like most PVM in the game a little bit. Though not any of the new stuff actually. I haven't done any Yama. I haven't done a single Yama kill. I think I've killed like 2 tormented demons.
Oh, you have? You did it on video.
Right, yeah, of course. Yeah, I did it here,
right
not
here.
my account. So my account doesn't have a single Yama kill, but I have many. And killed a few tormented demons, but I couldn't after playing them so much.
I want to take the time to quickly plug a video that did not get anywhere near as many views as it should have done, which is Mod Aiza dressed as Yama, accompanied by Mod Rice and Mod Arcane.
It was, yeah.
So it was good. It was good.
People listening or watching this should then go and find that and give it a watch afterwards.
I mean, in essence, it's basically a podcast around Yama and the boss, and I'm being overly miserable and direct on purpose, and you guys are trying your best to just keep it.
A lot of the questions you ask are about being in my house.
Yeah,
which worrying. A little bit worrying.
You wouldn't want me as a red demon in your house? Why not?
Yeah, no, and I'm concerned that you keep suggesting hypotheticals where that is the case.
I've still got the outfit. Like, if you want to make it happen, maybe the next time you bring a D&D session and you need to have some actual...
Yeah, I can bring you in to play the NPC.
Yeah.
That'd be great. You should walk your party through, like, and you approach, or like, there's a knocking at the door. What do you do? And if there's someone says answer it, and there he is. It's Yama.
Yeah,
it's
and
me.
now it's happening in real life. Yeah.
So
I hand them the sword.
So you kind of discovered Old School a fair few years after it had been out. I think Swampletics was 2018 onwards, perhaps around that kind of time.
I think it was a bit even more
later.
recent than that. So like technically later.
Okay.
Because I don't think Swampletics was around when I was before I'd left Jagex.
Fair enough, but that kind of time anyway.
Early 2020, something like that.
Yeah. I'm a pretty late fan, but I will say I think I am ultimately more than just a fan of the modern game. I think there's like something actually special, what I call like the DNA of old school RuneScape, like the formula that we're locked into now, because we have one of our like one of the core things we do is we respect the history of the game.
Mm-hmm.
We ask ourselves the question, what does old school RuneScape look like in 5 years? Not how do we turn old school RuneScape into the kind of MMO that people like over the course of 5 years? That is a really important part, because I actually think the original formula, while not like refined to the point that it is now, the game I do think is way better now. But what the original formula was going for is actually really, really cool. Like,
Hmm.
I remember, I always tell this story. It's the reason, like, sometimes I think it's the reason I'm making games, which is awesome. The earliest memory I have of wanting to create anything was on Tutorial Island. I remember making my first bronze dagger and going, I can't believe I just made a weapon
Okay.
and that I can equip. And I used to stab things. Of course, immediately you get told to unequip it and equip the sword.
Yeah.
I think I actually re-equipped the dagger and killed the rat with the dagger because I wanted to use the
He's
thing that
looking
I
at-
just made.
He's looking at Varnica like, no, bro. I
Dude,
made this.
what the hell are you talking about? I call it like the Tutorial Island promise, where it like promises you this like world of like you're gonna get to do so many things,
Sure.
and that's that's like a core part of the DNA of the game. And even as we've gotten like further away from it and we've developed the game more, like I'm a fan of everything new that we've made, but I believe that like being an old school RuneScape fan is like a part of me. Like even if I discovered it 5 years earlier or 5 years later, I still would have been a fan because there's something at the core of the thing that I just
Sure.
love.
I wasn't saying you weren't a fan.
No.
Where I was going
yeah.
with it before you made me question Swamp
Sorry.
Medic's
Yeah.
release date in my mind was, what were you doing? What were you playing before you stumbled upon
Ooh.
Settled?
I was at university, which meant I was developing a lot of games.
What did you study?
Games programming.
Okay.
Yeah, so a little bit of programming, and I ended up doing a lot of game design because we had like an integrated course where we worked side by side with artists and designers. But my team ended up not having a designer for the first 2 years, and I just was like, "Cool, yeah, I'll do this.
Alright, sweet.
Love that for me." I made a game about smithing, which I attached to my
Of
application
course.
to Jagex, and it came up in the interview. So there's some chance that actually helped. There's a lot of fun stories about my interview with Jagex because like I also got to put my total level at the top of my like application, and I
Nice.
got asked about it, which means that it contributed to me getting the job, which means my parents telling me that playing video games was never going to get me a job may have actually been legitimately false,
Yeah,
like provably so.
That was so totally wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. It would have helped for sure.
Yeah, it did help. You
Yeah.
know, I wouldn't have been able to put 2,100 total level.
I mean, at that point, all you had to do was show that you were a competent person. You probably would have just been given the job.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
You know, 2100. Yep, can listen to instructions. Also knows game development. Is really into fantasy. Is great at putting together. Oh, you were an easy pickup.
Thank you.
It was the easiest hire I think they'd ever had.
But yeah, before then, the games I played, I played a lot of League of Legends, and then
that explains a lot.
then after that, I played a
Explains
lot of
bloody
Dota 2. And
That's basically the same fucking.
I
game,
like to
brother.
think, in retrospect, I love both games, though I will never play them again.
A MOBA's like a dead genre to you now entirely.
You know what? I'm going to go even further than that, and this might sort of put some people off of me, but I actually think my desire to like defeat other people is dead.
It's just gone.
It's just gone. Like when I think about it, it happened. I play board games sometimes, and I think, God, I really just don't want to beat my friends. Like I'll sandbag and just lose. Not like hard, but you know, it's not.
I don't know if it to be like really sad or find it really admirable.
I find it admirable. I'm picturing like from some kind of isekai anime, like you stumble upon like the sword master he's a pacifist. He doesn't do
Yeah,
that
he
stuff.
doesn't-
He's like Uncle Iroh.
He doesn't
Yeah.
want to do it. Okay.
I still like, you know,
I'm like
killing
Alec
monsters.
Sween over here. This guy's feral. He wants to
Yeah.
win it by any means.
That's untrue.
That is not untrue. I saw you
Go on.
throwing 50 stones in
Stop
a
it,
row.
stop it. Stop it. No.
This man was adamant that he was going to get this stone into a certain position. I'm not going to go into too much detail.
That's fine, cool.
Wow.
As soon as he got anywhere close, you should have seen the ferality in his eyes. He was so
All
ecstatic.
right, we were at the seaside on the weekend. It was lovely. I was throwing stones, and there was a seagull very far away. So far away, I knew I could not possibly reach it. I couldn't reach it. Impossible. If I could, everyone would go, "Whoa! I should be in the Olympics." Or something like that. So I was throwing towards that direction.
Dooming yourself, mate.
And I'll stop there. I did not hit the seagull. I want to clarify that before I move on anyway.
He did not hit the seagull.
Did not hit the
He did
seagull.
not. I'm not convinced.
They're
he
very
was trying
competitive when
to.
it comes to like real world sports.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Then yeah,
Yeah, and
very
to be
feral.
clear,
I love how good friends
I
those
love
two are.
competition. I love that people work so hard. Like people would not be what they are if they weren't competing for something. Like seeing people at the pinnacle of their sports. You know, I don't particularly like beating the shit out of people, but when I watch two people who have like really trained to do it as well as they possibly can, I think, you know, there's value in that.
when you said I don't particularly like beating the shit out of people, I was
Is it
almost
something
like
you do often?
It was almost like, but I do it
No,
anyway.
I'm talking about like martial arts and stuff. But
Mother Ice on a Friday night. A few Stellas down, stay away.
I don't like this. I don't like that I'm having to do this.
I'm sorry.
But I mean that, like, yeah, I admire competition so much that when I just think anyone trying to be the best that they can be at something and being pushed by other people to be even better
Yeah.
is like really a really cool human social dynamic, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. But nowadays I don't really have the like fire in me to do that, so I think more of what I do, more of what I like, is challenging myself against myself, which real like sports also, like, you know, people at the pinnacle of their sport also do that on a daily basis. It's just that I like to not involve the other people. So after all of that, I moved on to I think the most sort of like core game to my gaming experience is Dark Souls and the FromSoft games that ensued.
Yeah.
Dark Souls 1 was like, it sort of, I think, was the thing that made me think like, okay, maybe I want to take like game design more seriously, because I've played loads of games and they're all great, but like this is like blowing my mind. Like there's something like genuinely special about this where I want to be good enough to replicate this. And I don't think that I am right now. I think part of me thought to myself, every game I've played up until now, I get it. And, you know, I could probably crack one of those out. Dead wrong about that. Just total Dunning-Kruger syndrome. But Dark Souls was the first one where I was like, this is so amazing that I don't think I could do this. And so I want to get better, and I want to do it. And played Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, played Bloodborne, played Sekiro, decided Sekiro's combat system is like the most amazing thing ever. I can't believe that they one-up themselves again. Here I am trying to like beat... I remember I wrote this 19-page design document in college, like how I would do Dark Souls combat better. And I had some of the right ideas, I'll give myself credit, but then Sekiro came out. And I was like, wow, they just literally made it better in every way and avoided all the pitfalls that I did. They're geniuses. And then Elden Ring came out, and I'm not going to lie, I was disappointed that it wasn't still there. I played through it all, enjoyed it, but I was so disappointed.
Lost some part of charm for you.
They were trying to do something different, and I think they succeeded in doing that. They created like this massive, expansive, accessible, explorable world, as opposed to like the really carefully crafted narrative
100%.
world you're thinking of.
Yeah, because even in Sekiro, you don't have armor sets, you don't have weapons. You have the tools, but like everything is very linear and curated. So that's why I'm very specific about saying I think Sekiro's combat system is like the best I've ever played, because it's worse than other games. It's funny, I joked with a friend that Sekiro was better than Dark Souls 1, Elden Ring was better than Sekiro, but Dark Souls 1's better than Elden Ring.
Okay.
And there's this like circular relationship where every time I try and rate one above the other, I end up like going, yeah, well, this did this better. And so, yeah, I think they each have their own strengths, but I'm totally in love with the Sekiro combat system. I played a lot of video games, but yeah, none of them come to mind. When I was a kid, when I was really young, I played the Hercules game. That was like super cool. I love Hercules. I think
It's a side scroller.
It was,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay, I do
Yeah, it
remember
was
it.
dead hard.
Yeah.
Super hard.
All the Disney games were. I feel.
Yeah,
They
some
were.
of them are like ludicrous. I remember seeing them on like Games Done Quick.
Yeah,
And, like,
yeah.
the people are saying you try and beat this game normally, you were never going to be able to.
Insane.
Yeah,
I
so
think
they
these
just-
were just established studios full of people who like playing difficult games, who
Yeah.
are then they'd won the right to develop the
Yeah.
IP, and it was like, okay, well, we want to make a game that we want to play.
you imagine that young kid really into Disney, feels great, never gets past the first
But-
level.
But if you push through, something
Yeah.
else. I mean,
Yeah.
I'll tell another story about my early gaming days. My mother bought me some maths games because she wanted me to be good at maths, and that turned out to be a good idea because I really liked video games and I would put up with the maths for them. And I did my year 2 maths. It was like 2+, and then I finished it, and I knew there was another video game because I'd seen the box. So I was like, "Mum, can I
Okay.
have the next one?" And she's like, "No, that's for when you're older," because it was like a 6+ one or something. I was like, "Oh well, I want it now." Anyway, she eventually buckled, put the CD in, didn't know what the hell was going on. Like, what the hell are these maths? And so I started crying, and I was like, I need help. And so my mother helped me through that level. And it was like, fine, okay. She left. Second level, no idea what's going on. And so I cried again. And she was like, right, I'm putting this away. And I was like, no, you can't put it away. I really want to beat it. She was like, well, if you want to beat it, you're going to do it by yourself. I'm not going to help
You're
you.
gonna have to learn.
And so I cried the whole way through it, but I beat the game. I don't remember beating it, but apparently I beat the game.
There is a lesson
Just
there.
tears
Yeah.
streaming. Congratulations
So-
on the screen. You're like, oh.
I also beat Hercules because I really just wanted to play video games. And it turns out that was enough to motivate me to take on challenges that I shouldn't really be taking on as a 4-year-old child.
So you've mentioned like design docs, how you'd improve like the From Software game, combat and stuff like that. What are your longer term ambitions in the games? Is it at Jagex? Is it old school? What would you like to do here? Elsewhere? What do you want to make? All
Okay,
that.
I'll give 2 answers to that question. The first is I think there's old school RuneScape has like so much room to be like an even better game. And it is already pretty amazing. It's my belief that it's the best MMO in the world. But it can be even better. So I want to do that.
Mhm.
Within that, my deepest ambition, not one that I would like, because I don't know really whether the community is like ready for it. I know some people are really, really psyched for it, but maybe needs a bit more time. But I would love to be involved in some sort of attempt to revitalize smithing.
Okay.
I sort of like try to plant the seeds of what it might look like with Yammer, with the oath plate smithing. That was like an idea of like, and I'm not saying all of smithing needs to look this way. It's more of like, look at the potential that smithing has. Like, more of it could look like this. We could have more variety.
Sure.
And so I'd love to do that. I'd love to work on a big, I've worked on a fair few PVM projects at this point. But I'd love to work on like a big scale. I've never done a raid. And that would be cool to do.
Are you on Raids 4?
Am I allowed to talk about that?
Yeah, you are.
I am on Raids 4, and it's very cool.
Yeah.
To be on Raids 4.
No, let's say don't talk about theming, narrative, probably not about any of the rewards that we're thinking of just yet.
Yeah.
Maybe some of the things that are leading some of the decision making we can get into.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But other than that-
like how you bodied Goblin in playtesting the other day.
I did actually, yeah. He tried very hard to rag me, but I got him back.
I was seeing the attempts over his shoulder. It was like, suddenly, I'm like, you're not playing it the same way that you were before. And I realized now why.
So but that's within old school RuneScape.
Yeah.
Outside of old school RuneScape, I used to do game jams, and I want to do more game jams.
Okay.
Because I think they don't like sap my creativity; they build it up. And it's a shame that I haven't made like a small scale game in quite a while. It's tiring making games, and I do it 5 days a week. It's hard to get the energy to do it even more.
And
but
you're spending other time talking to conveyancers, and they bloody sap energy.
Oh my god!
I have a contact for someone who runs one of the largest game jam events.
Really?
I can get you in touch with.
Yeah. I mean, it's less of a I'm sure I could participate if I put my mind to it. It's just more about finding the time and the energy.
Yeah.
I did actually do a game jam with some creators a while ago. We made a little thing. And it was fun. It was really fun. Unfortunately, it was also really tiring for me. And so I haven't really done it since. But I'd love to, oh my God, I'm forgetting his name. The guy who runs Chunkinell, who does the Chunkinell series.
Josh isn't.
Yes, Josh isn't.
Okay.
He does game development. I'd love to do a game jam with him. Because I think as well, it's like, he makes videos. I haven't seen his games, but I can see that he's like a hyper creative person and he's really good at like polishing. And so that makes me think he's probably really fun to work with on a game jam type thing. So that's outside. But yeah, let's go back to inside and like the raids stuff.
Cool. Let's do it.
So in terms of like what's driving the decision making, there's a lot of conversation about how Theatre of Blood is like widely beloved and identifying why that is.
No skilling rooms.
No skilling rooms, that's part of it, probably.
Great bosses.
Though listen, not to throw any shade at anyone, but I think there hasn't been a good skilling room yet because I haven't made a skilling room yet.
There's no such thing, Ross.
No, not for this raid, but maybe down the line.
Maybe do a skilling focused raid. Sure.
Yeah.
If I'm going in
Skilling
I want a PVM.
raid.
I'll picture this though. You've done Yammer?
I have no.
No. Okay.
No.
You've done Yammer?
Mm-mm.
No. Okay.
I've been playing a baby little Iron Man. I'm so far.
Oh, okay, cool.
My
I've seen people do Yammer.
Okay, that's good. Presumably you've seen people do
I
Yammer.
have indeed, yeah.
You see the little hopscotch
Yeah.
minigame,
Yeah.
right? That is actually a skilling room in disguise, I would say.
Touche. Yeah.
And
fair point. I gotta
guess
take
who-
it back.
guess
You
who
can
made
make it work.
you made it.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know you made it work. I remember talking
Yeah.
to you about how satisfying it was watching
Dude.
you jump over and being able to
Yeah.
tick with
And
it.
I've seen some of your
mage.
skilling pictures in game jams we've done internally as well.
Yeah. I think we've come a long way.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I hit pause so long ago, dude. It's insane how much fucking lag there is just trying to fucking pause a goddamn video on YouTube. Go fuck yourself, YouTube. Anyways, that makes me really excited. You know, he's the one who that is a skilling. That's exactly I've talked about it before. That's how I want agility. I want agility uh to be as responsive. Like if you know, I'm training agility right now with this fucking doing laps when I want to do something like Yamazu, where I'm like clicking a bunch and my character's moving and I'm dodging and it's akin to the Sepulcher in terms of dodging, but it's 10 times more responsive than the Sepulcher. You know, not having this laggy, needing a true tile add-on to understand where your character's going. I guess you don't need it, you know, with over time or whatever, but it's still just like, what the fuck, bruh? I would love a Yama agility course type deal. We need it. We. It's not even like I would, dude. We need it. We need it over everything else. Fucking drop everything and build that. Build a couple of those agility courses like Yama, and everyone will be happy with agility. Because you have the super sweat, pick perfect, the sepulcher bullshit. You have this kind of chill, like what I'm doing, rooftops, and colossal worm, and then you'd have the like in between interactive, not necessarily the best experience per hour, but like it's fun, man. The Yama room is fun as fuck. I clicked play forever ago. Bro, why are playlists broken on YouTube? And it's like not my computer, it's just fucking YouTube. Cool, cool, cool. It's awesome. I really love this. Dude, YouTube fucking sucks, bro. Alright. Just fucking close it. Reopen another fucking page. New window. Nice. Okay.
not for this raid.
Sure.
We're probably not doing it for this raid, because we're trying to identify. Okay, Tob did really well. The game variety is good, but we could afford to do another Tob, and a lot of that right now is along the lines of one of the things we talk about a lot is like Akka could have been the final boss of a raid, especially at like release. Like so much stuff going on, so many mechanics. It's more about like looking at something like Maiden, where there are like spikes in intensity, but you spend a lot of time just whacking the boss. Feels pretty good. And so looking at like, okay, rather than view every boss as a monolith, because that's how we develop them, right? We sit down, we make a boss. We don't like sit down and make a raid because that's too large of a task to even like conceptualize. And so we end up playtesting the boss and going like, oh, it doesn't have enough. And we keep adding and adding and adding. And then you insert it into the middle of the raid. And by the time people get to it, they're knackered and they have no interest.
I was just going to say that one of the problems with TOA, even if you were to take out the skilling of puzzle rooms, is that it's an exhausting raid.
Yeah.
You have to focus on it so much. Like, yeah, sure, there are people that don't have to, but for the vast majority of players, it requires so much attention to not mess up, to do the raid properly. I only want to do 2 runs and I'm done.
Yeah.
I can't bring my brain to want to do more after.
Is what you're getting at then with Tob in every room, there's like a base level of kind of comfortable gaming you can
Yep.
get through. But then if you want to optimize for speeds, you can then
Yes.
incorporate different things as well. So there's like no one way to solve. You have to solve every mechanic in Tour.
Yeah.
If you don't solve every mechanic, you'll probably wipe. Where in Tob, you can just casual friend raid,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
you can go
Mhm.
speeds. And is that where you're getting at with this?
That's definitely the goal. There is another
Yeah.
layer to it, which is basically that we want like really simple interaction. So you look at something like Zarpus, phase 2. Only thing it does is shoot goo at where you're standing.
Yeah.
That's it. That's
Mhm.
all it does. It's not rocket science. There's no like I've got to like swap 6 ways into this thing, switch prayers into that thing. Like you're literally just whacking the boss while it shoots goop at where you're standing, and it's really fun.
Yeah.
And so looking at okay, how do we design, or rather than designing complex fights, design
Just keep it simple,
or
stupid.
complex mechanics, design simple mechanics that give rise to complex interactions.
Yes.
And a lot of that has to do. We realized one of the things is like, God, it's so much easier to do this when players have to melee because it forces so much more interesting movement. We don't want to pigeonhole ourselves into just doing melee, but it's like things that that come up. It's like if somebody has to position in a certain way, you don't need to like throw 17 billion different prayer switches at them.
Mhm.
You can just like have an interesting fight that is all about thinking like, okay, where am I going to stand next?
Yep.
This is another thing. We actually talked this internally about the team, or internally within the team,
Mhm.
because a lot of us are Dark Souls fans, FromSoft fans, and so there's this notion in Dark Souls that like everything must be readable. Like you must be able to. It must be theoretically possible to walk into this boss and do a 0-hit run, the first time. First of all, that's not really like. It's not really realistic because nobody is actually doing that. So, but it's theoretically possible.
Mhm.
And so a lot of us come at it from the same angle. But actually, a lot of the like funnest stuff in old school RuneScape, like Zulrah is a fight that still holds up to this day, and it's so old. And ain't nobody beating that shit on the first try. Like, who knows where the poison pools are going? Nobody. It's impossible.
I remember release, people said it was too hard.
Yeah. And
Admittedly, the gear was worse, but yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, and look at Tob. You know, it might have had a disastrous release, no one being able to finish it, but it has emerged into like a really beloved piece of content. So I have, well, I say recently, I try and push a little bit. I think most mechanics should be readable, especially ones that have like high impact. But one of the things, for example, I remember pushing for early on was Soul Heredit. First time you walk into Soul Heredit, you don't know the patterns.
Mhm.
Mhm.
You have to have seen them somewhere else. And if it's release day, you haven't. And so you're going to get hit. And it was like, there were people saying like, well, can't we just put some shadows on the ground to let people know? It's like, well, we could, but I don't actually think that's, you know, it's good to do that some places, but I don't actually think that's old school RuneScape. I think some bits of old school RuneScape, you just kind of need to learn it by doing it. And you go in, you get smacked, maybe you die, and then
Mhm.
you come back in. And I'm not saying we should do that everywhere, but I do think that Tob, for example, does that in some places. Like there are some mechanics that you just like until you've been hit by them, you just don't know how to engage with them,
Yeah.
and that ends up creating a more interesting dynamic. So, you know, it's not like we're going to be out here trying to like gotcha with every single attack. It's like, aha, you got one
Yeah.
shot, die, bitch. It's more about like respecting that old school RuneScape is not Dark Souls, and by extension, it's not part of the like Souls-like sphere of influence entirely. It crosses over, but it every single modern game is like iterating on what FromSoft showed was like sort of the way to go, and that's good. But we should take the bits that serve us and not try
Mm.
not to become entirely, you know, the Souls-like formula.
That's really cool. I'm really glad you kind of like touched on that actually, because old school has never been a game that like holds your hand all the way through. You get guided in some ways, but
Yeah.
I'm also like kind of sick and tired of games that literally guide you every step of the way.
Yeah.
Like I want to be able to have the freedom to be able to choose something, and the problem that I have is that when a game tells me to go do something, if I'm not doing that, I feel like I'm being inefficient or I'm not playing the game the right way.
Yeah.
And even though it's in my own mentals and I could just ignore that, I can't. It's there, and I'm like, ah,
I'm like the complete opposite. I'm like, oh, it wants me to go that way. I'm gonna go the other way. I'm gonna explore this area first, and then I'll continue on the story. I don't care about being efficient or not. Like, fuck that. All right, I gotta be right back. I gotta go let my dog out.
shouldn't be doing this now, so I'm just going to go back to doing the main story because it tells me that I should be.
Yeah.
Whereas the games that don't have that, I love it. And not to say that every game is the same, and I know that from soft games don't hold your hand all the way through it, but yeah, I like that we don't. I like that we're a little bit against the grain in that aspect. And granted, we need to give a bit more guidance to people when they first join the world.
Yeah.
That could do with some improvements.
Well, you got great ideas around that. I feel you were talking about the spider web.
Yeah, the how like the entire game is the entire mid game is this like beautiful network of like requirements, either for quests or for skilling methods or for like and putting together like how you're going to traverse the spider web is like a unique way. One of the things we talked about when Yama was releasing is how like you could probably now like go a very different route to what you did before by going like tormented demons into Yama as your vehicle into the end game. Like that's one way to traverse the spider web. There's a bunch of other requirements there with AKD and Gothic Sleeps and stuff like that. But yeah, that's like the bit that appeals so much. I think we recapture that in Leagues where like everyone has to reassess the spider web with these new relics that sort of like warp it slightly. But in the early game, you arrive in Lumbridge and it's like, cool, there's like Cook's Assistant, Restless Ghost, all of these quests, and none of them are interlinked. None of them have any requirements that sort of relate to each other. So you're just dropped into this thing that looks nothing like what is arguably the coolest part of the game.
Yep.
Why? Why? So I feel like, and we can't just arbitrarily change old things, especially things that old.
Yeah.
Probably can't touch Cook's Assistant. But I think to myself, what if there was a quest in Lumbridge that had a level 10 prayer requirement so that you were like, and maybe it was like a really cool looking quest and you'd be like, oh, actually, I want to do that. And if I do Restless Ghost,
you get the prayer.
I'll get level 10 prayer.
Yeah.
And that's when it clicks. And that's how you're moving through the game.
And when you were talking to us about this on that call, I loved it. I was like, oh, cool. It's not about changing the early game, making it easier or making it more accessible or forcing people on path. It's just about showing them why old school's cool earlier on.
That's it.
Yeah. And then they're like, oh, sweet, I'll stick with this because I'm progressing and I have choices.
Yeah. And then you pitched an awesome quest idea that I absolutely think we should do at some point.
Oh, thank
I
you.
won't spoil it. You can talk about it if you want.
I can barely remember it.
I need to know it because
it was so good. It was like basically it was like Duke's assistant. So you level up from Cook's assistant. Now you're assisting the Duke, and you had to like outfit some guards.
Okay.
So you have to like give them some armor and some weapons, which like may require you to go to a shop or to do some smithing. And then you have to like show them how to kill a goblin and stuff like that. And it feels like a bona fide old school RuneScape early game quest. Like it's a sheep shearer, but crucially, you can slap requirements on that. And you can give a combat XP for it. Like, obviously, everybody knows nowadays you go and do waterfall quests if you want to progress your account efficiently. But, what if there was a slightly less extreme version of that in Lumbridge so that people who didn't know what they were doing were on a more level playing field to people who had, this was their 7th account?
I remember it now. Yeah, it was about, obviously, there's a mine, and then there's like the bronze smithing furnace in Lumbridge as well.
Yeah.
They go mine in the swamp, go smith it there. Maybe there is the bronze anvil too.
Yeah.
And also breadcrumbing, because if you're assisting the Duke, then you're probably assisting the assistant of the Duke, breadcrumbing like the ham quest storylines and stuff too. I feel like there is some room there.
100%. I loved it. I thought it was great.
Oh, thank you.
It was a really good
forgot
pitch.
about that.
I'm still keen on it. I think to myself, we should do it in a game jam.
There we go. Next game jam. Flesh out.
I'm
Make it happen.
being harassed by other people to do other things, and I also have as an engine thing that I kind
the grass isn't always greener on the other side, right?
No, I know.
So, if you were not developing games, what do you think you'd be doing, like as a career? Swinging swords, smithing swords?
I don't think those are. Well, I'd be lucky if I got to do those things. I think the earliest. So I have like a couple of memories of saying like I want to be this when I'm older.
Okay.
When I was like a teen.
Yeah.
Or like mid-teens. I always said I wanted to be an engineer because I thought it sounded sensible, made money, and I didn't mind physics. There's another moment later on where it's like the moment I finally realized I think I actually do just want to be a game designer. And there's a slightly later point in time where I go, not only do I think I want to do this, but actually I want to go all in on it, and I like want to not say like, oh, it'd be nice if I got to do this, but like really try and make it reality.
Sure.
But the earliest memory I have is of getting off of a bus on the bridge, or like the stop beneath a bridge on Caledonian Road, and my mother asking me, "What do you want to be when you're older?" and saying, "I want to be a fireman."
Okay, very cool.
That was it. I just
Fireman
obsessed with
rice.
firemen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I might get the chance soon.
Really?
Yeah, there's a fire brigade close to where I live, and apparently they're looking for reservists.
There are
So
lots of them looking for on-call part-time
Yeah.
firemen.
exactly, and so I've been thinking to myself, when things settle down, maybe I should. Okay, because
Give
I
it a
could
go.
fulfill 2 childhood dreams: making video
That is
games
insane.
and being a fireman. That would be so sick.
That's very cool. Yeah, I think you should. Earlier this year, I was looking into joining
Oh yeah.
because the games industry is so dire generally at the moment. We're very lucky at Jagex. Like we're hiring, we're doing really well. And I was just feeling really pessimistic about everything. I was like, there are always going to be fires, right?
Yeah.
I could go and do that, but you need to prove you have GCSEs. And I'm like, where the hell are my GCSE certificates? I don't know where they are.
Oh, they're
And
in a
then-
folder in my drawer.
You got to, you still have them.
I
Okay,
still
cool.
have them. Yeah.
You got to contact like the examination,
Yeah.
whichever board it was with. And I was
Right.
like, I don't know who they were with. And then you can send in queries. We're like, hey, I think I might have done some exams with you. Can you send me the qualification? And they cost like 50 quid each.
Do you know what? Actually, thinking about it now, so far into life, it would be a pain in the ass because I did mine.
It is.
I re-got mine sent to me when I was like early 20s because I needed it for a job I was going into as well. Similar situation. But like I still had my used to get like printed out versions that weren't the certificate, but it showed you what your grades were and it told me what the exam body was. So I just did that.
Okay.
And that helped. But yeah, I've kept them in a folder, in a binder, in plastic wallets since because I never want to have to go and get those again.
But assuming you have them, I think you should do
Well,
it. That's very cool.
Unfortunately, that's kind of bad news for me because I went to a Spanish school in London,
okay.
and so I went through the Spanish system. So I don't have GCSEs. I have an equivalent. Hopefully, they'll take that.
Oh, I'm assuming
but
I'll take that.
yeah,
that's
well,
gonna
I
do
do
it
have the
really well.
equivalent stuff.
There you go.
Yeah, so hopefully it becomes a reality.
I want to ask a question because I would normally ask that question. I'm glad Sweetin asked it. 'Cause
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. It gives me the opportunity to ask this one
Yeah.
now. And it's a bit of a weird one. Okay.
Okay.
But from all of your experience and knowledge and understanding of the fantasy world, if you could choose a new life to live in a fantasy setting, what kind of life would that be? What would that look to you?
Okay, so not a setting, but a lifestyle.
Lifestyle, environment, like, do you want to go back to the medieval ages and be an
Right.
archer? Would you want to be a magician in a fantasy world of beings and whatever? I
Yeah.
don't know. What kind of,
I've-
what are you drawn to?
I've considered a lot of fantasy questions, but I don't think I've actually asked myself any like style of like what would I do? And my immediate gut reaction is some sort of blacksmith, hopefully a magical one. I'd like to make
Okay.
magical swords, weave magic into the hammering of the metal.
Okay.
That sounds kind of cool. And I won't go into it too much, but I have my own setting that I developed for like playing tabletop RPGs.
Mhm.
And in that setting, it's sort of like post-apocalyptic, and there's a guild of blacksmiths, and because they're like relatively strong people, and there's a shortage of there's like an army, but they're pretty busy and they can't help regular people out. The guild of blacksmiths sort of becomes like a pseudo, not like it's kind of like a fire brigade, but it's basically like, oh, there's a wolf's den and we need it cleared out. It's like, right, well, call
Okay.
the blacksmiths.
Oh, so like a mercenary group.
Yeah, a little bit. And then the way that I guess the whole thing is like the way that you earn your title of like master blacksmith is by creating a weapon that's perfectly suited to you. And maybe I'd like to be part of a guild like that and work my way towards being a master blacksmith.
Mother Ice is so cool.
Very cool. Yeah.
Thank you.
What would your perfect weapon be?
Oh, that's such a tough question. It depends on what I'm doing. I think in my mind, I want to slay monsters. I don't want to kill people. If I have to in this fantasy world, then
Yeah, you won't be happy about it.
It is what it is.
Like
Yeah.
fighting people.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
don't like doing
I
it.
don't
but
like doing it.
You'll do it
but
if you have to.
Yeah, but preferably I'm fighting monsters, which is lucky for me because I love swords, and
Yeah.
swords are well suited to slaying big beasts. Now, if
Mhm.
you're slaying a smaller beast, or well, how do I put this? You're probably better off chucking spears at it. But if you can't do that for some reason, sword's a good bet because it has a big cutting ratio. So if you swing it, you're likely to hit something. It's likely to
Okay.
cut. So yeah, I think I'd want some sort of sword because I just think swords are really cool.
I agree.
And yeah, I probably want to do something two-handed and maybe with like a little curve, maybe like a not an actual like historical Nodachi, but like a big long curved two-handed sword.
Like what the trolls wear is it one of it's called the general or something you have to kill in the troll stronghold in old school. They have like a big curved 200
Oh, they
sword,
do have
don't
codes, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they
Like-
hold it in one hand though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, but they're
maybe
massive. You're not a troll, are you?
Yeah, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's just what I pictured in my head the first when you said it.
Yeah, that's
so.
cool. When I was doing this quest on my iron, I was like, oh, I wish we could afford those swords.
Yeah, yeah.
it is
I
very
too
cool.
am like a big two-hand sword enjoyer. That's the way I'd go.
Something about it.
Yeah,
Any
I
RPG
could
I
imagine
play-
that with you. Like you well built.
Any RPG I play, I'm
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
I could choose any
Literally.
fantasy
It's
race.
either going to be a
I'm
great
a-
hammer or a great sword.
I'm a big white human with a big sword. That's
Well, if you're in Ely sometime, you can come and hold mine, and I'll show you how to swing it.
hell yeah, man. Sign me up.
Yeah, cool.
I'm in.
Go to Rice's house, show you how to swing your sword.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'm keen.
That's not going to
Sounds good.
garner any comments
No.
from people listening back
No,
home.
no, not at
Yeah.
all.
As soon as you've said it, I'll say, man, I'm so basic. I'd literally just be like Legolas.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's pretty cool.
2 one-handed swords and a bow. That is my ultimate fantasy in terms of like weapon style. And that's what I always go to
Yeah.
whenever I play any kind of game. Unless there's not an option to, and I've got to be a wizard.
I like the two-handed sword. I did like dual wielding when I was younger, but I like the two-handed sword because when I learnt about like the historical purposes of it, which are highly contentious because it doesn't seem like it was actually used that much as compared to many other weapons.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things it was used for was for like crowd control. So like being able to swing in a wide arc, you're not necessarily aiming to hit anybody. You're aiming to like keep people at bay, which might be as a crowded street and you're trying to block it, or you're trying to I don't know, the carriage has crashed and somebody's on the floor injured, and you're trying to keep the bandits away, until they recover themselves. So it's actually, even though it's like a big sort of swing and hit hard and kill, it's quite useful for
Defense.
defense.
Interesting. Oh, I love
Most
that.
things with good reach are. But
Mm.
yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
I like the Ask Historian subreddit. And when you
Yeah.
get people asking about weapons, and you have the person who's like, oh, well, I wrote my thesis on this weapon. And here's how it was used. I'm like, oh, cool. That's why I just scroll.
Yeah, it's
87
awesome. They have such a
agility,
good
baby.
policy
We
because I think
getting
they
there.
don't let
12
anyone answer
more.
for the first day. So
Yeah.
the
12
post
more
has to cook
levels.
for a day, and then they heavily vet the answers that are allowed. You have to like basically request to answer, and so you end up with like extremely high quality responses. It's great.
In today's day and age, it's great because the internet fucking shit.
Even sword conversation is really tough because it happened recently. I don't know if I should be talking about this, but the conversation around the gilded rapier, whether it should be called an S-stock, whether it should be a fast weapon. I
Yes.
was talking to Husky about it, and he said some things, and I was like, "That's not true." And he's like, "Yeah, it is." I'm like, where have you heard that? And he links me to the Wikipedia page, and I look at, and it says it there. And there's a bunch of citations on the Wikipedia page, but every single thing that he said to me that is considered like truth by most gamers has a citation needed thing. There's literally no source for it. The source is it works this way in video games.
Yeah, trust me, bro.
That's literally like,
That's the
oh, well, in
source.
Dark Souls, this weapon is really fast. And like, that's the source. And so, yeah, it's like, it's really hard to figure out what actually happened back then. And so there's a lot of misinformation. I can't say I'm an ultimate authority. Maybe those things are true and I just don't know my shit. But it's very, very difficult to pin down the truth of things.
Do you ever let that get in the way of your designs?
No, I don't think so.
No.
I do think that old school RuneScape is better when it harkens back to medieval stuff, but
Yeah.
it is medieval fantasy.
Yeah.
So it has to make some
I think a
concessions.
dash of reality, but
Yeah.
not so much to the point where it just doesn't feel
Yeah.
cool
Yeah.
is a good balance.
Reality can be really cool, and when you draw on that, it's good. Like one of my
Your
favorite.
reality, maybe.
um,
Oh, man.
Well, I was just listening to him. He's a very cool
Oh, yeah, okay,
person,
fair
and
enough.
I'm feeling like, okay, yeah, cool. I can build a
Thank
cabin,
you.
but I
You
don't
know,
know shit about
things weren't so
swords.
great a couple of weeks ago. I'm pretty happy right now, but it took an existential crisis and remembering I was going to die one day to like figure out like, oh, actually, I really want to make the most of life.
Maybe that's where I'm going wrong.
Yeah, you need to
Yeah.
have more existential crises. I say that as a joke, but actually, legitimately, I do think every now and then, I pick up my phone and check like YouTube and social media all the time to keep like myself distracted. And when this happened, because I was like, okay, I really need to like detoxify. I'm gonna just try and spend an hour doing nothing, stare out of a window. Obviously, my mind is raging at me because it wants to do something, so it starts looking for things to think about, and it finds the idea that at some point in the future, I will die, and by my belief system, that will be the end of things. It will be all of infinity will pass in a moment. And I became deeply terrified. It was like, and then I looked back at the past month of being like slightly sad and slightly angry. And I was like, God, do I really want to live this way? And so now I'm on my happy arc where everything's good. I don't know how we got onto this.
No, dude, right on.
I
feel
love that. I am going to try that
Yeah.
genuinely.
Go
I'm
for
going to
it.
sit and look outside my window for an hour next time.
See what happens.
Because sometimes I'll just sit and look at my phone for an hour and feel even more shit about life because
Yeah.
of what's on social media.
Yeah.
So maybe it is a good idea to just look outside.
You got to
and-
ask sometimes, like, how did
yeah.
I get here?
Do you know what? I
Yeah.
think as humans, like we're literally our own worst enemy, aren't we? There are so many. You reminded me about this at the weekend when we were together, actually, in the sense of like, there are so many things that you want to do and you haven't done them, and the only person to blame is yourself, and you don't want to be that type of person. And I was thinking to myself, there are so many things that I want to do. There are so many things that I've started doing and then stopped doing for no reason or other that I should get back into and carry on. And then I spent like £2,000 on stuff for DIY stuff. So
Hell
Let's
yeah.
go.
yeah,
Right.
it's damaging. I have a problem with that. I don't know if you guys are similar, but like I have a tendency to get really into something for like 2 months
I definitely do.
and then I'll forget about it.
I'm video games especially. I'm like, guys, let's get this game, let's get this game.
Yeah.
And then you're like, all right. I think you've all learned now. You wait a week and be like, you still playing this?
Yeah.
Then I might get it.
Yeah, yeah.
Otherwise,
Well, that's actually a good. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. I just stopped playing games with you, apart from the ones that I know that you will play.
Yeah. I think it's why I value old school RuneScape so much, because it plays to the fact that I do really like long term things. I like investing long term. It's not to say that I fall for the occasional like, oh, this is a really cool rabbit hole to go down, but I rarely end up spending money on it.
And I think the point of the weekend, the health and fitness I was getting at, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Which is pretty not cost. Like, you don't have to sink money
Yeah.
into it. You just
Yeah. Well, that's one thing I've wanted to do for like the last year and a half now, but I don't know, the thought of sitting at my computer playing video games or sitting in the gym, I choose the video games every time, and I hate myself for it, but also I don't.
fair play, man.
I can't break out that cycle.
It's tough.
Yeah, I need the window. That's what I need the window.
I was gonna say, part of me is like, so I've ever since having that experience, I was like, right, this is good, because not only did I have the existential crisis and become happier, but I also started having like ideas for bosses, and I was like, God, they're just coming to me. And it's because my brain hates not having anything to do, so it just finds things to think about, and it's like magic. It's seriously crazy. And so I have this rule now that I don't do any of that stuff before 3 p.m. If I get bored, I just stare out a window. I've now I'm hoping to extend that to the evening for a window. So I think if I do it from like, let's say I do it from 6 to 8 p.m. And I say like, right, no video games, no social media, no any of that
Just
stuff.
the window.
What happens is my brain goes, what else can I do? And I will say, you are allowed to do the gym. And instantly, right, if I've got nothing to do, if I'm bored out of my mind, it's like, well, could go to the gym. All of a sudden.
Oh, it sounds so easy.
It does. But the hard bit is not doing anything. You really do
Yeah.
just have to stare out of a
And
window.
not do anything.
I've been a long advocate for like, we need to be bored sometimes. Childhood, you were bored sometimes, and
Yeah.
you thought of things to do and entertain
yeah,
yourself.
yeah, you're right. Actually, as a kid, I was so imaginative. The stuff that we would do when you didn't have the computer around, the
I
computer
wrote
came and
my first book when I
was
was
it.
just running, and I don't listen to music, and it was just thinking.
so
can
you
just-
wrote your first book whilst you were running.
Well, okay, I come up with the premise.
Oh,
while
okay. I was like
running.
imagining you running with pen and paper in hand, like sweating down, like
or someone behind me
This is
like,
a good
note this down.
yeah.
It was just running's one of those things where you can just stop and then go home and then play games and stuff.
yeah.
But you want to keep yourself going. I don't like to listen to music or anything when I run. I like to think instead, and it's just that's where I do a lot of my thinking.
Yeah.
And more recently, if I'm doing any kind of like project planning or creative ideation for like campaigns, pen and paper as opposed to like keyboard and computer makes it easier for me. Helps. I find my mind goes in different places.
Yeah.
More
It
of my
makes a
own
lot of
imagination.
sense. Yeah. When I was clearing out my shed, I found all my old notebooks from previous jobs that I'd had, and I must have had 15 or 16 of them that are this thick, all filled. And I worked in IT. I never used to use the computer for notes, and I think I was probably way better then than I am now. So maybe there is a point
It
there. I think-
happens. We regress sometimes.
Yeah, I think I just need
Yeah.
to grow up, to be honest. Yeah, maybe that's it.
Are there any questions we've asked our guest this? Any questions you'd like to ask us at all?
I mean, I asked you, this would have been a good time to ask you about like, how to cut healthily. But I did that yesterday and we had a little conversation about it.
Cool. So Mod Rice is trying to cut some weight at the moment and told me that he's been waking up hungry and tired. And I said, that's not good. Eat a bit more. And I think the right way to cut healthily is to just don't go too hard, and you don't want to be at the detriment of your own well-being.
Yeah.
So as soon as like, it's okay to be hungry. That's fine. But when you're like fatigued all day long, don't do that. Eat a bit more.
I mean, I'm doing it for the first time, and just giving it a go to see how. Because once I move into a new place, planning to hit the gym, hard again, because I did once upon a time. I did go to the gym very regularly, and I made good gains for what I was at the time. But it's crazy. I was talking to someone about this the other day. I didn't know about second puberty, and I was looking at myself the other day, and I thought my arms are like the size they were when I was going to the gym regularly, and I was 18. This is unfair, right? It's unfair that like I'm now putting no effort in, and I got the same thing. So I'm kind of looking forward to like giving it a second go and seeing what it look like now that my sort of natural body state is a little bit more I don't know, corpulent.
Second puberty is a thing I've just
You've
learned
just
about.
learned about? Yeah,
Is that
apparently
the
it hits
thing?
you in your late 20s, and it's like a second growth spurt.
Well,
Oh,
We're in our
still
30s, so
I
we've
must still be
wasted that,
waiting.
I'm afraid.
Is it more, or it's just late?
Okay.
No.
But
Can it be late?
it could be late.
'Cause I still can't grow a full beard, so I was thinking
Oh.
that maybe that's just like I haven't finished puberty yet.
Right.
I still get acne.
You're maybe still waiting for
know.
your first.
Maybe I am.
Could be you hit
Yeah.
50 and you just get both at the same time. You
Yeah.
become the Hulk.
Suddenly, yeah, that's it. Okay, we'll keep in touch.
Got
I'll
something
let
to
you
look
know.
forward to.
Hopefully, I'll know you in 50 years' time. Wait, sorry,
Yeah.
27 years' time.
Yeah.
17 years' time. Oh my god, 17 years. I'll be 50.
Don't like that.
That's
don't
gross.
say that, please. Anyway, the existential crisis begins.
I'm going
Here
straight
on
to the window for
podcast.
lunch. Don't talk to me.
What do you guys like fantasy wise outside of old school? Because we were talking about books before the podcast started, but like, what's the general?
My favorite franchise is Discworld.
Oh, okay.
I like how high fantasy, well, not high fantasy is the wrong word, because that implies like really complex systems of magic and stuff, of which there are some. Pratchett was a very smart guy.
Mm-hmm.
But I like how fantastical it can be, whilst also really grounded. The fact that it follows like the everyday life. And that's also why I love old school RuneScape, because you have stories involving normal characters who just, washer ladies or druids washing and drying their robes, sort of normal mundane stuff.
Yeah.
And then you have dragons and big shit to go and kill and fight and crazy magic and stuff like that. That's what. And Discworld is just funny.
Yeah.
I grew up reading and rereading Lord of the Rings all the time. Like I would play RuneScape in 2004, 2005, my giant desk, giant PC, probably AFKing skills, talking, socializing a little bit, but reading. And I just read Lord of the Rings, and then I'd finish that, and I'd probably reread Harry Potter, and I'd put that down. I liked a lot. We were talking about this before we started the podcast. Star Wars novels.
Mm.
The Thrawn trilogy is my favorite. I'd just rotate through a cycle of the books I had, and then start again, and just finish it and start again. Also, read a lot. I also like less fantasy and more grounded history. Like you borrowed a book of mine. They're kind of basically like Bronze Age collapse, and I'm like really fascinated by the fact that nearly bordering 3,000 years ago plus, there were like complex trade networks and people shipping receipts and like almost invoices of goods from Britain all the way down into Egypt. And it blew my mind. Like, we are just so closely linked, but still really far removed from that. But we're doing the same stuff we were doing, just in different ways.
That's awesome. I just say I wouldn't have pinned you to have been such like a fantasy head, like way more so even than I think I would describe myself as. That's crazy. Like Discworld, Lord of the Rings.
Goblin says something funny quite the other day, which is like, I think give off the aura of someone not perhaps have a brain or anything like that. And then occasionally I'll just say something and it reminds him like, oh wait, no, there is something.
That's because
behind
he's
this guy.
a big
I'm
buff
fine with
dude.
that. I don't really. I think it makes people more comfortable.
It's my favorite archetype of people as like the people who like subvert your expectations, particularly that because I love because this is the thing I was I was saying earlier, old school RuneScape lets you be everything.
Mhm.
I hate the trope of like, oh, if you're a nerd you have to be like skinny and frail, and if you're not skinny and frail then you have to hate like fantasy stuff, and I don't believe that at all. My favorite kinds of people are like people who like do it all. They like subvert the trope, and it's like, no, not only am I gonna love, like, this is the thing that motivates me to want to be like bigger and stronger looking. It's like I love fantasy and I love the fantasy characters, and I just want to be more like them. Like that's my motivation.
Hell yeah.
It's not like the classical motivation for going out and working out, but it is mine. And so I love those subversions of expectations. It's really cool. You're a cool guy, Sui.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that.
You're a very cool guy. Very cool guy. I love it about Jagex though is that I feel like you can just be yourself.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that keeps me here, honestly, outside of, all the other parts of working with the community and making an awesome game. But it's just that everyone can be who they are and no one cares.
Yeah.
There's no judgment. So, yeah. For myself, I'm kind of like torn between two different versions of fantasy, and one is less fantasy. Actually, was a thing, but I really like anything to do with like Norse, like Vikings, Norse mythology. If there's ever a show or a story about that, that's what I would want to resonate with. And then in terms of like fantasy setting, it's probably not as good as I remember it because I read it as a kid. But there's a book series called Del Toro Quest, and I believe the character in it is called like Leaf, something like that. And that like is the perfect embodiment of what I think of as like my ideal fantasy. It's this woodland, whimsical, hunter-gatherer survival, entwined with nature, and then all of the typical things you'd expect from fantasy, and slaying beasts, getting more powerful, getting new items that allow you to do new things or explore new areas, all that kind of stuff. So for me in games, for example, I'm always drawn to like, I think in D&D, my character would be a wood elf, for example, a wood elf archer, or maybe a wood elf, ranger. I mean, I've always just been kind of like that way inclined. I'm really bad with reading. I haven't read any of really any books apart from Harry Potter, Del Toro Quest. I've started listening to an audiobook now, but in terms of like films, Lord of the Rings definitely is like my favorite in any series. And then any outside of fantasy though, actually, there's one thing that's just reminded me. I really love the idea of an apocalypse, post-apocalyptic.
Totally.
Yeah,
I think
love
it's
the
just-
whole
sorry, go on.
steampunk survival, figuring out how the fuck you survive when there is nothing left.
Yeah.
And just seeing like in any movie where they can put together like the shelters and the food that they're scrounging and the items that they've made with makeshift parts, essentially Fallout, is just like that to me. I'm just like that is what I want to see. And I would want to experience that in real life because I think I would thrive in it.
Okay. I think it's a super underexplored genre as well because like I don't see many medieval post-apocalypses, and it's my favorite thing to explore in my settings. Like the main setting that I'm developing right now is literally like, what if there was a zombie apocalypse, but it was like medieval fantasy rather than
The
modern...
only one is it's crap. We've talked about it before. It's like it's got samurais and shit in it.
I want to say it's called Kingdom.
I think it was Kingdom.
Yeah.
But there's that. But no, you are so right. You are so right.
There's so many kinds of post-apocalypses that could happen, and we've only scratched the surface.
Well, they're too busy worrying about fighting against Vikings, like Last Kingdom.
What would a
fantastic
Viking
show.
post-apocalypse look like? These chatted out Norse people like with axes chopping zombies to shreds, and it doesn't need to be zombies either. It could be something else.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just describing Game of Thrones at that point.
A little bit, yeah. Actually,
kind of.
To
Just
be
thought
fair.
about that.
Probably talking about like subverting expectations. Probably frame a show that feels like you're witnessing the apocalypse, but actually it's like the aftermath of like a Viking raid, and it's like there's no fantasy elements of it. It's just like seeing that.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Interesting. Do you think you'd survive in a medieval time?
In a medieval time, it wouldn't be down to me much, I don't think. There's a lot of luck involved. Not to say, I'm not trying to scapegoat here. I'm not trying to like say like if I did get transported back, then it's not my fault if I die. But there's like, a lot of hygiene stuff that's just like out of your hands.
Yeah. That's the one thing they don't show you in the shows, is it? And shit that's everywhere.
Getting a cut nowadays not a problem, but when everything's covered in shit, that can turn into an infection, and an infection can turn into death in medieval times. So yeah, it's your odds aren't good. I think my strategy would be, because first of all, they probably wouldn't understand me very well, so I'd need to like pretend to be like sort of I guess like
a lot of hand signals.
Yeah, I mean more like I'd maybe need to pretend. What do they call it? Like I'd need to pretend to be like a savant. Like, oh, this guy can't talk, but he's really good at maths, because my math level for and so I'd try like worm my way. I'd pretend to be dumb, but like be really good at this one thing, and then maybe worm my way into the service of someone like rich, so that I can like live and then be sort of like low key. I'm also thinking, how does my like physique compare to like a medieval person? Because they're mostly sort of malnourished and stuff. So maybe I could be like an athlete of some sort. If it was Greece, maybe I could like be a good athlete. Who knows? I've thought about it a little bit.
It sounds like you've thought about it a little bit. That's why I wanted to ask, because I'm like, this is the guy that's thought about that question. Cool. All right. Well, I won't ask any more questions about fantasy. It's probably a good time for us to consider wrapping up the podcast for now.
I think so, but I'd love to have you back maybe once we've announced a lot of the stuff to do with Raids 4, that'd be a really good time to do it, and we can get into that.
So I'd love to be back. This was loads of fun, and I'd love to be able to talk more freely about raids.
Sweet, let's do it then.
I want to learn what you've learned through looking out the window when it comes to raids.
Yeah. Hopefully, I haven't forgotten that trick, because that's.
I'm genuinely gonna try it. Not tonight. I've got plans for this evening, but tomorrow, I'm looking out that. Actually, I can't. I've got never mind. No. Friday, I'm looking out the window. Yeah. Too much time to even look out the window.
Stop, Ben, and look out the window.
Yeah, I know. Okay, well, thank you so much again for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure.
I've loved it.
Hopefully,
Thank you.
I've really enjoyed it as well. Hopefully, those listening have enjoyed it too. If you have, let us know. And I guess until next time, we'll see you in the next one. Bye for now.
The other creators always call me flipping Jagex' golden boy, like the Jagex mouthpiece, like the shill. And my mum definitely in the past has been like, "Oh, have you seen what someone said?" And I was like, "No, Mum, I don't want to know." I saw people say that it's Love Island for neckbeards. So,
Hello everyone and welcome to the official Old School RuneScape podcast, where we get to chat shit with JMods and creators alike.
We're your host, Mod Easer. I'm Mod Sween, and this is our chance to get to know the person behind the crown, hear their stories, and hear their experiences.
Or in this case, behind the screen, because this particular guest does not wear a crown. It is the one, the only Solo Mission.
Solo Mission, Snake Mission.
The snakes.
Hello everyone.
How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm really good. I've been enjoying my day at Jagex, hitting up the canteen. That's always a highlight, honestly.
Yeah, how do you feel the canteen is now compared to what you've probably seen on social media before?
Bagel Gate.
Well, there's a famous picture of a terrible bagel with maybe one sausage and a tiny bit of bacon. But honestly, every time I've been to Jagex at the canteen, I actually look forward to it.
Who's banging?
Yeah.
Shepherd's pie today. Lovely.
Yeah, Shepherd's pie. It was really good. You cheated on the Jagex canteen though. That's
yeah, I did. I did indeed.
Man. What's going on?
I mean, I'm sorry. I can't deny Popeyes. It's just too good. I love a bit of fried chicken. So,
fucking Popeyes.
What have you been up to anyway before the office? Anything in particular that was a bit of interest?
No, so I drive. So I live up north in the UK. So I drove down from up north, slept over like close to the office, and then just rocked in, on that content creator schedule. Anything before 11 a.m. No, that's a write-off. I always have the cope that, because we do things with Americans sometimes. That's what I tell my friends and my family. It's like, oh yeah, you have to kind of stay up late because of the time zone.
Yeah, it's not late in.
Yeah, it's like it's a global time zone. It's better staying up late. It's like there's more going on in the evening, so you have that excuse for like why you don't see the sunrise too often.
So let's start there then. You're a content creator. If there are people watching or listening who perhaps aren't too familiar with you, how would you kind of describe the kind of content you make? What things have you done? Yeah,
so I'd say I've done a lot of things over the years, but I'd say in recent years, I mainly focus on new releases and updates I'd say I'm like, if people were to know me, they'd say maybe the temporary game mode guy. So that's dead man modes, leagues, all those sort of things, like really bursts of these sort of high intensity bits of content. And pretty much these days as well, going back through my channel, pretty much any big release, I'm there on day 1, day 2, day 3, just going through that sort of stuff. So I've sort of transitioned more to be the update guy, I'd say. But I also run Deadman All-Stars, which is a big competition in old school, which has been good. I'm working with Jagex, of course.
Yep, two so far, and we're in talks to make the third one happen.
Yeah, we are in talks. In talks with Deadman All-Stars Season 3. That will be very, very exciting.
Very much. Did you ever imagine All Stars becoming what it is, like essentially becoming now when you first started?
I always knew it would be big, but I didn't quite know. It's one of those things. It's like, I knew it was a great idea. I'd sort of run it through creators. In fact, I ran it past you guys.
Yeah. You did.
We all went to a TwitchCon. I mean, I either stayed in our Airbnb at this TwitchCon, and there were sort of 10 creators. It's sort of me, Reese, Torvesta, all the like Europeans basically. And I already had the idea going into that event that it would be, this is quite a good thing. And then I refined it with some of those people to sort of go through some ideas. So for example, Pip came up with a finale format. I initially thought that we'd have like your top seed fights a top seed and then a second seed fights a second seed and say you'd win the overall match 3-2. When Pip came up with the idea to have more of, I think it's called a crew battle style, where it's sort of you stay on and then it's a bit more exciting. So refined it a bit with those guys at that TwitchCon, and then I remember harassing you. There was this one meal where I just sat across from the two of you being like, oh, Devon also, we need to make this happen. Like, oh, it'd be so good.
It was really good though,
And,
because I think you pitched the design. I mean, we kind of looked at it through like a really critical lens of just being like, okay, what about this? What about this? What about that? And then the back and forth. And then it wasn't just a meal, it kind of followed a little bit over the weeks and months afterwards.
Yeah.
And I think it led to where season 1 ended up. And then season 2 changes. But it's what I love the finale. It's easy to talk about as well when you try and communicate it. But like, do you remember Pokemon? This is kind of like a Pokemon battle, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is. It's like the Final Four, just multiple rounds of the Final Four.
I always remember you when you were going. It wasn't like buys, or I was just like Devon all stars, Devon all stars. Like, that's what I was saying to you as you were like leaving for your flight. I was like, I don't care about saying bye, just make this thing happen.
Yeah, you got to respect the hustle. And at the end of the day, it worked out, right? We made it happen.
it did.
I mean, you obviously made it happen, and we just kind of like helped facilitate to bring it together. But it was a really good showcase, I think, of just collaboration between, as you mentioned here, multiple creators, and then getting us involved and making sure that it actually became a reality. And it has been so successful.
Yeah.
What would you say was the biggest challenge that you faced in terms of running the event?
Part of the reason I made Deadman All-Stars is because that's the sort of thing I wanted to play in and I wanted to compete in. I'm pretty competitive. I love Gilmore games. I love the old styles of Deadman's going back to where it was hyper competitive with all like the clans and things like that. So I've come out of that scene and I was missing that element. And I just really wanted to like play a mode like that. So I was like, well, why not just sort of make the good times myself and pitch it to Jagex? But that obviously comes with a challenge, being that I have to I'm playing in this thing, and also if I'm the organizer, is there some sort of conflict of interest? And in the previous 2 seasons, I've tried my hardest to avoid that by setting up the rules to be really concrete. We pay for referees behind the scenes to sort of be impartial. And when as soon as the competition starts, I take a step back. I'm not involved in the decision making. But ultimately, there is still an element of, oh, well, is the referee really going to give me a red card? Because like I've decided how much they get paid.
Yeah,
so,
you're paying it.
so that is a bit of an issue. And like, I don't think I would compete in a 3rd season. I'm still not 100%, but like, I don't think I would compete in a season 3 just purely to fully remove that potential conflict. I mean, in the 2nd season, there was a bit of a, oh, well, obviously they won because it's Solar Mission's team. Like I promise I didn't set it up in a way that our team would have some massive advantage. I took the feedback from the previous season, made those changes, and as it happened, our team turned out to be very strong. So that was, but yeah, I just don't think I can compete and also be like the top dog organizer as well.
I'd want to explore how, because I feel it's unfair. Not unfair, but you put a lot of work into it. And like you said, you kind of made something you want to play in. So it'd be nice if you could play in it. I wonder if it's something we can do when we're discussing feedback and changes prior to season 3. We just kind of documents it. Like, you know, when you have a meeting, you record minutes. And then maybe we just publish that on the Deadman All-Stars website. But like, hey, if you want to dig into feedback, here's what this team had to say. They had the chance to voice this around design. And maybe once we go live, it's almost like the referees almost stop reporting into Solar Mission. The referees report into Jagex.
Yeah.
And then we can be the full guy. If something goes wrong and the referees make a decision, we can be like, it's on us now.
I mean, with the referees, that's how it works. They don't really speak to me during the week at all.
Sure.
So when someone gets a yellow card, like the first time hearing about it, I think one of the yellow cards I didn't even realize had happened because I just missed it in the Discord that day, like the actual official Discord. But it's difficult really because everyone does find out the changes months in advance. And I still will talk to the competitors to get their opinions. Like I talk a lot to Reese. I ran the changes through Pip as well, Victim, like a couple of the guys that I know that really care about the format of this thing. So I did reach out to them, and you inevitably have things that people come back and say, oh, well, I don't think that's a good idea. But I would rather organize because I feel like, this is going to sound arrogant, but I feel like I just have good ideas, and I can see the vision a bit more as an overall product. So, for example, in the previous season, I really wanted to push through some PJ timer changes, which were more brutal than typical Deadman season and more brutal than the previous All-Stars. And pretty much everyone said, oh, like everyone's going to get massive. It's going to be terrible. It'll be bad. And I just didn't listen to that, and it turned out to be completely fine. It's the same thing with multi-combat breaches. Everyone was like, "Oh, that's so brutal. Like, are you sure? Are you sure?" And
It made content.
it's hard because like I feel like I just want to trust what I do take feedback on board, but there are some things where it's like, I don't know, sometimes there is a best way, and if you're taking charge of a project and like seeing the overall vision, I think I just prefer the organizing side. And I've played 2 seasons now as well. That's the other thing that I sort of know how it feels to play in this thing. So I mean, I know people want to see me play as well, but it is what it is. Like, I'll probably be involved more in like a interactive capacity, getting involved with the highlight team, possibly doing streams, potentially something we could explore. But we'll have to wait and see.
We want to go bigger and better for season 3.
Oh,
working together for sure. I think what didn't help towards the end of season 2 was you went into the finale as the favorites, partly for like events out of your control.
Yeah.
One of the most entertaining moments was Torvesta getting that kill on Barrows.
Yeah.
Which ultimately then screwed Oda's team from a chance. Like if Oda's team went into the finale with all that gear, all that equipment, it might have happened. Like the event might have happened differently, and then so could have, I guess, people's like perception of you and your team as well.
When the second event ended, I was very frustrated because there were just a lot of things that happened that made it just seem like a complete walkover. But midweek, our team weren't thinking it was going to be a walkover because at the end of the day, we didn't have the best gear, we didn't have the best PvPers. There were some things, the DDoSing didn't help in the finale with Oda. That's just out of our control though, right? And just some RNG, and it's just the way it goes. It's hard. With changes to season 3, I'm definitely going to be focused on making sure that even though I know in my heart that it wasn't necessarily going to be a complete walkover for my team in the final, it came across that way. And it's the perception that it was going to be a walkover is just something we really have to avoid in season 3. I think going back to more of a season 1 thing of, oh, okay, anyone really can win, I think is what the viewers want a bit more. It's difficult because I think the weak content in season 2 was a lot better because there were incentives to go out and kill people. That's great, but if one team is very successful, it's sort of, you know, it's a fine line, and it's trying to strike the balance between the 2 seasons. And I think season 3, I've got some ideas to get between the 2 and sort of
get the best of both worlds. You want a really cool, entertaining event week, but then you also want the finale to be as like up for grabs. You want ideally it's either skill or crazy chance RNG from like a giant spec or something coming through. You want cool moments.
Yeah. Well, I think the whole of All Stars season 1 and season 2 were phenomenal. I really enjoyed season 2 though. I loved the rivalry between all the teams, and by all the teams I mean all the teams
against us.
Again, we'll move on from it momentarily, but it's just like, I think for me though, the saddest part, which I understand why it happened, and I think I was I'm probably in the minority here, but when it came to the breach moments, and it was like, there was just this unwritten truce between all of the teams, apart from your team. And it was like, okay, you guys are all just sat there. PvP is incentivized. It will help you if you PvP, but they just wanted to kill you guys because they were so frustrated with the lead. And I would have loved to have seen more action in that sense. And felt like it was a little bit of a shame, but it was a really cool story in the sense of like everyone coming together to just demolish as much as possible.
At the end of the day, there's another thing of balancing competition with content, and that is better content.
Yeah,
that is what people will remember. Bitter Rakesy victim, us dying on the beaches of Varlamont. That's like the biggest moment. And there's part of that as you're playing. Like, I understand leading my team in there is not the best thing for a competitive chance. Like, I know it's not the smart move to do, but people want to see us get attacked, and like you're forced to play the villain a little bit in some respects. And it's like, I don't know, like that. Like, there's a degree of drama which is good, and it gets people invested. It's like, I saw people say that it's Love Island for neckbeards. But like, it all does help. There's definitely things we can do for season 3 to alleviate some of the problems for season 2. I think we just went slightly too far with the season 2 changes, and it is what it is. It's like an iterative process.
Yeah, of course, it's constantly changing. I'm really glad that I mentioned that though, because I think the perspective you just given there is one that even I hadn't considered, and I think it's actually really respectful that you go into these situations knowing that it might not be ideal, but it's better for the viewership and for the experience of everyone else. That's actually a really cool way of looking at it.
Yeah, it's like Gilmore Games, like all these things. It's like, as a content creator, at the end of the day, it's about entertainment. It's not about winning. It's about, okay, like, do I really have that much to benefit? Like saying Guild Games, do I really have that much to benefit from snaking someone? But people want to see it, don't they? And that's going to get people talking, and it's going to be exciting in the comments. There's like that no way moment.
Like pro wrestling, you have to heal, right? There's always a villain. There's always someone kind of being the antagonist.
So in terms of then content creation, I'm curious to just know, like, you've obviously done quite a lot now, quite a variety of things. You consider yourself the update guy. Well, how do you approach a new update in that sense? Do you have like a specific routine where it comes to, you know, you're finding out the data, the analysis of it before you go in, or are you just kind of like heading straight in, winging it, figuring out on the fly?
Definitely not heading in and just winging it on the fly. I'd say one thing I do very well is stay on top of all the news, of all the community sentiment. Like when I speak to the other content creators, I'm often genuinely shocked how clueless they are about some things. I'm like, what do you like, Torvester, bro? It's like, you didn't read that news post? Like, well, that's been a thing. Or like, I think for me, it's just almost, I'd say I probably read things like through the lens of maybe like a community manager. Like every day, like I check Reddit, I check like my Discords, I check the Twitter, see what YouTube videos are out. I've subscribed to absolutely everybody because I just want to be on top of what's sort of relevant to speak about within my videos. And I think just staying educated on the game and how it's evolving so you can sort of give a good perspective on everything and what's going to be useful on update day. So like I'll have a written list out of like key things I want to hit. Like say if a brand new item comes out, I'm not just sort of being like, oh, when it gets update day, it's not like, oh, well, where would this be good? Like, no, it's like a few days beforehand, like definitely going through and thinking of all the use cases so I can show it off and I can just be fast on update day and like get that video out super quickly.
So that's more recently. I want to go back to the beginning of your content creation journey, if that's okay. So I guess two things first. You have a background in physics. You have a degree in physics.
Yeah.
And I've looked back. Your oldest video on your channel was an Iron Man PK video in 2015.
Yeah.
What were you doing in kind of 2015, 2016, which is when you started publishing videos a bit more prolifically? Were you kind of wrapped up uni then? What's kind of going through your mind? Were you aiming to become a creator like you are now?
Yeah, so I did an integrated master's in physics at Manchester, and I was at uni from 2014 to 2018. Right. So I did start making videos at university for the Solar Mission channel.
During the physics masters, you were making RuneScape videos. Cool, right.
I mean, in my defense, right, I say I mostly did like skilling and things. So I actually maxed my Iron Man before I even became like a big content creator. So it was the perfect thing. Like you could do problem sheets and then it's just AFK on the side. Like any AFK method, I was there. Like I think I did some really slow and efficient things. I think I fished monkfish for 99 fishing. So I did it alongside uni. I mean, you know, uni as well, like as intense as it is during term time, outside of term time, you know,
sure,
you have time to explore all these other things. So I started making videos at university. A funny thing, actually, I would have had one of the very first Iron Man videos. Well, in early days when I pretty much made a progress episode on Solar Mission, like as I was doing Desert Treasure, and I just never uploaded it.
Oh, right.
And a year later is when sort of went on a PKing trip with like the Iron Man CC back in the days, and I just uploaded that. And then I started uploading Dead Man clips. And I'd say my motivation was I just was watching YouTube and I was like, oh, I feel like maybe naively, I felt like, oh, I'm watching some of these videos and like they're not killing anyone. Like I feel like I could do better. So I was like, I mean, not really, because like, if you go back at those early videos, I hope you haven't watched too many because it's just me whispering into the mic in my uni bedroom. So I got into it at university, and then I'd say I made a decision in my final year of university that I wanted to try content creation full time and take it a bit more seriously. So that was sort of 2018, I graduated, and I said to myself, I'll give it 6 months and see if we can get roughly financially stable in that time. And if not, I'll just pick up in the next grad scheme cycle or something like that. And it was just about good enough to keep going. So coming into 2019, and then the big blow up was 2019 Leagues One, baby. That was straight off the charts. Leagues One made me basically. Like, I was a pretty steady, consistent YouTuber, but that was the rocket ship for my channel. And since then, it's just been smooth sailing, to be honest.
Nice. How was Did you have to have like a tough decision at home with like parents or stuff being like, this physics master's degree, I want to try going full-time RuneScape? Was that ever like a thing?
Like my mum's supportive, so I obviously moved back home with my mum, and she was like, "Oh, like, have you thought about looking at grad schemes? Like, just looking at them." And I'm like, "Yeah. I mean, like sort of like, I mean, but like the thing is, like she would. I've always been good with my studies, like good with everything growing up. So it's like, I think she could tell that
you're going into it quite informed.
She could tell that like if it was going nowhere, I would have dropped it.
Nice.
And like I moved on to doing a more normal thing. She plays RuneScape as well, so she actually understands.
Okay.
So like when you talk about things, she understands it.
Did she play before you were a creator, or is she played because of the fact you're creating content?
Yeah. So basically, so you know how we all played back in 2007.
Yeah.
Like, I was 11 in 2007. Like all the kids from school, and it's like it was a pretty new thing. Like think about it as a parent, it's like, oh, your kids go on this game and they can just speak to anyone, anywhere.
Yeah.
So I think she started playing to sort of like take an interest in our interest to try and understand it, and also just to see like what we were doing, because like we obviously spent a decent amount of time playing the game, and it's like a lot of like our conversations were about RuneScape, and it's just to try and get an understanding. So she actually played back then, and then she actually did make an Iron Man, and she still plays a bit now as well.
That's very cool.
Yeah, so she knows everything. Like she knows, do you know what I mean? Like if I talk about Guild Games, she like understands, and so that is and Devon All Stars as well.
Who are her favorite creators?
She loves her nanny.
Okay.
Like she's like, why did her nanny stop making RuneScape videos? I think she said something like that. She really liked Be the Victim last All Stars.
Oh,
She watched his stream. It's funny because sometimes I see her YouTube name like comment on something.
Oh, okay.
But like it's not like it's a complete like random name that
she's defending you and you get flamed.
Yeah,
like, leave my son alone.
No, but that's the thing about it. It's like sometimes if you get really negative comments, it's like I tend to just read the top few comments, because I personally think that as a human being, you're not really wired to have like your decisions talked about by like thousands of people. Or like say in Deadman All Stars or something, if something controversial to happen, like getting piled on by tons of people, I don't think it's not healthy to go and read all that stuff, is it?
No.
And then on the other side of that, it's like if you're doing well, I don't think it's that healthy to read 1,000 comments gassing you up either.
Sure, okay.
Because then you're like, oh, I'm the goat. Oh no. I just don't think it's good either way. So I try and make a point of not reading tons. I'll read like the top like 20 or something, but like I don't get down to the doldrums. But like my mum definitely in the past has been like, oh, have you seen what someone said? And I was like, no, mum, I don't want to know. I don't read them. I don't go down that far.
It comes around for Sunday dinner and she's just got like a hit list of people like, we need to sort this out.
Yeah, no, but like she'll watch this, for example. Like she's very supportive of like what we do as kids, and yeah, it is really nice.
Well, hello to Solo Mission's mum. Thank you for supporting Solo and allowing him to live this life that we've all got to enjoy content creation as a result of it. So it's very cool.
Yeah.
How do you think the creation space has changed since you started? And I guess really, where do you think it's heading next?
I think it's a big thing, especially with the YouTube side. It's always changing. Everyone chases the ethereal YouTube algorithm. What do they want?
Yeah.
What do the gods want? I always have YouTubers asking me, like, what do you think about the algorithm, about all this sort of stuff? And I think it definitely has changed over time. Even just content creation in general. I think the biggest shift, especially when it comes to YouTube, is sponsored content. Because what that did essentially is made it so people didn't upload as much, and they put more effort into each video, and so the videos become longer. And it becomes more of a high quality product, like twice a month, once a month. And that was the main shift on YouTube. I mean, I can see that continuing, to be honest. It's interesting because I sort of rose to popularity around the same time that the influencer industry started taking off as well, where brands are more willing to work with creators. I know Jagex likes work with creators a lot as well, and see the value in that. So I see it carrying on. I think it's hard really, because I think there's more of a shift towards streaming recently, I would say. I think channels like Odablock, they do a really good job of just having tons of content. So like that's the most watched channel on YouTube, because there's so much content, right? And I think with some of the World of Warcraft people coming over, they they also have that mindset of, well, let's release lots of YouTube videos, and it's like essentially cuts of stream highlights, and it just gives people more stuff to watch, which I think fills the void, because a lot of the traditional names like Torvesta, Settled, Jimmy, like even me, like we don't upload as much as we used to back in like 2019. So that's been a massive change, and I can't see that changing too much. I mean, it also depends where the money is as well, to be honest. Like with platforms like Kick come along, and they offer a lot of money to these creators, and they sort of just can sack off their YouTube because it's just so much more worth their time streaming. And I know with Twitch as well, like the ad revenue got better on there. So streaming again came up a bit more. So it sort of ebbs and flows and goes back and forth. A couple of years ago, people really wanted to get into YouTube when all the sponsors started hitting. And so it's difficult to tell where it's going to go from here. I think the industry certainly matured now. It's not as much of the Wild West anymore. Like when you do brand partnerships, we have agencies now. There's more of like clear things of what to do. Whereas back in the day, it was a bit of the Wild West, right? Like the brand hits up your email and you just sort of be like, okay, yeah, I'll do it. And then like, you just sort of trust that they'll pay you on PayPal. Like in 2 weeks. And like some people definitely got scammed.
I remember talking to Chris Archie about it. Obviously, Chris Archie, before becoming Mod Archie, was like one of the first big RuneScape YouTubers. And he was kind of talking about the differences in monetization and creator sponsorships and stuff. And back when he was doing it, he didn't know where to go or who to talk to, what the rates were. It wasn't established at all. People were still trying to work it out.
Yeah, well, man, now there are full-on businesses that are focused around it. Like you said, there are agencies, people that are handling that for you and all that kind of stuff. Just quickly, I guess, do you see yourself moving into streaming at all, or is that absolutely not something for you? I know you mentioned about maybe streaming some of All Stars 3, but generally speaking,
yeah, this comes up a lot. Why don't I stream? And I mean, it's difficult because I definitely could stream if I wanted to. It's just so cozy not streaming.
It also depends on the
That's
type of content creator you are.
Yeah.
So the day of update stuff, you can't really stream preparation for that, probably. But then you look at like obviously Boti's new Hardcore Iron Man series. That lends itself well to streaming and then video. The video summarizes the progress you made. So if you're doing some kind of progression-based content, video, streaming works. Same as Oda, PKing. You can make cool videos out of like great PKs.
Yeah, and then seeing like chat reactions and stuff. But I completely resonate with what you said. It's like it's so much cozier not streaming. Like I did a little stint of streaming right back in 2018, 19, something like that for about 7 or 8 months. And there are times where I'm sat gaming, you know, now for 5-6 hours in an evening. That's a little bit too long, but it's what it is. And I'm like, oh, why don't I just throw up the stream? And then I think about actually, it's quite a lot of effort to be on stream, unless you really just stream and don't care about it. But I'm not the type of person that doesn't care. You don't strike me as the type of person that will go into it and not caring about what you're doing. You're going to want to go in and give it your all, do it as good as you can. And yeah, being able to have the freedom of like, oh, I don't need to worry about muting my microphone to cough or to turn the cam off if I'm getting up or someone walks past the room. There is a lot of extra like added pressure, I feel.
Yeah.
So.
It's a difficult thing with streaming, isn't it? Because you don't want to be sat here being like, yeah, streaming's such a difficult job. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, oh no, I'm not going to be that guy. But
it is though. I think it actually is for the most part.
It's at least more difficult than playing games casually by yourself and not having to worry about people watching.
Sure.
Yeah, it is. And there are a few other reasons. Like when I'm playing, I quite like to listen to a podcast or watch a video.
Yeah.
And like, you can't do that when you're streaming. You're just reading and talking to the chat.
No, you definitely can.
I'm not particularly interested in building my own community. There's another reason. And yeah, it's just, even just my life, I would rather have like a more relaxed lifestyle of, if I want to get up and just, my fiance gets in from work, like I have the freedom as a YouTuber to just stop what I'm doing for like half an hour, go chat to her, or go make dinner with her. But like,
sorry, I'm just laughing at the way you describe that. There is like, if I want to just like get up and my fiance's just got in from work, I imagine it like, I think you meant it as in like you want to get up off your chair because she's just got in from work. But I'm thinking of like in the sense of you've just woke up as she's got back from work.
No,
as you were saying,
I want to put the record straight. It's not that bad.
Quickly get changed. Like, I've been up for ages. I've done so much today.
Making myself sound like a degenerate. No. I did not mean that at all. I just mean more in terms of like, you see streamers and like, streaming is about consistency. It's like about getting down and doing your 7 hours a day and like sticking on your schedule. It's not flexible really. I mean, you can treat it as a flexible thing, but like if you want the best success, you want to go live similar time every day. It's just, I just don't think that is, it becomes more job-like And like part of the reason I like what I'm doing is like I'm very blessed to be able to do it is the flexibility and the freedom of being able to sort of take time off when I want to and not worry about taking a week off to go on holiday. Like for example, Dino, like when we went to Vegas, like part of the reason he didn't stay for the whole time was because he was like, I've got to get back to the stream. And I think streamers have this pressure of like, if they take too much time off, like less people get out the habit of watching them daily and all this sort of thing. So there is different pressures and different things. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm not against it, but I think I'd be more interested in streaming. I mean, maybe I should have streamed last All Stars, for example, where there's something. I mean, I essentially was on other people's stream the whole time, but even then, it's say there's something to sort out behind the scenes, or like you just did bits for videos as well. It's like you can't edit on stream. I mean, you could, but it's just, I don't think anyone would actually want to watch me sort of like take 3 takes to do an intro or something like that, or make a thumbnail. I don't think that's
I'm
not.
sure there'll be like 20 people commenting saying, "No, I'd love to."
No,
watch that.
no, you wouldn't.
I know, but yeah, they'll comment
No.
it, and then you'll put the video out or the stream out, and there'll be like 3 people.
Yeah.
I suppose too, there's a mystique as well, where if you're not, people want to follow what you're doing in All Stars. So if you're streaming it, they'd know.
Yeah.
Whereas if they have to wait for your video and have to click through to your video, and then that drives more views because of, like you mentioned, the algorithm, views.
Yeah, and I mean that's another element with I'd say the top YouTube guys is that it is scarcity creates that value, right? Like it's like if you could anytime just tune in to watch a streamer, it's like it's sort of you can maybe get tired of that person. Like people don't have infinite things to talk about. They're not infinitely interesting, are they? So like I feel like it's kind of nice when you get like the bite-sized bit of the character, the personality of Torvesta, of Settled, or whoever. So if you had that all the time, it wouldn't be as interesting. And like you said about the project you're working on, like it's going to be more successful on YouTube if it's a surprise.
You look at Settled, some of his series, and you go on Reddit and people are like, what's he up to now? He's uploading in X amount of time. Well, he's doing this on a high score, so this must mean he's doing this. And then you're theory crafting, you're kind of building suspense, and you're building people waiting to click.
I mean, people do successfully do both. I mean, they bring more, a lot of the time they bring in editors and all this sort of stuff, which is something that I've thought about in the past, but I don't know. You just never get around. It's one of those things you never get round to. Like, I think it's a question that's constantly asked of like, well, why don't you just get an editor?
Yeah.
Like Settled, why don't you get an editor? Like Torvesta. I've spoken to Torvesta a lot about this. And for me, having an editor, it's like someone definitely could just copy my editing style and edit my videos how I edit them. But I think I leave out so many bits of when I'm speaking that I think the skill in making my videos is that I am so well informed because I keep on top of the community that I know what to leave in.
Yeah.
And like, I know what's waffle. And I mean, I know there's a lot of people that say, oh, but we'd love like longer half an hour videos, but that's not really what I want to put out. I don't want to put the waffle in there as well. I want it to be like and I think there are a lot of people that appreciate the fact that a video is like 15 minutes, not 45 minutes. Like I always, when I'm creating content, I think about creating content for the guy that sort of, they're on the train home or something like that. You know, the classic, you're sat in the bathroom. I mean, maybe they're watching shorts now.
I actually really like them because for me, it's typically if I've got like 10 minutes before another call that I've got to go into, I'm like, especially during the leagues, it's a great way for me to just keep up with, you know, essentially what the current metas are going on because you're typically doing them, what the best zones are. I'm like, great, it's 10 minutes before the next call. I don't have to invest an hour into figuring out what's going on. So I actually really like the shorter form, but I also appreciate the longer ones when I'm ready to sit down and enjoy it. I guess that there's just already a space that's being filled with those longer form videos in essence. Do you see that being part of like the reason too, or is it more just like you genuinely prefer the shorter ones?
I mean, it's partly what I like watching. Like I like sometimes I'm like, I look at someone's video and I'm like, oh, I would have watched that. It was like 20 minutes, but it's like, it's 55 minutes.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I'm sure there's some complete waffle in it. Like, but some people like that. It's just different types of viewers. Like not everyone's the same type of viewer, are they, at the end of the day? So
that's
like,
fair.
We cater to different audiences.
So, okay, you kind of covered streaming or maybe what you could move into content creation wise. Are there any goals you have in mind as a creator, like things you'd like to achieve? We kind of touched a little bit on All Stars 3.
Yeah, I think at the moment, I'm just, in my mind, I've sort of been in my consolidation phase where it's part of the reason that I pitched All Stars is because I felt like I wasn't necessarily pushing myself that much. I was just sort of coasting, just sort of doing what's good for business, but not necessarily challenging myself. I think All Stars provided a much needed professional challenge in terms of organizing, in terms of recruiting, in terms of presenting an idea and trying to take people along on a vision. Part of what I'm doing is it's always interesting because I'm staying on top of the new stuff. That's part of the reason I do the updates, because leagues will always be interesting to me because it's something new. It's a new challenge. The Gridmaster mode coming up, that's a new challenge as well. So I'm excited by that. I'm excited by sailing. There's always
Dude, I miss
there's always
Gridmaster.
something interesting around
I
the corner.
genuinely
When
had a
there's
good
dead
time.
period,
Did
I'm a
not
bit like,
stream, did not do
oh, man,
anything,
like,
just played
what's
Gridmaster.
coming up, guys? So yeah, there's that. I mean, professionally, what I'm looking forward to within the next year, but All Stars 2 could have been better. I'm looking forward to putting wrong that right and taking it to the next level with you guys. And some of the conversations are very exciting. Obviously, can't talk about them here right now. And I do have ideas in the back of my head for other types of events that I could pitch to Jagex, and I think they could do very well. It's just getting them fully fleshed out so they're actually good and concrete.
Sweet.
Saving it for the next time we go out for dinner.
Yeah, I like at some point I'll be harassing you guys, and like, yeah. So I mean, I do quite a lot of sort of ideation of just thinking about things, and even series, just like, would this be a good thing? And then a lot of the time I just throw it away because I'm like, there are some holes in that and it's not quite good enough.
Okay.
So like I've done some thinking around other events as well. And I think in the future I would be interested in doing those things. Jagex is always open to work with creators if the idea is good enough, if like the dedication's there for that. It's just, I think a lot of creators don't necessarily have the bandwidth to do full-time streaming and do the event side of things as well, or maybe not the confidence. I don't know. But you guys are already. I'm confident if I pitch an idea which is pretty solid, that you guys would be willing to hear me out, and I'm hoping we could do some different things in the future as well as All Stars. So,
well, I hope so.
You're grinning at me like, what is this thing you've got?
No, I want to know now. I'm eager for it. It's like I knew that the moment we started chatting about All Stars, I was like, yeah, absolutely, because it had been rumored, before people had like mentioned they wanted to do something different, like a creator-only PvP event and all that kind of stuff. So as soon as you gave that, I was just like, oh my god, yes. Because I remember saying to Sween before the dinner as well, I was like, so the mission's really keen to talk to us about this idea. It's All Stars. We've got to hear out on it. And
oh, man, I just want to eat my steak.
While we were traveling around, like it was the moving restaurant, wasn't it, in Vegas?
Oh, yeah, Top of the World.
Top of the World.
Yeah,
that was it. Yeah. No, it is definitely always open. And for anyone else that's listening, whether you're just a player or another creator, you have ideas, like let us know about them, because we are definitely keen to try and make as many things like this come to life. And we you have a team now. Obviously, Gridmasters is happening, but after Gridmasters, there's going to have to be something else. I think in the previous cast with Kieran, we talked about League coming, but then there will be what comes after the League. It could be anything.
Yeah, I mean, please, someone else organise something so I can compete. So I love killing my game so much and just rock up on the day like, what's up, soup? Anything that goes wrong, it's your problem. So yeah, I'm looking. There are definitely exciting formats that haven't come to fruition. Even like the OTK event was super interesting. Like, I think a lot of people appreciated that different spin on a creator event as well. So I think there are definitely things out there that, I mean, even potentially taking behind the scenes ideas from Project Xanaris can make its way into an old school server. Like when I worked on All Stars with Manked, it was very much me saying, oh, is this possible? Can you do this? I sat on a call with him and he went through things. He's like, oh, this is why we can't do this. And for the most part, the things I asked for, I did it. He got them done. And even the things where he was like, oh, I'm not going to say yes because I don't know. But like, I think Manked and Daizong, and I think there might have been some other people working on that world. I think pretty much everything I asked for in All Stars 2 got delivered in the world. So there is obviously that support from Jagex if people do want to. I mean, obviously within reason, right? Yeah. Like, I don't think you guys are going to be like developing new bosses for a creator event, but there are definitely some interesting formats that people.
Yeah, it's within reason and enough notice, and we can try and make things work.
Yeah,
definitely. I'd love to talk more about your role as a creator. So, some people call creators influencers, and I think it's fair to say that creators can influence the community and influence JMods as well. More recently, you published a video around botting. And I think we said too, like it's as much as it pains us to see that kind of content, it's really useful for us to kind of point to, like we'll say these are things we need to work on internally. So I'm asking, when you're approaching content, how much do you consider your voice as the opportunity to influence viewers and also influence Jagex? Does that come into your mind at all?
Yeah, I think it definitely does. I mean, it's a difficult one because obviously, I wouldn't say it's difficult. I know that when I uploaded that botting video, for example, I knew that I was going to go crazy on Reddit, and that's part of the reason why I made it. And I'm not going to not talk about these things. I think a lot of people have a misconception that like loads of the comments are like, "Oh, All Stars is cancelled then because he's calling out botting," and I'm like, Jagex know that botting is a thing. Like you do bot busting streams and all this sort of stuff, and I think people like it's useful for Jagex to know what the community is thinking. You're just another voice adding to the body of the community. It's like anyone that leaves a Reddit comment, anyone that makes a tweet, it all gets seen. Like the community management team is really good. I mean, I was talking to Goblin before about he's always on top of it. He was like scrolling Reddit, and I was like, "Oh, do you check all these posts?" He's like, "Yeah, I pretty much read everything."
Yeah,
and I was like, "It gets seen, and it just adds to the body of knowledge." And that, of course, it influences development decisions in the game. Am I thinking about what I'm saying in terms of? I think I try to. I mean, the other creators always call me flipping Jagex's golden boy, like the Jagex mouthpiece, like the shill. Like, oh, of course he's gonna say sailing's good. But I do give my genuine opinions. That there are some things where I would hold back sometimes because, like, I'm not gonna make a massive fuss of like something. Say, for example, when the league worlds aren't the greatest at the start of a league, and there's a delay. It's like I don't really see the benefit of making a fuss out of that because it's been and gone. Like
it's something we're aware of,
and like it's not like Jagex are actively trying to like make things bad. They're not. Jagex aren't there like we want bots like in the game and all this sort of stuff. So like I understand that the people at Jagex, like, you know, you're a diverse team from lots of people from lots of different departments. Like you appreciate the like just honest comments and honest feedback. I think like at the end of the day, like Old School is a community driven game, and without honest feedback, it's gonna, you know, you don't want people agreeing with everything you're doing.
No, that's it. I think that's actually the worst thing for us is just aside from unconstructive feedback.
Yeah.
The best thing is constructive feedback, and it's actually interesting that sometimes people will be like, "Oh, you just don't want to hear the negativity." You know, we do want to hear the negativity because it helps us improve. The difference being is that turning around and saying like, "Oh, this update's shit, I hate it," is useless.
Yeah.
What can we do with that? There's nothing we can do with that. But if you tell us why you felt like it was shit, why you felt like it was useless to you individually, and then maybe even suggest what we could change to make it better, that's something we can go back to the team with and say, actually, there's a few players that aren't happy with this, and this is the reason as to why. That then sparks the thought of like, oh, well, I can just change this, and then take it from there. So you know, whether it's good, whether it's bad, we always want to hear it.
Yeah.
Just depends on how it's delivered.
Yeah, people absolutely do have influence over. Like the JMOs are humans, right?
One of the
They're watching these
PCs went
videos,
to
they're
sleep.
reading these comments. Like, I think I particularly noticed it. It was in some sort of, I think it was the mage rebalancing, and I sort of said about, oh, the occult should have lower magic damage percentage, and then like, all of a sudden, like loads of Reddit comments about that. Like, where were those comments before that? And all of a sudden, people are like, oh yeah, that's a good idea, and they get on the bandwagon of something. It's like you can really tell with some of the rewards from, I think it was either Doom or Yammer, when No Monkey was talking about them a lot, and like that like he had a lot of influence. Like
perception would change overnight. Would come in. He's published a video in the evening, obviously US time, and then we up in the morning and like, oh, the community have changed their opinion because they've listened to somebody who's maybe just knows a bit more about the thing they're talking about. That's all.
Yeah, I mean that is quite funny when it's like the top comment on a No Monkey video will be like, "Oh, finally, I now have my opinion on this matter." so there is an element of you do have to be responsible. It's just like any media. Like I think that you do have a responsibility to like understand your influence and not to just sort of put out false narratives and all this sort of stuff, because you know it's like it's like when a newspaper, like they print the headline news, which is dubious, and then like there'll be some apology in like page 21, like 2 days later. It's just how media works, and to be on the wrong side of that is not great for people, and it's not fair to the mods that work on the project and things like that. Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't really say I hold back in my opinions. I do genuinely just have a positive outlook on the game. but like it's so hard, isn't it? Because like I do think sailing's good, but like me saying that with a smile on my face, and like sat in the Jarek's office, it just made me look like a paid show.
Got it, boys.
I mean? It's just
now it's on us to deliver something that's good. And I imagine we get to release and you don't think it's good, you will say that too.
Yeah, but always looking for like what improvements can be made. Sure. I mean, part of the thing as well. So I started my second channel making these sort of commentary videos about talking about update blogs, but then I stopped doing that because I started like playtesting some of these things before they've come out. So like, if people don't know, I've playtested quite a lot of the updates. So like, I've had that space to give my negative feedback in private a lot of the, and I do that in private as well, like in the content creator Discord. Like I think like every now and then it is just such a thing of someone will get upset about something and just type like 5 paragraphs in there just in the PvP channel. Like,
yeah, that was definitely in the PvP channel.
Yeah, so I think in playtesting there's but then because once you get into I'd say like when you become a playtester, like you feel like you're in the Jarek's machine. So like when like for example, a boss comes out, you really want it to do well because like you feel like you're bought into that now because like, oh well, I said that it should be harder, so like okay, so it's harder. Like how are people feeling about that? And that's it's an interesting dynamic. But yeah, I think public and private is good.
Following playtest and stuff, do you think would be good for players to kind of read playtester feedback? Like this is how it was prior to a playtest. We had these playtesters in. Following the feedback, these are changes we've made. Now, I don't want to then paint a target on the playtesters' backs.
No,
but also it might be good for transparency.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's okay if people volunteer the changes that have been made afterwards. But I think it's difficult because if people knew that their comments would be publicly scrutinized, in like a playtest environment, I think people would be less forthcoming. Like it's better if people do pipe up and it's like, well, I'm going to ask a stupid question. Why are you doing it like that? Or like,
that's a great point.
So you don't want people to be shying away from it. I mean, people don't. I don't think people do really say how bosses were in playtesting. I don't really see it discussed much. I mean, part of the thing is as well. By the time it gets to like an external playtest with content creators and like randomly selected people from the community. Like it's not just content creators; it's a diverse range in the playtests of all abilities and types of people. By the time you get to that stage, a lot of stuff is actually quite baked into the content. Like it's post-internal playtests and things, and it's more about smoothing out certain elements, or does this feel fun, or does this feel difficult enough? So, for example, when I playtested Doom, I think the Doom of Mokiatl. I think it was me and Aticon were doing wave 8s and we were like, oh, I just don't think it's difficult enough. So they increased by the time it hit the live game, the difficulty increased. And I think that was, it's good. It's like, I don't know. I think you guys should do more playtesting, honestly. Like, especially with people who are really, it's difficult, right? Because people have to be trustworthy and like have some skin in the game to some extent, because I know there have been issues in the past where people have leaked things and whatever else. So there's that element to consider. But I would say, I would say more playtesting is good, because there are certain things where you're coming at it with fresh eyes. I think there was something with Colosseum where when we came in, the loot window and the modifications, that was only spawning every 3 waves. So it was 3 waves, and then you'd get the loot choice and the modifier choice. And then on wave 6, you'd get it again. It wasn't every single wave. And I was sort of instantly like, this as a player, this isn't what I'm expecting. I'm expecting it every wave. And like, I feel like you haven't you haven't really communicated that well. So it would be a good idea to, you know, like I personally think it should change, and then it did change. So like it's good for catching things like that with people with fresh eyes that aren't working on things 24/7. So.
Yeah, I mean
Nice.
they're incredible. There's a reason we do them, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. I would love to do more playtests. I'd love to be involved even more people with playtests. It's just honestly difficult. They're very time consuming.
Yeah.
They are, as you said, you know, normally at a stage where it's the content has been developed. It's not that soon before the release. We're looking to do like a final pass. There's a lot that would need to change in our approach to content delivery to be able to do more of them. But everyone sees the value in them, and we are eternally grateful for those who do get involved in playtests like yourself and the others that have joined across as well. Yeah, if there's a way that we can make it happen, we will, and we are actually exploring options at the moment in terms of how we could potentially expand playtest viability that doesn't involve having to, you know, use as much resource. I don't want to say too much just here, but I'll have a little chat with you afterwards and let you know what we've got in our minds.
So you're not announcing publicly like a public test realm or something?
I'm not announcing a public test realm, although you know that would be pretty cool. I think the problem with a public test realm for old school is that there is still, even though there's so much info that's out there in terms of content when it comes to like blogs pre-release and then on release that people kind of like know what to expect, they still don't know like how to expect it.
Yeah.
And the public playtests lose a huge charm.
Dude, excitement.
It is excitement. And
Eagerness to wait,
also,
yeah.
like, our game is so riddled with efficiency scape as it is. You know, everyone's got their opinion on what to do, in what order, and what's the best way to do it. I think if we had public test realms, it would just make like the content releases like miserable, to be honest, because people would have figured it out for a whole week before it went out, and then it would come out, and then it'd be like, well, this is done. I'm done with it now. I'm bored. What's next?
No, I'm inclined to agree there.
So,
You make a lot of content and you've maxed accounts and stuff. Do you still feel like you get to play the game for fun? Do you still like enjoy playing old school?
Yeah, I would say so. I'd say I was in a bit of a unique position as a content creator because I'd maxed an Iron Man practically before I even went full time.
Yeah.
So I'd already played a lot. So I'm more drawn to. That's why I'm more drawn to the updates side. I play a pure Iron Man as my like for fun account in terms of like if I'm just chilling, I just want to watch a video. It's like I'm working, but not really, because it's more like it'll go into a video of like 6 months progress or something like that. So I mean, there's an element when it is your job. I think it's important to not get burnt out, right? Like if I get burnt out of the game, that's a disaster.
Yeah.
Because that's my income. So I try not to like just play the game for the sake of playing the game too much, because, well, I don't want to be burnt out for when leagues come around, because I'm going to be playing like over 100 hours a week for weeks on end, right? So like I'm conscious of, I don't really want to burn out and like fall out of love with the game. So outside of, I didn't play tons, but it's important to keep up with. I mean, I say this as well sometimes, like, I don't think playing the game is the most enjoyable part of my job, to be honest. Not anymore. Like, I actually much prefer the planning and like theorizing of what is a good video, and just sort of concepting out plans and looking forward to managing sort of the preparations. I think that's my favorite part of it.
Oh,
and
sweet.
that's part of the reason why I enjoy All Stars, because it's just so much thinking about what makes good content. Like playing is just like, okay, like it's decent. Like it's don't get me wrong, it's enjoyable, but like playing regular old school, like, you know, you've done that for thousands upon thousands of hours. It's part of the reason why I don't do a series, because, and people ask me to do like a new series all the time, but I just don't think I would say that would put me at risk of burning out. Like, I don't really want to go and grind 80 Hunter again, because I've done it so many times. I'd rather save the enjoyment of Hunter for like in part of a league or in a dead man, or all these things come around so quickly, especially because I do all of them. I think it's important not to burn out. Like, because you see creators, they take a break from RuneScape, and it's like, well, you're just taking a break from your job, really. It's like I don't think I could afford to do. I mean, I wouldn't like. Not that I couldn't afford to do it. It's more like that's not optimal for what I want out of
Sure.
content creation.
Yeah.
I want to keep the conveyor belt going, and I want to be consistent. And I think keeping passion for the game, like I'm sure yourself, I'm sure Aiza, you guys don't play the game all the time, right? You don't log in every single day, every week.
No, I mean, I go through waves where, I mean, I recently started coming back, but before then, or before Valamore Part 3 launch, I honestly hadn't logged in for about 6 months.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what a normal player does. A normal player takes long breaks, but as a content creator, you have to be on the game. So I think there is danger in playing too much.
No,
Even in terms of just being sat at the computer too much. Like it's increasingly becoming a thing with people getting like wrist issues. I mean, I've felt it before. Like this isn't healthy. Like I need to slow down with like just spending too much time like at the computer, like even just clicking like high intensity. So you've got to look after yourself in that regard. Like I get problems with my eyes sometimes. Like looking at a screen too much isn't good. So I definitely say I play less these days than I used to.
So how do you prepare yourself then for a league? You just said, you're playing like 100-hour weeks. That's I mean, I'm not going to advocate for that in terms of a healthy sake, but you've got to do what you've got to do. And how do you pull that off? What does that look like in reality?
I will take time. Like I take blocks of time off throughout the year to then go really, really hard for leagues. I mean, in terms of preparing for these seasonal game modes, it is just sort of, I don't know, you just got to get the job done. That's the whole reason I'm in the position I'm in. It's like, I don't know. I don't know. It's hard. I mean, like you can prepare dinners and like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like be ready to like spend time with your partner, fiance, whatever, to be like,
I'm not going to see you for 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's it. I'm gone. Because
so it's probably not too dissimilar for how we approach development. We crunch like,
yeah,
I wouldn't call it crunch in the sense of, but we might have seen in the industry like really like horrible stories of people being glued to their desk 20 hours a day working on getting an update out. But we do work a bit harder than usual when it comes to being near a release date.
Yeah,
so I imagine it's similar to that.
Afterwards, I imagine so too. I know that the majority of people probably understand it because of the progress that you make, but I'm sure there are some out there that don't realize, you'll be putting out a video, but that video has got, 20, maybe 30 hours worth of progress condensed into it that you've shoved in the case of like, probably in the last 35 hours, you've done 30 hours of gameplay. And
35
hours. Yeah. So it's just, I mean, I personally find it like, I think it's insane. It's admirable, but it's insane. And I guess how are you doing it? How do you stay focused so much to be able to push and compete at that level? Because you are really good. Like you are hitting number one most of the time, right? You're at the top of the ladder. I know that's the whole YouTube meme of like, I was number one on leagues. But
I love it.
You don't get that by only being good at the game. You get that from also having hours in, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, for a typical release, like a league, a dead man, these sort of things, I play and edit at the same time, get the first video up, stay up all night long, get the second video up the next day, and then go to sleep. But I mean, it's hard to describe, right? I feel like I am at my core a competitive person. So like refreshing the high scores it's crazy motivating. It's all, I mean, like, don't get me, like, it's also giving me everything that I've got, like going really hard. It's like, would you stay up all night long for 10 grand? You probably would, right? Yeah. Like, do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's like,
fair enough.
It drives a lot of the success of my channel. So it's like in the moment, like, yeah, you can be tired and stuff, but like, just, I mean, and at this point as well, it's like, it's expected of me. And like, there's part of that. It's like, I feel like I feel like I have to deliver now, because it's like, if I'm not there, then like, I mean, I don't think that makes it sound like I'm just like, do you know what I mean? I'm just doing it because people expect it, but I genuinely do enjoy it.
Yeah.
But it's another motivation thing, right?
Well, you said before that like you weren't interested in building a community around like a stream, but you definitely have a community around you on YouTube and a presence there. That was very clear when it came to RuneFest, and there was lines coming out of the door. People wanting to just say hello to you and grab a snap and whatnot else. So I think people do expect you to upload, and I think it's also great that you're not letting your fans down by still pushing through and putting all that content together.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it has like the negatives of what, I don't know. It's hard. It makes you sound like such a degenerate, but like, I don't know, like staying up all night isn't actually that bad if you've got purpose and like you're eating right and like you're drinking lots of water and I know it's not healthy. I know it's not healthy.
Oh, I know. I mean, like,
but,
don't worry, mate. You're preaching to the choir here. There's so many
People
times
at home
where
being like, well, I've worked nights for the last 4 years and I'll
Yeah,
probably be
exactly.
working nights for the next 10 years. So
Yeah.
it is what it is.
what would you say to someone who is looking to get into creating videos in this day and age around old school or maybe just generally? Do you have any kind of like top tips of wisdom for any aspiring to be content creators out there?
Top tips of wisdom. I find this difficult because it's always, I think you have to be conscious that you're giving advice to somebody trying to come up in a different time period. Like when I got successful, the landscape was different. I mean, the fundamentals are the same. Like I would say, people often give the advice of, oh, well, just be yourself.
Yeah.
I think that's bad advice. I mean, it's going to make me sound fake. It sounds right. It sounds terrible.
You can explain this.
But it's more like, I think a better thing to say is be the most charismatic and entertaining version of yourself. Like, there's nothing wrong with just like really getting into the game and just like sort of like it could be in your brain, like you're excited in your brain, just show it, just be like, oh my god, like no way. No. I think the generally the most successful creators are charismatic and like it helps carry the videos. Another thing as well, I think is good is I tell established creators this as well. I'm like, just try and commentate things live. It doesn't matter if you're gonna go over it later and things like that. Like, because a lot of people, like, I think a lot of the reason why someone like me, someone like Boti are successful is because like you're there in the moment, like, and it's like it's a genuine reaction and it's immersive because you're there like doing it live, and it's a skill, but you're never going to get better at that skill if you don't try and just refine that skill. So I always try and tell people to, because a lot of stuff is done with voiceovers and YouTube. So I think getting across that passion, that charisma, be the most entertaining version of yourself. In terms of the modern day, I mean, it depends what you're doing it for. If you're trying to build a popular channel, I'd say one of the best things you can do is network outside of YouTube with other creators. As we were coming up, my generation, or I'd always be chatting to people about ideas of, well, why did you think this video did badly? Why did it do well? What's a good topic? Like, have you got any good ideas? And sharing ideas. So I think working with other people is massive. It's a very isolating thing, YouTube. Like, you're just sat, you don't have co-workers. Like, you actively have to go out and engage with other people. So I say trying to get in with some content creator community friends is good, like around your size, or even ask for tips from other people. I mean, if you do want to be successful, a lot of the time, imitation, straight up, just like taking ideas which are successful and just putting your own spin on them is quite a surefire way to get views. But I mean, it comes back to what people are actually trying to get in things for. I'd say the best thing to do is just to start making mistakes and putting things out there. I think a lot of people, I've had conversations with a lot of people where they're like, I'm going to start YouTube, I'm going to do this, I've got plans for this, and then like, it never materialized. But they didn't even do it the first time. They didn't even start, right? Like, you've got to start something, you've got to start making mistakes.
I think the same applies to things like game development too. You talk to so many people like, I'm going to make a game one day, and in their mind they're like, it's going to be the most cutting edge MMO. I'm like, are you going to do that yourself? You should probably start by making something really simple. Learn how to do stuff. First of all, see if you enjoy it. Because if you don't enjoy it, then find something else or find a way to enjoy it. Yeah, I agree. Do some stuff, make some mistakes, get some feedback, and then improve on it.
Yeah, I think that's just like a general thing of, if you get stuck in this like analysis paralysis of like, either this isn't ideal, so I'm not going to do it.
Yeah,
like, it's okay to like not have like a perfect product, right? Or that sort of thing. It's like the same thing when people talk about Jagex updates. It's like, well, that isn't exactly like the best thing ever. Well, you should still do things to make things better.
Sure.
Like, you can constantly make improvements. In terms of getting into creation these days, it's difficult as well, because I've thought about this a lot in terms of, I wouldn't say you see new creators coming through as much as you did in 2019 and 2020 and in all this in these sort of times. And I think part of it is because of the average age of a creator. It's a lot different now because when I was getting into it, I was just came out of uni.
Yeah.
And that's the case for a lot of the current top creators. They came out of and are doing it in a space where like they can commit a lot of time to it. So it's difficult as a new creator now because like if you're working a full-time job, it's hard because that's like 40, 50 hours, maybe even more per week just gets swallowed by your career. So I'd focus on things that don't take a lot of time to do. So I don't think it's that great of an idea if you're trying to start out to take on massive projects, massive grinds, and then upload that. And then there's going to be a massive wait until your next video.
Right.
And the next one. I mean, it can work, but in terms of you're always I think you're destined to fail with that because then you're just there's so many big gaps. It's so long. It's never going to get to like
You're not getting a stride.
where you can snowball to then like really start taking it seriously. Yeah, I think more videos, more chances to get seen. You don't have. You're not put in a box. Like I feel like when you get to be a bigger creator, things are expected of you. I mean, I wouldn't say it's necessarily the case for me. For example, I think I'm quite broad with the range of topics that I can cover. But say if you're Limpwork can't just upload a money making guide. He's the grinder chunk guy, and you sort of. But when you're starting out on content creation, you can try all sorts of things, and you can see what fits. Like there's no stakes. It doesn't matter if a video does badly, like because like you're starting. It's it's like the perfect chance in your career to just try different things and new things, like adaptations of old things and all.
I suppose then people might be like, "Well, but I don't want to be pigeonholed." But I suppose once you can become established for some kind of content, that's when you can make a second channel and then you can start trying to diversify and make some other stuff.
Yeah.
Like, look at Settled, his second channel. He no longer has to be like here's my wacky grind guy.
Yeah.
He can then make like, okay, second channel, Grandmaster, normal content. Say normal, but that sort of thing.
Normal, just your average player.
About 0.13%.
0.1%. Yeah, the average Reddit commenter maybe. Yeah, I'd say. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's difficult. I think at the end of the day, it comes down to charisma. It's just like any other job. Like I'm a big believer of as long as you have your base set of life skills down, you're probably gonna find success. I don't know. I think everything can be learned. I'm not really a believer in like natural talent. I think you can learn anything. I think you can get good at anything.
Agreed.
You can get 80-90% of the way there. And maybe you might not be the best in the world, but like you can get good at like pretty much anything. And I think RuneScape teaches you that in a way. It's like the more you learn content, it's like, oh yeah, you can just like, everything's just learnable in life. I don't know. That's just like a life. Maybe people don't agree with that.
I don't think it's a bad lesson in life. I would agree with it. My problem is that I don't have the commitment enough to put the time into investing to learn things. That's my issue.
Yeah.
But I can definitely I've learned things that I never thought I'd learn to knew how to do before, like building a cabin. Who'd have thought that?
Building a cabinet.
Yeah, it's just a small side project.
Just a small side project.
Part of the reason why I wasn't playing RuneScape for like 6 months was figuring that out. I'm curious just as well, like in this, we've got like the advice part. I don't want to make you into too much of like the villain or the snake here, but what is one thing that you see people do in content creation that you can't stand?
That I can't stand.
Oh.
I guess it's like in the lens of advice, it's like if there was one thing you would tell people to not do, what should that be?
In the context of a YouTube video, stop apologizing about things like, oh, sorry, this took forever to make. Like just get into the content,
like, and just
no
do
one,
it.
like no one cares that like you got ill for like 2 weeks or something. Well, like, it sounds harsh, but like the viewers aren't turning up for that, right? I'd say just stick. Like people come to watch RuneScape and just like you like. And your personality interacting with RuneScape. Get into the content faster, cut some of the waffle, like some of the waffle is just like that. It's hard because some people do like that personally, but you asked about my pet peeves.
Yeah, exactly. That's your take.
I'd say keep things thumbnails wise, like nice and recognizable, simplicity as well as another thing. I think people get lost in complexity with some of their video ideas sometimes, and it's hard for someone to follow. I think that's something that people can really lose track of. Is the average person, like, they don't have context for a hell of a lot of things. Like, if you want hundreds of thousands of people to watch, most of those people aren't well educated on the inner workings of either the game or the community or your idea. You need to constantly. So I think a lot of people fall down because they create something that's too complicated that you constantly have to. It's like when you play a board game, right? It's like, well, this board game sucks because there's like 5 pages of rules. And like, I'm an average guy. Like, I'm not a board game enthusiast. So like, is that in video form? It's like when your concept isn't simple, it's quite difficult to get across those average viewers. In terms of spicy pet peeves, man, streamers are a nightmare. Like, oh my god, streamers sometimes can piss me off. It's
always getting into it now. Come on.
No.
You struck gold.
Or it's like, or like the clip channel element of streaming, and how it's like people can flippantly say something, but then it gets clipped, and then all of a sudden it's like it becomes a massive thing. I know there was an example with Boaty. Like, I'll use this example with Boaty, where he's just messing around, and he's like, oh yeah, All Stars, mate, it's cancelled.
Yes,
I know that one because then it was like someone sent that to me and was like, wait, All Stars been
That was me.
cancelled.
I was like, what?
Yeah, and then
What's
it was like,
said? What's happened?
we need to make sure there's no issue here.
So
reach out to you.
So for context, this was after season 1. I mean, like I love Barry, but he's just messing around, and he's like, oh yeah, Jarek's on solo mission, they got massive beef, All Stars is cancelled, and then like he gets put on the clip channel, and all of a sudden I'm like, what the hell's this? And it's like, you're messaging me being like, have we done something wrong?
Yeah,
like, do we have beef?
Yeah, but if I upset
and then, like, all of a sudden you're going around like having to put out fires because like someone's like just said something stupid and it's just been clipped out of context, and like he went. Like,
I'm gonna find the Discord messages I sent you.
Seconds after that, he would have gone and said, "Oh yeah, I'm only joking. I don't have a clue."
Like,
that doesn't get put on YouTube, right? And YouTube is a massive audience compared to streaming. Like, I'd say only let's say only 2,000 people are watching the stream, but like that can balloon up into like 100,000 people on YouTube.
Like, I saw that because it got then shared from the stream went to YouTube went to Reddit, and that's why I saw it.
Can I read out the messages that I sent?
Yeah, go on, read them out.
I was like, hey mate, hope you're all good. I've been sent this clip. It's the clip of Boaty, and I won't lie, I'm a bit confused. So wondered if there's any truth to it. If so, any chance we can catch up and clear the air, because we were really happy with the event and how it all went. And we really want to look at more opportunities next year, so we'd love to see if you're interested. And you're like, it's entirely made up. I'm also confused. I don't know if he's just waffling for bait and it got clipped. And then we jump into a call. It's just like, what?
Yeah, because then I'm like, oh my god, like. But then maybe like Jags will think that like I have been talking about them behind the scenes, and I'm just saying I haven't, and it's all this sort of.
Well, yeah, that's honestly the first thought that came to our heads was like, wait, is something? What's happened? Something happened that we didn't know about.
I know. So like the whole streaming clip thing, like, is. I understand that, and it drives engagement and it drives the community, and so like it's an overall good, right? But there are times where it's like, oh, for God's sake, like, oh no, and like there are just certain situations where people have been like, it's been unfair, and then they've been piled on and stuff like that. So I don't like that sort of thing. Yeah,
like you said earlier about responsibility, we have influence and it's using it responsibly. I think clip channels do serve a really good purpose. They can like shine visibility or bring visibility to up and coming creators or really great moments that you might have missed, because it's impossible to watch 20, 30 streamers at once or across different time zones.
Yeah, like I wouldn't get rid of them. I wouldn't put limits on them or anything like that. It's just sometimes it's just like. Oh, I mean, I know a lot of the other creators feel the same way. They're like, oh, the flipping clip channel. Yeah, but I mean, it is what it is. At the end of the day, it's all more like views, engagement, and eyes on our stuff. So I'd say that's a bit of a pet peeve. What are my other ones? What in terms of watching content?
Or even game content. Anything? What else, like game content wise? What have we done that you're like, why did you do this, Jack?
Yeah, that's a good one. Come on, now you can show that you're not really the golden
Oh,
child.
I
of
know,
the
but now I'm
guests.
gonna be like, oh, I can't remember.
Honestly,
really
I just
wasn't
love
anything,
everything you guys do.
I mean, I think you've gotten better over the years. Like with, I used to get really annoyed at some of the scheduling of the content releases.
Okay.
Like back in the days, I think there was one league where it's like it had to inevitably get moved back, and I'm like, well, who could have seen that coming? Like,
Probably
Leagues 3,
Leagues
maybe.
3, Group
yeah.
Iron Man, Clash, yeah.
Yeah, Group Iron Man, and that was like something else that came out before that, and I used to get really annoyed about that. But I think you guys are good at that these days. Sometimes I think that, I mean, I think a lot of players have this opinion, and I understand why old content isn't always revisited. It's not like shiny, it's new. It's not going to pull new players to the game by reworking this certain bit of content. But I do think sometimes there is just some like glaring hole. I feel like there's like glaringly obvious problems where it's like, if you could just simplify these systems, it would be just make the game be a lot smoother. And I understand that. It's like, for example, the wilderness, right? It's like all the different rules, and some of the rules I think need to be wilderness specific, but the whole like losing your items on death and how that interacts with the wilderness, it's like to me, I'm like, but that just seems like so easy to like just do like a simple fix, or I mean, maybe it's not. That's always the player position of like, surely they can just do this. And like,
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, some of them probably are just like surely easy fixes, but it's yeah, like I'm not going to disagree with you. I think we all within the team have gripes in terms of old content, and definitely want to look at focusing on it more. That's why we've got stuff like the summer sweep up happening to look at a whole vast array of stuff to go back and rebalance and spruce up. And sometimes it's just things that, you know, we probably someone told us about it 4 years ago in a chat in a live stream, and we just forgot about it, or it's in the backlog, and we just need to be reminded. And the sweep up's been really good for that, actually. With, I think you said earlier, Sween, right? It's like, here's something we're going to change, and here's 6 more sweep ups that we're going to be doing later as a result.
Equipment rebalance. We want to cover 2 things, and players say no, 5 things.
Yeah.
Like, okay, sure, next one, and the sweep up does the same.
Yeah,
and I feel like that big Chambers of Xeric rework we did, that I think that internally people know that we need to do qual stuff, but I think when people saw the amount of activity going in Chambers of Xeric after that release, there was like there was an understanding that actually going back and revisiting old content, you mentioned like commercial viability around new content, something flashy, like, oh, look at this shiny thing. There is some commercial viability to going back, and I think now we're just about to building up the team in such a way that we can have a cadence of, here's something new, here's something old, something new, old.
I feel like we've kind of been gearing. I'm not. Also, I realise now it's kind of like, oh, you've gave us a point and we're here to counter it.
No, we're not.
I'm like continuing on the conversation in the sense that, like, we've been gearing up to this for a long time now. It's not the first time we've been out and said to people, like, we have a team dedicated to looking at quality of life and fixing the old and revamping and improving. Like, we're on poll 86 now. That means we've done 86 polls around quality of life and game improvements.
Yeah, some of those early polls don't count though.
No, I guess they don't. But
go back to those 2013 polls and you read them, you're like,
yeah. But then you go back to the ones like from 17, 18 onwards, where it's like 50, 60 different changes coming in, and then there's kind of growing from there. And then for whatever reason or another, that that team will have to focus on something else temporarily, and that changes. But it was really with the Chambers of Xeric rework that it just really highlighted. It was that one moment where we had a flagship set of changes that were focused on one particular area that enough people cared about, that it made enough of a wave to be able to finally showcase the true value behind it. Because we've always known that there's value in it. That's why we've been doing them all this time. And yeah, that's now led to us having we had the equipment rebalance, then Chambers of Xeric, and thankfully Chambers of Xeric was way better received than the equipment rebalance. Then Summer Sweep Up, which has been insanely well received as well.
The Run Energy rework too.
Run Energy
but
rework.
that was kind of like a bit of a.
It was like in between the two of them. Yeah. So I mean, fingers crossed that will all come. And the wilderness, 100% is an area that needs looking at. We all hate all the different rules and the restrictions that happen. It's confusing. There's no way for a player to understand it without actually going out and just dying and fucking up and then figuring out it.
Well, I mean, even then you won't understand it. You were like, how did I lose that? I think a lot of it is a result of like putting a plaster on a small issue.
Yeah.
And
Oh, yeah,
then you have to
Like
put
a
plaster
temporary
on
fix
that.
until we can figure something out, and then that gets pushed to the side, and then something else gets moved into, and then, like I said, 4 years have happened. Like time has just flown by.
Parchments and coffers to go into play. This is a make.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
makes so. I see why we do it, but it makes so little sense from the perspective of a player who's going to the building. Like, I got to pay money to go into that cave,
Yeah.
but I don't have to pay money to go into that cave.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the other thing as well with the wilderness is like, full transparency, it's not the most well liked area in the game. So, like, if we were allocating a month's worth of development time, for example, the return in terms of value for player enjoyment and experience on something like Chambers of Xeric is infinitely higher than it would be in the wilderness. Now, that's not to say we'll never do stuff in the wilderness. I'm still a firm believer of we are in this process of building up more and more support for wilderness activity content, getting more advocates for it, so that when that time comes, there's a much bigger base of people that are like willing to get behind it and give good feedback. Getting there hasn't been easy, but it's something that we want to work towards. And I would like to see that in the very near future, I don't mean like in the next 3 years, but maybe in the next 6 months, 9 months, year at most, that we actually have one of those months that are dedicated to wilderness improvements. And you know, the likes of bringing on Manked and
What does that
Dizon's been
even
helping out
mean?
a huge amount. We have had little spouts of like focus on wilderness.
I'm not someone who's like in the wilderness like literally ever, but what does wilderness improvements mean? Make it more lucrative to be out there? That doesn't improve the wilderness aspect. Maybe get rid of the level ranges or having such tight level ranges, you know, instead of it being like 86 to 90 or whatever. It's like, okay, you're in wilderness level 1, it's a guaranteed 10 levels. Wilderness level 2, it's a guaranteed another 10 levels, etc., in terms of combat levels. Like, and then once you pass 30, it doesn't matter. You could be level 3, you could be level 126, you'll get attacked. I don't know. I don't know how you would fix the wilderness. Because there are already crazy lucrative like methods, and that's why they're botted all the hell.
Activity. There's just more of that needs to happen. So
Yeah.
we'll make it happen.
I actually don't like the death system. I think the death system in old school in itself could be simplified as well. I don't like the fact that you have to run, and I understand why at the time gravestones were like a good option of like you run back, you collect your stuff, like because it's like it's a step back from the good old days. But do you not think it would be so much better if when you die, just keep your stuff like where it is in your inventory and everything like that?
I mean, yes, but let's just say I mean, Sween, you remember working on that, you know, the deaf system rework. We both went through that whole thing. That was like months of consultation with the community in terms of getting to an
Obviously,
agreement.
again, that was a old school launch with mechanics as they were in the 2000s.
Yeah,
Hardcore, you die, you lose your stuff. You've got very little time to go and get your stuff back. World's got DDoS to pieces. So here's a temporary dev system.
Yeah.
Fast forward.
Maybe.
Well, no, we went through that whole process of like turning that temporary system into like this is the actual now fully fleshed out death system.
Yeah.
But it was like these are the options, these are the things that we can go with. Like we went through it. I wouldn't be opposed to revisiting it again in the future. You are right. It's I guess somewhat convoluted, confusing, but
I quite like it. I guess just to answer your question, I quite like it as it is.
yeah, me too.
I think there are some things like double deaths and like some chests get a bit again more convoluted. People point to kind of necks and stuff, and then you die, or even in Hydra because you haven't brought your boots. Oh
yeah,
gosh,
you
you're
get
gonna
dying
die.
there. Yeah.
Little things like that maybe, but then I also think I'm guilty of looking at it through this too much from nostalgia. But I know RuneScape's hardcore. I've got fond memories of cutting trees in Nine Cavaby and someone dies with a cav and I pick it up and that's 100k to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, my gripe is with like the different chests. The different chests, the different places that your items get stored that aren't graveyards. That like if we have gravestones, not graveyards, but yeah, if we have the gravestones, then it should just go to a gravestone rather than into one of these boxes. And the double death system, like I'm not gonna lie, and I'm really sorry to the people who have died to it. I know that it must suck, but there is a time when that happens, and I'm just like, that sucks.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
I feel bad for you, but at the same time, I'm like, mm,
Maybe better signposting on a login
yeah.
again.
And
But
that's
like,
the,
oh,
that's
by
the
the way,
problem.
you
Is
died.
like if you didn't know about it, then that is absolutely awful. If you knew about it and willingly went into it with that in mind and risked it, thinking that you'd be okay, then that's on you.
Mm.
But there are so many instances like with that confusion that people probably just don't know. So I should probably
Got
not.
it spacebarred through death tutorial or
yeah.
something.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't like the fact that you can use your grave to skill out of. It's just such a weird stuff like that.
Yeah, that
it's
is
so
weird.
janky.
Or
And,
like you
interface
can
scape and that.
like die at KBD and then
Loot your
re-gear,
grave and
die
more
somewhere
stuff,
else,
yeah.
and then loot all your gear from there. There's a lot of jank with it, but old school's also a bit janky of a
Yeah,
game.
it is. Yeah, but like I don't know. Maybe I've been doing the Yammer contracts recently, and maybe because I just keep dying. I'm like, if I have to flip rearrange my inventory one more time, I'm gonna lose.
Dude,
it.
for
we
real.
can think about improvements to like layouts in there though, right? Where you
God.
could, maybe you have a specific layout where you can set up your gravestone so that should you die, you can reclaim it and it comes into the same spaces that it was where you like you can figure the LMS loadouts and stuff.
And to be fair, they added the tick where you can tick it in your settings where if you loot your gravestone, all the kit that you can wear
Gets equipped
is
to you.
wearable. So
Yeah.
that's a step.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think I'm just traumatized. So just
I
go
love
to
the
Yammer,
self-report at least.
instantly die. I'm just here with my agenda. This is so annoying.
That's so common when we're on Reddit and stuff, and people suggest some content, and then you go, "Why?" And you go, "Oh, because I'm struggling with this." And it's like, okay, so it is very like selfishly minded.
It makes a lot of sense.
But bringing it back to losing untradables in the wilderness, like for me, it's like I feel like it should be a priority because that's such like a quit moment. Like dying for your graceful at Mage Bank is just like that's so bad for like the player experience. And like for me, that's an example of something like
That happened to me fucking years ago. I went to the wilderness with my graceful, thinking that it was going to be okay. I was like, oh, it's an untradeable. Untradables, you have no problem. But then I didn't know if you got killed by a player after a certain level in the fucking wilderness, it is a problem and you lose your graceful. And I lost a bunch of it and I didn't play for like a really long time again because I was like, I don't want to go back and do the grind to get my fucking graceful pieces. But I did. And well, I don't have that account anymore for personal reasons and stuff, but uh not that I did anything bad with it. I just I don't have access to it. But yeah, dude, that definitely feels bad when you lose an untradeable and it's like, oh cool, I'm fucked. I gotta go do graceful all over again for no reason other than that graceful was just on me. Like graceful doesn't give them money. It didn't do it. The person that killed me, I'm not pissed that they killed me. Right? Like I was in the wilderness. I was going to do whatever. I think it was a clue scroll or something. And he was just doing what you do in the wilderness, which is kill people. Um, it was just an unexpected loss of an item that took a while. At least in my mind, it took a while. Nowadays, that's like really not that bad compared to what I've done and what I'm doing now. But yeah, I think for some things in tradables, like sure your void breaks or whatever. Before you lose void and like that was it. Now it's like, oh, your void breaks, the person gets money, you have to repair it. That's a beautiful solution. Now is that the solution for like everything untradable in the wilderness with like an infernal cave or like a uh I don't know, graceful? Maybe that helps it. Person gets money for the infernal cave. You don't have to fucking go back and try and get an infernal cave. You didn't like treasure trove it or whatever. Trover parchment bullshit. I don't know. How does one fix the wilderness? I don't know. That's on my I don't know. That's interesting. That's an interesting thought. How does one fix the wilderness? What is the wilderness problem? Where are my notes at? Um,
Like, I'm like, isn't that so obvious? Of like, we should just change this because somebody is like just like I don't know, some guy's like had 1 hour after work and he's just done his like 10 hours. Like that was 10 days worth of gameplay. And he just died because, but well, I mean, it just feels unfair, right?
Yeah,
And
it
it's a quit moment. It's not like, oh, this gameplay is not that fun. It's like, oh, I'm just like computer out the window.
Yeah. So like we've had this conversation before, right? And
Yeah.
like things like graceful, yeah, okay, that's fair enough. It makes sense. But then what about other untradables that you could technically have a power advantage over someone else in the wilderness for using them that is then essentially no risk for using them either because you're not going to lose them. And that's why the Truva system was like brought in as a way that you can use untradables, but there's associated risks because those were brought in back when people were complaining that, you know, you'd be fighting against someone wearing the, you know, like a defender that you'd get nothing for. And you would lose money fighting them and not get anything back if you beat them or whatever else. So it's like, at that point, then do we consider, okay, there's a whitelist of items that you can lose on death in the wilderness that are safe, like graceful or these other little like cosmetics or
Yeah,
whatever else that you
why
might
not?
have. And then do we have, like then maintaining that list? How do people find out what items are and aren't safe? It's just
I think you should keep
Yeah.
everything and something should break. There you
yeah, okay. But what if,
Okay.
what if it's made it so everything broke?
Well, that's probably too many items, too much stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah, that
probably
could
the cleanest thing, right? Is that all untradables are fair game in the wilderness, they just break.
Yeah.
Okay.
That way, then it's like there's no confusion. All right, there we go. I'll speak to the designers. And see what they
Yeah,
see.
get on it, guys.
Yeah.
I've come down here to set
in
my
the,
agenda.
Yeah,
out.
goblins in the corner. I'm sure we'll have something to say after we go up and.
Yeah. Okay, so just as we were talking, another thing that I think sometimes I'm like,
It's all coming out now.
I think sometimes the drop rates of certain items are just like, they're too rare. I think they tend on the side of being too rare, especially for mid-gamey type things.
Mhm.
So, for example, when Huey came out, I'm like, oh, that's a complete miss. Like, no one's. I mean, people obviously go there, but it's like the hides are so rare for what they are.
Yeah.
The wand is rare. I mean, I know they've been made more common recently, but still, that like it's a lot. The amount of hours you're putting in to get these things, you could have just gone to like Barrows or whatever else. So I feel like some of these mid-gamey things have no business taking as long as they do to acquire. Like, even yeah, just in certain mini games and just say like, why is this so? Even like the colossal pouch at Guardians of the Race, like certain things like that. Like even the fish barrel from Temporos. I know I get you want to have people doing the mini game. I think Guardians of the Rift is a good example as well because in my mind, something you should be able to get something useful within a couple of hours, and then like maybe the next good unlock is after like 10 hours, and then there's one after like 30 hours or like whatever. But like there should be like some progression in time to obtain uniques in my mind. So it's like you always kind of have a reason to go somewhere. Like in a new account playthrough, like I will never go to Huey. Like it's troll. It's trolling. Like it's just not good for anything. Like it's the same thing with Temporos. It's just not good for. I mean, I know people.
I think this was made before the Dragon Hunter changes, like inherently, like the magic change, 40% accuracy. Dragons. Now the Hunter one is it's bucks. It bucks against dragons.
So maybe this isn't a problem. This is like a personal annoyance. Like, but for me, it's like, why would you ever go to Temporos? Like everything takes way too long to actually get. Like
No, that's
all
fair.
those items they don't fit into like a normal, not a normal player, but like they don't fit into
I know what you mean, like a
into an
casual
efficient
player.
player's journey.
Yeah.
Like, oh, boo hoo.
Yeah.
But it's like for me, like I see that come out, and I'm like, that's a shame because oh, like maybe I want to do some Huey, but there's no, I like, it's never going to be
Outside of the
in
pet.
like a in like a meta route, like even like in like a league, like why would you ever go to Huey other than to get the Huey points? Because
task,
all
yeah.
the drops, they're not going to help you because they're so rare.
Yeah, I mean,
for what they are.
That's completely fair. I'm not even going to try and counter it because I'm not a designer, and I think it would be best for the designers to
Yeah.
be, you know, weighing in on that kind of convo. But we were literally just talking about like balancing and drop tables and how sometimes we get it right, sometimes we get it wrong, and yeah, we'll just have to keep looking at it. But I think that's really fair point, and I would agree, especially on the mid game stuff. In terms of personal opinion, I personally don't think that, you know, some mid game items should take, you know, tens of 20s or even upwards to, you know, hundreds of hours to obtain, because at the point of you obtaining it, you no longer need it.
What do you define as mid game? Like, I guess now it's a little more fleshed out on what's early game, what's mid game, what's end game, right? Because you have your early game with Barrows, you have your mid game with Perilous Moon's gear slash God Wars gear, and then you have your end game with like Corva, Soul Crusher, um, Raids, Chambers, stuff like that. Um, I mean, one could argue Chambers is mid. It's like what gets you into, anyways. Um, like how that's ever changing. So like you make Huey drops more common, and then in 5 years, what you make God Wars and Perilous Moon more common because now with power creep, you know, you need to make that mid game stuff more available. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, that's how I think about it. But at the same time, I think the rebuttal to it would be, oh, but if we made them a lot more common, they'd be worth nothing.
Yeah, that's exactly
but then
it.
they're worth nothing
You
anyway
have
because they're
value.
rubbish.
And also,
So-
this is not a reason for it, but when you do get to end game, some of your grinds are going to take a long time. Iron Man doing Chamber or something like that. Do you almost build like a false narrative around what the game is if you're like, okay, mid game, here you go. It's almost on a plate after an hour or two. And then you're going like, okay, so far you've been able to hit your grinds. You're not going dry on anything. It's just quick. And then you're going and you're finding like how brutal it can be. Almost like you're dipping your toe in, it's cold, but you just got to get in.
Yeah. So maybe like an ideal drop table has like a thing that genuinely takes a while to get. So then you sort of like you have the mix. For me, it's more about having the mix. It's not about having like the Tome of Earth, Huey Hides, and Dragon Hunter 1 all take quite a while to get. It's like the stepping stones up that sort of expected time spent drop table. Yeah, like
We're gonna have to save this for like the subsequent 10 episodes we do with Kieran. We've done 2 now. We've just wrapped up the second one, and each time we go into drop tables in a lot of detail.
Yeah.
It's always a discussion internally as well. It's like it's never ending in terms of like, you know, trying to get it what a good drop table is for the content and the rewards.
Because I don't think there's a right answer when it comes to like content, or not content, but when it comes to like drop tables. I don't think there's any right answer. Good answer. There's a good way to deal with it. There's never going to be anything that makes everyone happy. I think both played is the right direction. With like having, whether it be a weapon or gear, I guess Araxor is in the right direction as well. Whereas you kind of have like pieces you can work towards good make that equipment. I guess maybe not really Araxor, because the only thing is like it's Fang or the halberd, but the halberd comes in 3 pieces. I guess it makes sense that a spider didn't swallow a full halberd, but yeah.
Duration, accessibility, main, iron, so many different things to consider.
All these different levers that they have to pull. It's like this thing, they're cooking up. But yeah, no, I think you raise a really valid point, and I think that's a really interesting perspective to look at it. I don't want to I don't want to portray it in a way that like the team aren't looking at it in that sense, but I think it's a good way to look at it in the sense of like, okay, a typical person that is going to this content, what item are they actually going to need and use for what purpose, and at which point then decide how long it should take for them to get it, so that they can then go and move on to the next thing and continue on that similar grind, as opposed to like how you've put it, is like if it's going to take absolutely ages, that it's not worth it. Well, then yeah, no one's at the content anyway. So what's
I
the
feel like
point?
Scourge is pretty decent.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a really good balance there.
Like it doesn't take long to get spine right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean.
like yeah, I don't know. I'm just a fan of like actual progression that you can feel rather than just like I personally hate just the RNG scape of like end game and just rolling on the slot machine, and like whether you enjoy yourself just depends on whether you get
Get a
this
purple or
item
not.
in drop rate. And
Is that the difference between just playing Iron and playing
Yeah.
main though? Because like
No, I
you're
know.
kind of looking at it through progression. I have this item, I can do more. Whereas a main account is looking, it's like, bro, that's a bill. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, I mean, I know people hate drive protection, but I love it. It's like, and I think like there's been multiple attempts at it, and I think the recent Oathplate armor was like a really nice version of that, where it's
Okay.
like you're constantly working towards something, and then it gives you choice. So I actually really like that. Like I like the moons. Like, does moons feel worse because there's dupe protection?
No, I don't.
I don't think so. Like,
Yeah.
is
No.
anyone there? Like, I wish I was getting dupes. Like,
Dude,
I think
if
people
could
just
go-
love it from nostalgia. Like, I don't know.
If I
I'm
could
just-
go back and not have to sit through 1,000 barrows chests to get an Iron Speed that I still haven't got yet, I would have had a much better experience.
You might
on
still be
my Iron.
playing.
Yeah, exactly. I might still be
Yeah.
playing, but you know, again, that's a really polarizing view in terms of like people either love it or absolutely hate it, and trying to get that balance is difficult. It's a challenge.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully with more things like you mentioned, the Oath Plate, we'll be able to strike that balance better. And I don't know. I don't actually have an opinion on that, whether or not I would want it like for all drops or not. I know that it would benefit me in some instances, but I'm also of the mind where I quite like I've said before, and you know, I like the fact that sometimes you just get really freaking unlucky, and that's just part of the game, and you have to put in the hours to get it.
Yeah. And there's something to be said of when you go to one of these bosses and your Iron Man spoons this thing, it sort of shapes the direction of your account, so not everyone's the same as well.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's very much the system of every player's journey is unique. It's like when an Iron Man posts, they're like, oh, look at my scuffed mage gear, and it's got one bit from every single bit of content, and it's like, that's because they got lucky on that thing.
But then equally, it is a miserable experience when you're grinding for one item for that's maybe thousands. Some people have done thousands of hours, but for hundreds of hours, and you're not getting it. Like that is quit inducing emotions.
Oh yeah,
that come
it's like
forward
when
from
you
it.
go more than 2x rate, it's just like,
Yeah.
it makes you want to just stop. Like, I had that experience in leagues. I went 4 times drive for my T-Bone, and I'm like, I actually hate this league because, and it's just purely because my experience
'Cause you
with
can't
like
move on,
rolling
right?
on a drop table. I mean, it's not. It's difficult because, like you said, it's part of the game. But
Danger then is people are like, you did it in league and I do it in main game, which happens a lot around different
Yeah.
stuff. Which is
I mean, to be
fine.
honest, I think we probably will look. Probably will look at something for leagues in terms of like
yeah,
not dry, but dupe protection, especially. Because
Yeah.
I remember I was doing like Theatre of Blood in the league, and it was like, why do I need 24 Avernic hilts?
you have another Avernic.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh great. I'm like, yes, but it's an Avernic. And that point where it's like, I just know I'm getting an Avernic next time. It was.
No,
it
you're
was
right. Seasonal
frustrating.
game mode, have fun, and it's not fun.
Yeah, exactly. You're not doing a seasonal game. Like if you're playing for like 1 to 2 weeks, you don't want to be spending an entire week doing one raid because you can't move on. And we all have that mentality of like, once you've set a goal, you cannot do absolutely anything else until you've got it, because that's just the way that we're wired, right? It's like you want to get that TiVo, you also kind of need one for, for a task.
I think
or
in
points.
leagues, you've chosen those areas and you've planned around something, and it's like, I cannot continue until I get this stupid TiVo. So yeah. In seasonal game, I would love to see that from League 6, some sort of dry protection.
So we covered content creation, your kind of like approach to playing the game as well, what you like, what you dislike. What about solo mission outside of work, outside of RuneScape? What kind of things do you get up to?
What do I get up to? I mean, to be honest, I'd say over the content creation years, I've put a lot of time into content creation. I've uploaded a lot of videos. If you go back and like look at people's output on YouTube for the past 6-7 years, I'm probably up there in terms of someone posting I think I probably made the most sponsored videos in old school.
Right.
Like, to be honest, so like I've committed a lot of time to playing RuneScape, and it's been a big focus. So like, I'm not gonna say that I don't have any hobbies, but it's that thing of like, you turned your hobby into a job.
Yeah, okay.
And like, because I have been quite career focused, it just like, you work for yourself, and like, it's not like your salary. Like, the more work you do, oh, well, you can get another video up this month.
Yeah.
You make more money. Like you feel like you're working towards something bigger. You can grow your channel. You get more subs. It's like that progression as you're rising is pretty addicting, to be honest. So I would say I really hard focused on it for a few years. Nowadays, probably, I mean, I like going out for meals, like going out for walks, but I mean, it's like, is that a hobby? I like reading about politics, economics, all these sort of things, and like just like expanding my worldview. And I mean, recently I've just bought a house. That's like a time sink, isn't it? And
Indeed, yeah.
just
Congrats, by the way.
yeah,
Big moves.
the Raid Shadow Legends mansion. Thanks, guys. HelloFresh. I should have like a doormat of like HelloFresh paid for this place.
and then your door knocker just says Raid on it.
Yeah. Like every little room is like, this room is sponsored by. Hey, there'll be a Giants room as well.
Yeah.
There's been some over the years. So I mean, that takes up quite a lot of time. Like, I like going away, like on holiday. Like, I probably take an above average amount of holidays and stuff as well, and that feeds into that, like the work-life balance thing of like taking that time off because you've just grinded so hard for like a few weeks or whatever that is. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't have any interesting hobbies. It sounds sad, but yeah, not really. I mean,
not at all.
I just like reading about the world and staying informed of like finance stuff and all that. Like, I love reading about the stock market and stocks and things. Like, I'm not like gambling on individual stocks, but I just love to try and like understand like what's going on.
Trends and whatnot.
Yeah.
All right.
Love a bit of Wall Street bets.
It is far out of my league of knowledge.
No.
I'm never setting foot in that world because I will crumble. Yeah.
Just keep to the cabin, keep to the woods.
Yeah, exactly. Keep to
cabin in the woods.
Yeah. And then if I ever need it, I know who to call upon now. Yeah.
Hey. Not financial advice, but
brilliant. Well, before we wrap up, I just want to ask: is there anything that you'd like to ask us as the guest of our
anything that
cast?
I'd like to ask you?
Yeah.
Right. So,
okay, here we go. He's got one.
What's the release date for Sailing? I feel like I'm always harassing you guys about like, so when exactly is this thing coming out? And like there's always, I mean, obviously you can't say.
Soon.
I mean, by the time this comes out, hey,
it may already be out by the time this comes out. Yeah, we'll never know.
I mean, that's the thing though. Like, I feel like I have access to you guys. Like, if I want to know stuff, I ask you that anyway.
True. I mean, the thing is as well, right, is that I'm sure other people are waiting to hear the release date, and I know that Sweeney's going to do a much better job of explaining this than I will. So I'll just touch the surface and he can carry on. But it's like we've moved away from giving a release date, which then leads into having to move it back because we weren't ready.
Yeah,
like your frustrations of the league with Group Iron Man and Winter 2017. It's a meme for a reason, and now it's like we'd rather wait until we know that we can confidently release something, and then we'll try and give as much notice as possible because we know people want to book time off, right? We know that. We do the same thing. Like we've got people that have booked time off for game releases all the time, myself included. We get it. But the worst thing is giving people a date, then booking time off, and then telling them that it's not going to be that date anymore. And then suddenly they're not, they're like, oh, you JX, like you just pissed me off even more now.
No, for sure.
So,
yeah.
And I guess more like context to it. We're not a game selling, we're not like a AAA game launching and then you have to sell box products or sell pre-orders. And it's in their interest to give you like as much notice as possible and create as much hype and momentum as possible. We're a subscription-based game, always on. So we don't need to pre-announce before we're ready. So we try and wait until like development runs in sprints, and we try and wait until we've hit like a point where like, yep, we're very confident we're going to hit this date. Obviously something can come up, but increasing over time. You mentioned Winter 17. What else? Early autumn, early August was a meme, I think, around Australian server and stuff too. Yeah, mobile, like we just kept getting it wrong.
Yeah, back in the day. Too.
And now you see so many games announced and then delay and then delay and then delay. Like you open social media, open Twitter, and you've got like an image of like a massive wall of text. Cyberpunk, when they had multiple delays, it became a meme, like yellow background and then black text, obviously inverse to what we see on Reddit all the time. And we just don't really need to do that. We want to give as much notice as possible. So around seasonal events like Leagues and Deadman, we try and, even if we can't commit to the precise date, we try and give you a bit more of like probably this kind of month, just because then you can book time off because it is time limited. Something like Sailing, I know the interest, particularly as a creator, because you want to be day one making videos and stuff. But it's just more important for us to make sure that we're not having to go back on ourselves and get it wrong. So we wait until we're really confident that we're going to hit a date.
Mhm.
Also, from our marketing perspective,
I think you guys do a good job. Like, this is the best possible scenario. I mean, like, I understand. Like, I think it's done perfectly.
we have a date in mind, and I feel like if that was the shift,
Look into my eyes. December the 12th. I don't know. Oh,
if what we have in mind becomes very, very different to what we've communicated previously, we'd then update you and be
Yeah.
like, it's going to be later than we thought.
Mhm.
But until that happens, I think we're not like we've gone silent. We're polling stuff too. Poll 3 at the time of recording hasn't even gone live yet, so there's still more to kind of get into.
Yeah. I mean, I love the summits and all the sort of excitement and the hype building and all that sort of stuff.
Roofers played a huge Roofers rock. It was so good.
Yeah.
But it ruined our summit schedule.
Yeah, because you just had to dump so much stuff in there. Yeah.
So now it was like, when's the next summit? Like, we just had a big one. I don't know what we can do. So
Yeah. I remember being sat in the crowd being like, okay, surely it's over. And then it's like, oh, there's Unraged 4, by the way. And I'm like, they obviously were like worried that they wouldn't have like big enough things to like put on there.
it's
So
Roofers
like,
stage.
they're like flowing out everything
Exactly.
right now. So yeah, that
We
that
couldn't
was
not do that for the very first
No, you
Roofers
can't half-ass the first
Yeah.
Roomfest Summit.
Right, I've got a question for you guys then.
Okay.
I've been thinking. What's the most annoying thing about working with creators? the stuff and they're laughing in the background. Come on.
Okay, I'll give you two.
Yeah.
One's the most annoying, then second to that is like less annoying, but it's because I can deal with it now. The most annoying is scheduling.
Yeah.
Honestly, it is. It's just scheduling. It's trying to figure out a time where everyone can come together because you've all got your own like patterns of lifestyles, times of sleeping and eating and going out and making videos or being involved in something. It's an absolute nightmare trying to get everyone together. It stresses me the hell out, but it's worth it. And then second to that is you all have your own agenda.
Oh, the agendas. I know I've come in and like, yeah the Huey drop table sucks.
Right? It's like, and I get it. And to begin with, it was actually when I first started at Jagex, I found it really difficult to balance that properly. And then it clicked one day. I was just like, no, you just keep pushing these things because you want to make a video about it. But then at the same time is like, then the balance comes the opposite way of like, okay, yeah, you want to make a video about it, but I also don't want to now ignore the feedback just because you have a particular idea in mind that could actually then end up benefiting everyone else as well. So yeah, that's
yeah, no, it's when like the chunk man, I'm calling them out, post something in the Jagex Discord. I'm like, oh, they're a very specific area of the map that's about. So they're just fishing.
Yeah. Otherwise, like I love our creators. I love so much about our community, but the creators definitely form like a big part of that. I think we have a really awesome group, and I've got long lasting friendships as a result of that. And I'm very grateful for it, and I feel very blessed. So yeah,
good answers. Sweet.
Nice. I won't get into the detail because you covered it, but scheduling is a big part. But I also don't blame it because we have our work hours.
Yep.
We love a morning meeting. Creators not so much, but that's fine because they're making content in the evening, so it makes perfect sense. Different hours, different schedules. Maybe it's because we mentioned like lasting friendships with creators because we just have that proximity and a level of contact and stuff. It's not something I dislike. It's just something I always have to keep in mind is like the level of separation. We still have to be very mindful of what we're saying and how we say it.
Yeah.
Because we are still representatives of Jagex, and then creators. I don't think anyone's going into anything of like ulterior motives or trying to dig up and then leak. But it's just having to constantly remind yourself of the boundaries.
Yeah. That's actually a really good one because, there'll be so many times like, you just come around to my house for the weekend and, a creator would be there as well because we're friends outside of Jagex and was friends with them before I joined Jagex. And then it's like, oh, well, we can't really talk about everything that we would talk about normally at work because they don't work there. And that can make it a little bit. Yeah. But like the same people that are there in those moments, they get it. So it's just like, right, we just don't talk about work. We just talk about other things.
Well, I guess more recently we were in Austin for the OTK event and we spent a lot of time with creators, and then we're also constantly like we're in contact back with everyone in the UK back in Cambridge, and then we're like, we need to go over there and grab you. And like,
we're like hiding away in the corner, like, oh yeah.
It's almost like we're the kind of like almost the teachers. Like we're like, oh, we're part of the crew. But like, also we're not really. Yeah.
Or like when your boss comes to like the dinner after or something. Yeah. It's like Big Daddy Jagex is looking over.
But I will say actually, what I really like about it, and I don't know if it's because of like partly of how like we've integrated ourselves in with the creator space as well, is that like I don't feel like anyone in the creator space treats us differently to to like a normal person. You know, like I was staying in the Airbnb of you guys at Vegas, and I just felt like another person in the room. It wasn't like, oh, I was Aiza from Jagex. I was just Aiza or Ben, and that was it. And that was
You
cool.
wish they were, because otherwise you wouldn't be woken up with the eggs.
Yeah, that was something freaking engineer. Do you know what? That's what I should have started with. That is when a creator decides that it's 6 a.m. is a good time to burn eggs in a pan in an open plan kitchen where I'm sleeping in a room that doesn't have a door. Yeah, and then he's like, "What? That woke you up? Oh, I had no idea it would do that." I'm like, "You are."
Was that the engineer?
Yeah, it was.
Was that a call out right there?
He knows how much that annoyed me.
Well, you can save it for when we get him on the podcast.
Yeah, we'll bring him in. We'll chat through that. So brilliant. Okay. Well, on that note, before we get into any more
I
stories
think we're
about
waffling
creators
now,
and
which
things,
we know Solo Mission hates waffle.
probably a good,
Stop waffling.
yeah, probably a good time to wrap things up. So thank you so much, Solo Mission, for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure. An absolute pleasure. I'm starting to mix up my own words now. I hope you've enjoyed it. It was very, very fun for me. Sween, did you have a good time?
Had a lovely time, thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. Any closing words before we wrap?
Yeah, obviously, just thanks for having me. Jagex's golden boy, you know, shilling. I'll be shilling all this sort of stuff, sailing when it comes out.
Send your PayPal later on. We'll get it sorted.
So buy that merch. Buy
I'll
that merch,
take
buy that
cash,
merch.
actually. That's
Oh,
probably,
okay. Cash in hand. Oof,
I hope you
that's a
guys have
tricky
enjoyed
one.
anyway. And yeah, I've really appreciated this. It's so good that you guys are so in tune with the community.
Oh,
and the
thanks, man.
creators.
You've been a great guest. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely have been. Well, if you've enjoyed the cast today, please let us know down in the comments below. Any questions for Solo Mission, let us know as well. And which creator should we have on next? We'd be keen to hear your thoughts on that. But until next time, we will see you later.
It's the one piece of content potentially.
I'll be right back. All right, I'm fucking excited for this one. Fucking VOD. This is a one-man army.
I still I can't do it. But I remember shaking with anger because I knew I could have got the world record.
I'm ashamed to say it. I took that Dragon two-hander
Oh my god.
and I blocked it.
You're
on it.
filthy. Hello everyone and welcome to the official Old School RuneScape podcast, where we get to chat shit with JMods and creators alike.
This is our chance to get to know the person behind the crown, hear their stories and hear their experiences. I'm your host, Mod Sween. I'm joined by my co-host, Mod Aiza, and we're delighted to be joined by Boti. How you
Hello.
doing, mate?
I'm doing very well, thank you. How you both doing?
Good, thank you. Welcome to the cast. It's
Thank
a
you
pleasure
very
to
much.
have you here. Thank
I was
you for
going to
joining
say,
us.
like, apparently you've done a few of these now. I don't know what number I'm going to be. Your intro's like rehearsed. I'm on the spot. I'm not even prepared. Nothing prepared right now, so.
That's
the
okay.
best
You
way
don't
to
need to be
be.
prepared. We've got some questions. You're going to have a good time and just chat all things RuneScape and maybe not RuneScape related.
It's basically what I do all day anyway, so.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
ready. I'm good.
a professional yapper in that
So
sense.
typically we ask people to introduce themselves, tell us a little bit about who they are, what they do, just in case anyone's unfamiliar at home. But I feel like you've been around long enough and you're all over Twitch, Kick, YouTube. I don't think the people at home need to know much about that. Maybe do you want to start at the beginning? So I think some people, old school RuneScape's grown a lot in the most recent years. They might not be too familiar with how you started. Should we maybe start there?
Started RuneScape or started old school RuneScape? Like back in the day of the content creation when I started, or like when I very first started playing the game?
Oh, let's start with content creation and then we'll get back into like the history of you playing RuneScape.
Okay.
A little bit later on.
I'll talk a bit about the history. When the history of me playing RuneScape, there was some content creation.
Sure.
But I'll come back to that when we come to that conversation.
Yeah,
so
nice.
I started content creation in, I think it was about, or properly myself, about 2010, very end. It's like Q4, end of the year, 2010. I just made videos on private servers, really. Hybrid PK.
Yeah.
And hybriding or tribriding back then was nothing what it was now. To be fair, tribriding didn't really exist. Maybe in the one defense community, it did, but this is back when hybriding was you'd freeze in a player and you'd step away and run around. There's no stepping under. So I did that on private servers. I clicked quite quick. People were like, okay, how are you doing all these switches and stuff? And then if you look at the videos that I created back then, garbage. Like people ask me like a lot of time, it comes to this term that's like old Boaty and now, and they're like, who would win in a fight? Old Boaty in his prime or me now.
Yeah.
And I would beat my old self 100 times out of 100 because of how the skill set or ceiling of PvP
Yeah,
has
sure.
changed so ridiculously. So I started content creation doing PvP oriented hybriding around 14 years ago or something. When I did that, eventually RuneScape, they removed free trade in 2007. They brought it back in around 2011 or 12, which is around the time I made the creation.
Yeah.
I remember making a video and it was like, if this video gets 100 likes on YouTube, I'll make an old school account. Or not an old school account, I'll make a RuneScape account, make a Berserker Pure or just an account. I'd be like, right, well, then we'll make videos not on the private service. We'll actually make it on RuneScape.
Go legit.
Video blew out of the water, loads of them. So I make this low level account. Playing it with my brother actually at the time. He quit shortly after for League of Legends. But then I just played the account, did all the questing, did everything. He supplied the money because he actually played the game around that time. And then I built this account and then I made some videos on it. Made a few series, small ones. And then I guess what mainly happened with the content creation for myself is Old School RuneScape came out. And then when Old School RuneScape came out, the whole game blew up. And then I was kind of like, this is when I just started streaming. I kind of was in the right place at the right time. Old School RuneScape came out. Everyone wanted to watch it. I knew the game so well because it was the 2007 version of the game that I'd obviously been playing for the past 9 or 10 years.
Yeah.
So when the 07 version came out, I'd played a lot. And a lot of people obviously either were coming back players that didn't know too much about the game, or they just weren't that knowledgeable about what was going on. So when Old School came out, I kind of knew a lot about the game. Now, I was still PvP oriented at the time, but I actually stepped away from the game for a bit because I got a bit bored of PvP. It wasn't really exciting me as it used to back in the glory days. But then I returned. And then I made a series because when Iron Man kind of started, and Iron Man was a game mode, or wasn't a game mode, it didn't exist, where people would make their account and they'd do self-sufficient, where they'd earn everything themselves. And there's a series I made back in the day, which is one of my best series, called the 10 mil Newt Challenge, where I started with, I think it was 10 million gold. I had a maxed account and I was like, right, I have to use the 10 mil to buy gear and then go in the wilderness and kill 25 people in a row without dying.
Sure.
Tactical Newt, Call of Duty kind of thing.
Yeah.
Completed the series 3 years prior. But then when this Iron Man mode came out, people were asking me, play it. And I was there like, I don't really want to play it. I don't really want to play it. And I was thinking about it. And I was like, hold on a minute. What if I redid my 10 mil new challenge, but without the 10 mil, with nothing, from a fresh level 3, playing completely self-sufficiently, and then my whole goal was a 25 kill streak. And that gave birth to the series, which I made was One Man Army, which people say is my best series, and I think it'll be my best series forever. I'm working on a series now. It's not going to be close. I'm never trying to touch the level of that series I did. Again, it was kind of, if you watch it back, I've watched it back, and it's the production quality is, the gameplay is so different, but the production quality is like so inferior to modern day videos. Like we are in the, I think we're past the golden age of RuneScape content creation. Right? We are in the platinum age. I think some people are saying, especially with the YouTubers, the production quality's gone crazy high. And I don't need to name many names, but Settled, Sue, all of them, they know what they're doing. But I made that series, the One Man Army series, and basically that series was so unique at the time. It was similar to like RuneShark had series back in the day, which is the corporeal beast from scratch. Then their big one, which is the Godsword set from scratch. It was kind of similar to that, but no one had really done anything like that for a couple of years.
Yeah.
But then no one had ever done a PvP series. So when I made the series, it was like a combination of just account progression, quests, skilling, PVM, and PvP.
Yeah.
And as far as I'm aware, I don't think anyone actually done an actual series that was documented that had every single aspect of the gaming. So when I did the series and completed the series, again, I was in the right place at the right time with old school RuneScape kind of just blowing up. And then I created this series. It was unique. Everyone liked it. And then honestly, I think that's my breakthrough series.
Sure.
And I credit basically all the success I've ever had on streaming and stuff for being in the right place at the right time, which is a lot of luck, but then creating that series. And that series built my name, I guess, in the community. And that's what a lot of people to this day will just know me for.
Yeah.
And then obviously if we fast forward the clock 10 years, I'm still playing the game. Playing a Hardcore Man right now, working on the series. But yeah, content creation for me has just been heavily Iron Man based, bit of collection logging in there. But for me, just playing the game. Just playing the game a lot and documenting
Just playing
myself.
it and loving
playing
it.
the game. Yeah.
I love that.
Absolutely love it.
You are definitely well known for the creation side of things because you're actually the reason that I learned about old school RuneScape because I remember loading up Justin TV at the time.
Oh my God.
And I saw you there live and I was thinking to myself, I was like, wait a second, this doesn't look like RuneScape. This looks like RuneScape from when I was a kid because I'd fell off entirely at that point. But when the whole EOC stuff came out, I dwindled down, stopped playing and then forgot about RuneScape for years. And then suddenly I see you there on Justin TV and I'm like, this can't be real. And you were about 6 months into its release at the time.
Oh, okay.
You were killing harpy bug swarms.
6 months in?
Nice.
Oh, man.
So, but I mean, you didn't
Nice.
expect task, right? It's just I'm just remembering it was 6
Nice.
months after the release
Harpy.
when it officially came out because I went back and researched it at that time and I was like, no way, it's out.
I remember
And that's
watching
when I
him
first
kill
started
harpies.
playing, old school again, as at the moment. So thank you for that because it led to this.
Yeah. I mean, that was like 11 years ago or something now. Yeah, 11 or 12 years ago.
12 years ago,
Yeah.
I played day one. I only played day one and day two, and then I was at uni, so I just didn't really get as far as I wanted to.
Yeah.
I had lofty ambitions of like absolutely grind master farmers, grow a shit ton of herbs, make loads of potions, then use that to fund crafting, and then just make loads of like dragonstone and onyx and stuff like that. And that's how I'm gonna make my money.
Nice.
And I 2 days into it, and
Yeah,
I was
you
like,
just
I
like
can't,
burnt
I
out.
can't juggle like social life, uni, and RuneScape at the same time.
Well, thankfully, I didn't have a social life. And I didn't have uni, so it was fine. I just set myself the goal of lives. I used to hate doing quests back in old RuneScape. I don't know why, because they're fantastic. But when I started old school, I set myself a mission: quest cape. I'm going to get the quest cape finally, and that's what I focused on. And I got it after I think it was like 7-8 months or so of playing. And it felt great because I was like, these quests are actually awesome. And now I love quests, one of my favorite things in the game.
Quests, especially now, again, if we're fast forwarding the clock like 12, 13 years in this moment, quests now, because they're all unique, like all the quests that are in the game back when it came out were obviously back what were created in the 2006, 7, 5 era, all that stuff. Nowadays, we have the unique quests that wrote now. Like they're creating all the lore now of what the game is, creating all the boss fights. Because the recent quest that released, I think, was the Final Dawn. I don't know who created the boss fight in that quest. It is incredible. I think so. Final Dawn,
it was
the
bomb.
boss fight, just how it's all created, like mechanically, and like kind of tells you what to do, but in a really nice aesthetic way. It makes you really excited for Raids 4. Now I know you know more about that than I am, but I honestly think Raids 4 might have some of those aspects in it, but just on a way more advanced scale or something. So I don't know. I could be completely wrong.
No
Completely wrong,
spoilers
but-
here, not today.
No spoilers,
maybe
but-
post-cast we can talk a little bit about Raids 4. I'm
Yep.
sure there's some of the developers are in today.
I would love to know, honestly. I'd love to know. But yeah, that's like when you go back to the quest now. I'm guessing, have you done all the quests in the game now?
I actually have not done the most recent ones. I think I'm short of 6 quests, the new ones that have came out. So
So all the Valamor part 3
yeah, all the
ones.
Valamor ones. I
You
haven't
need to
finished
do
off
Final
yet.
Dawn.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's just I'm waiting for that moment where I'm ready to go back in. I've just been AFKing my account on the side for now,
Gemstone
getting
grab.
the stats up. Yeah, gemstone grab. You know, I went through like a little blaze of glory after I lost my hardcore. I did all the raids. I focused on those quite a lot. I did all the stuff that I didn't do before, and then kind of just got distracted by other games. To be honest with you, Path of Exile and World of Warcraft have sucked my life away.
I mean, we've got the World of Warcraft players now. So
Yeah, we do. So I mean, you know, a lot of creators, they typically have a niche or an area that they feel that they look to focus on. You mentioned yourself that you pretty much like Iron Man, hardcore Iron Man. Would you say that that's your niche now? And if so, are you happy with it? Would you looking back want to maybe have done something different to what you've done today?
It's a difficult one because hardcore Iron Man is definitely my favorite thing to stream right now. Outside of like temporary game modes, and if Deadman All Stars comes out, or like or Deadman mode, or the new Gridmaster that's coming out, or League 4 or League 6 or whatever's coming out next.
Next one will be 6.
6.
Yeah.
I love playing those.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, when I play hardcore Iron Man, the danger of playing hardcore Iron Man is if I die on it, I don't have a hardcore anymore at the stage of the game anymore. You have to just stay alive.
Yeah.
So I think I'm on hardcore number 7 or 8 right now. And then one of the main reasons I decided to make it is I wanted to make a new series. But then there's something I also haven't played with, which is the disconnection crystal, the escape crystal, where now what it is if you have an item, you can set it to 2 seconds. If you don't interact with your client in any way, shape, or form for 2 seconds, it will instantly teleport you out if you're in combat to safety. And then all the hardcores I had, which is about 6,000 or something hours worth of accounts that have all died, so it's gone to
Jesus,
nothing.
6,000
Had
hours.
that crystal existed from day one.
Yeah.
So this is my first hardcore I'm ever playing with that crystal. And I know like the game's harder now. There's a lot more harder encounters that I will have to deal with. But I look back and I'm like, all the ways I've died, I'm now like, if I did crystal, I'd be alive. So with the hardcore I'm playing now in the battle, like, I kind of understand I can probably take this hardcore further than any of my previous.
Yeah.
And that really excites me. But when you stream with that level of excitement, again, if I go and play and I do one mistake and the hardcore's gone,
all over.
and I'm there like, if I want to get back to this point, I've got to put another 1,500 hours in on a fresh hardcore. But that 1,500 hours is 1,500 hours I've already done 5 times.
Yeah.
Whereas where I'm at right now, I'm doing it for the first time, basically, with the safety knowing that if I play bad, I can throw it all. But the reason to play hardcore, in my opinion, is to see how well you can play. And you play in a completely different style of a main. A main, you play like, I go in, doing all the damage I can. I sit low health. If I make one mistake, I'm dead, but that's my fault. It's okay. It's human error. On a hardcore, I remove that. I try and keep my health high. I'm playing defensively. So like, even if I do make a mistake, I can get out the situation before it's like a fatal mistake or anything that takes the health down to 0 and resets it. And I like playing both styles, because when I do play the main, I die all the time. Like, you know, a boss will come out, I'll be 150 deaths in 2 days, 40 hours. And then I'll log on the hardcore and do it, and I was 0 deaths. So I just play it in a completely different way.
You learn on your main. And 150 deaths is fine, right? So like Doom, Delve Boss, you made so much progress so early on because of you're able to just do that. You're learning to focus on learning, and you weren't focusing on staying alive. You were focused on just working out how best to get the kill. So it's good to do both, I feel.
It's because again, when the main, obviously when I say that 150 deaths on the main, sorry, that's like learning. Again, you're gonna like, a lot of people say like, people join my stream and they're like, corrupted gauntlet, they can't do it, they've died 25 times and they've got the boss to 10 HP, and I'm like, well, you didn't get the boss to 10 HP on the first try. If you did, fair enough. You just have to keep going at it.
Yep.
You know, but on the hardcore, you can't do that. I need to learn it on the main first.
Exactly.
But yeah, when Doom came out, Doom was demolishing everybody because it's one of those bosses. I think it's amazing. I think Doom, in my opinion, quite possibly one of the best boss encounters ever added to the game. Anyway, you know, I'm a big fan of Vardorvis. Vardorvis, you could maybe lose 0.1. If I had to rate a boss 10 out of 10, I'd probably rate Doom 10 out of 10. I'd rate Vardorvis 9.9. If we avoid like the awakened ones, I'd only drop Vardorvis from a 10 because it is born learn perfect, but the chip damage is quite severe.
Yeah.
Because for me, I've only killed Vardorvis with Blood Fury, Fang on Slash, Ancient Godsword, Lightbearer, and like 27 kill trips. And I'm there like, when I do it on the hardcore, it's going to be like 3 or 4 kill trip because it's just there punching me 10 the whole time. So I drop it 0.1 point for that, but other than that, Vardorvis is like a 9.9. But Doom, when it came out, if you got all the prayers right or anything and did the mechanics right, you didn't take any damage. Just none. But then if you missed the prayers, dead instantly. Just pure, if you play well, no punishment. If you play wrong at the slightest bit, you get punished heavily. I love that type of the gameplay because it puts most of the control over the encounter in my hands. If I'm dying there, it's just a small skill issue. You know, I've made a mistake, maybe a human error mistake. I'm flick something backwards, dead instantly. But if I don't, running it, you know, when it first came out, you could go deep delving and stuff. And I was on like Delve 15 on the second day or something. On the first day, I was on Delve 15. And then like there's players running 200 plus delves at this point. Those 200 delves, they're not making mistakes.
No.
They're just playing perfectly the whole time. And then obviously they might be on Delve 266, the record might be 283. And then they might make a mistake on 266 and then back on 0 again.
Yeah.
But obviously,
Another
fair
3
for-
hours of delving to do.
It's great. It's,
Yeah.
it's still so challenging
Jeez.
too. Like you see so many people who are still struggling to get like the Delve 8 completion. So what you mentioned earlier on PvP and the skill ceiling, I think the skill ceiling across the board for the game, PvM, PvE included, is just so high now.
Yeah.
I remember 2017 Inferno came out and how challenging that was for so many people. You launch content of that similar difficulty now, that's not going to be a 3 or 4 day completion. That's a day one completion. Maybe like a midnight or a 1 a.m. or a 2 a.m. because there are so many waves. But because so much is known now about ticks, movement, mechanics, it's incomparable. So it makes it harder to make harder content.
It does. We need the Mega Zook. That's what we need.
Mega suck.
Mega Zook.
What does he do?
I mean, it's just Mega, innit?
He mega
Everything's
sucks.
There's 2 of them. Well, there's 4 of them. You've got to go around in a square, avoiding all of the damage.
I'll be
with the
honest, I think
shields.
that would be the one and done.
Yeah.
One and done. If you've seen some of the things some people have done, I mean, like,
Yeah.
we have I think it's 3 no overhead Infernos in the game. Like, when Port Kazar did the first one,
Yeah.
I saw that tweet and I just looked at it and I was just like, what?
Yep.
Like, I have played the game a lot. I understand the game. I know protection prayers are the most OP thing in the game, reduce everything. He just did the hardest thing in the game without overhead prayers. And I'm just there like, how? And then luckily we have Xact who streamed and he showed the methods. I was like, oh my God, I understand that now. But the fact that people can do a Inferno cape with no overheads and even figure out how to do it, it hurts my head. What some people call, I've played RuneScape a lot. I have 10,000 of hours in it. I don't know how they do that stuff. Like, they just look at some, I don't know if they're there for 10 hours working one tiny thing out, but the theory crafting behind some players, it's something that,
It's insane.
again, as a player of a lot, I'll never get there. I'm not the one that can solve the problems. I'm not the problem solver. I can do, to an extent, what people work out. If someone said, go do an overhead Inferno, I reckon I could do it. Might take me 2 years of my life to do it, but I reckon I get it because the answer's there. I just have to copy it and get better at it.
Yeah.
But if someone told me, go do a no overhead Coliseum, which has been done, it has been completed, I don't think I'd ever do it. 2 years of my life, I'd still just be stuck on a wave because I don't know how to do it. They've not shown the methods.
The
yet.
methods.
The video will come. I don't know. It might already be out by now. I don't know. But yeah, Port Kazard again. He hasn't released the video yet. Then the player who helped him with it, I think he was the person who got the second no overhead Inferno.
I think the problem with I think one of the reasons why some Porgazard and others don't release videos for some methods is because it's like, well, then it's going to get patched out. The developers might think, oh, this is way too OP. This isn't what we intended. You're doing something crazy. We don't know what you're trying to do because, it's too broken of a method. And if more people understand this, it may break other bosses in other parts of the game. Yeah, it sucks that they don't. Those videos and stuff.
Okay, that we know about. That player's 9,900. I think it's 9,900. Very underrated player, not really known. He does some pretty crazy stuff. So he's one of them as well. Like, when you say 4 Zooks, he's already running to the back of the Zook room and tanking the Zook kit because he's moved away from the safe spot, using Phoenix Nexus and Nightshades to survive and just moving all the monsters around the room in some weird ways. I'll have to show you a video.
Yeah, no, I'd
Yeah,
like to see
I'm
that.
keen
That'd
to
be
see
great.
it.
I'll
'cause
show
I've not
you it
seen
because
it.
I saw it and I was there like, you don't know what he's doing because he's
Yeah.
just at the back of the room. He's just zoomed in on his character. I'm like, what's he doing? And then he goes back and he has 7 sets, all perfectly split, and you can just see every single one. And I'm just there like, okay. Because the favorite thing he did is, the reason I found out about him is he uploaded a video of him doing, it wasn't a fluke combat achievement. That's the 5 jads into the 6 jads without dying. You have to do both back to back. He uploaded that without overhead prayers. But the thing is, he had 31 prayer on his account in the video, but you can't fight more than 3 jads without completing the Inferno. So he never uploaded the footage of him beating the Inferno on this account with no overheads. He just uploaded him doing it wasn't a fluke combat achievement with an account without overheads. And I'm just there like, I don't know how people do this stuff. But no, I love it when you find a new player. New content brings out new players, like when TOA came out, Tombs of a Massacre, Noob Type, his name came on the scene, and he starts doing some crazy stuff. Port Kazard's obviously always been quite up there.
Yeah.
And then we have the Doom came out, and then we have like Wide Ager, I think his name is. And then him and Jakku were like battling out the best one. Like Jakku had said it, then Jakku had it for like 4 days straight, then Wide Ager took it, and it was going back and forth. I don't know who's got it now. The name begins with a G. Unless they got beaten again. I don't know, but I think it's something like that. But no, it's just new names. They're like Wide Ager. I've known about him for a while because he was first Radiant as well in the game when that came out. But I love it when a hard content comes out and this new PVM's name comes into the light of just someone who's good. You get to see their gameplay. Because again, streaming, we're in the platinum age. They stream their gameplay. You can actually see them play the game. And it's like, no matter how, unless you're the best of the best, no matter how good you are, you can watch someone and they can make the game look so smooth when they're doing it.
Yeah.
And I just love stuff like that. But yeah, for me, like I'll never get to that level. Like the innovators of the game that can solve the problems and just create these things. I don't even know where they begin with the idea to do it. And then they actually manage to solve it. I'm like, that's wild to me.
No, it blows my mind. So when it comes to watching content, obviously you're live a lot, and then you put a lot of time into YouTube and stuff as well as growing your community, interacting with other creators. Do you get much time to watch other people?
Not as much as I'd like to, because like I know I've been friends with there's so many people that have streamed for 10 years. Like if you've been streaming from 10 years ago, like myself, we've been friends for 10 years.
Yeah,
you know, we all met, like we all went to RuneFest 2014 because it popped up. Streaming was a thing, like, oh, let's go down. You know, we're all like, I don't know, 20, 21, 22 at the time. So we're all young. But obviously we've known each other forever. But now it's like, for me, I stream 8, 9, 10 hours a day, and I stream the UK schedule. So there's tons of streamers that stream the exact same hours as me that I just don't really watch anymore, because when I go live, I'm not watching them.
Yeah,
sometimes I might have a stream on the side, but it's very, very rare that I do. Normally it's new content. You know, I think when Wydega was doing the Dooms, I had him up at the side. Now when I end my stream, it depends why I'm ending my stream, because realistically, if I end my stream, I'm now just going to keep playing RuneScape off stream. But at that point, what am I doing? You know, I need something to watch. So I will pull a streamer. Skill Specs, I definitely watch the most. But yeah, it's more the streamers that are in like the NA time zone that are live that I normally manage to watch. Because in the morning, if I watch anyone, it'd be Sick Nerd. But normally if I'm going live, I don't know, make a coffee, go live 10 hours, whoever's live in that 10-hour window, or let's say an hour or two before after I've woken up, I don't watch any of that block, unless obviously I'm not streaming. But then after that, there might be 3 or 4 hours of something that I can watch. And that'll end up being like Foe, Roydy, Sick Nerd, Skill Specs. But other than that, for the amount of creators that I know and follow, it's very hard for me to find the time. If I do find a bit of time, I normally end up stream hopping. So I go into streams, I might have a sub or something, drop a sub, be there for 5 or so minutes, then I go to someone else's stream, just do that.
Yeah, nice.
So I don't really end up watching people for too much time. YouTube content creation, I get a lot more time to watch.
Okay, cool.
If I ever get like spare time, 30 minutes or whatever, I can watch YouTube videos and all that. So I can keep up with the YouTube side a lot better. Which for some streamers now, obviously they are creating like the highlights of their streams. So I can catch up. The day when it happens, when every streamer's doing their own highlights, I'm going to no longer be able to keep up because too many videos. But yeah, I think for myself, the best way I can answer that is I wish I had more time to watch more people.
Yeah, of course.
But I'm doing my own thing. You know? We're all doing the same thing. So I have to kind of focus what I'm doing first. And if I get spare time, to find someone I want to watch.
Yeah.
You know? It can be someone I want to watch, or someone might be streaming a piece of content that I want to watch. And I could just decide through that.
Same for us too. I mean, like when we have All Stars, it's so hard to kind of stay on top of. Even when you have highlights and they're great, it's so hard to kind of keep up to date with who's playing. And then straight after All Stars, then the WoW players came in and it's like, okay, I want to try and spend enough time with all these people. And it's so bloody many of them. I can't do that.
Turns into non-stop. And then you've got 4 streams that are open. And I can't really watch a stream without having audio, but then having 4 different audios all at once. And I'm wondering why at the end of the day, I feel like I've just been in a whirlwind of thoughts and noise. You know, it's just everyone yapping about. But it's awesome when it happens. But I can definitely attest to the fact that it's just so hard to keep up. And there's so many great creators as well now that are out there. I think that Twitch category has grown massively. I remember going back to, you know, when I first joined Jagex, I could have called out pretty much every person that streamed the game because I'd have known of them. But now it's just grown so much that I can't do that anymore.
Yeah. No, streaming in general has grown. You know, it's something that I think is fun. Anyone can do it. Anyone can do streaming as long as your computer's good enough to run it and you have a decent internet connection. You can turn the game on. You won't have any viewers, obviously. You've never streamed, but you know, eventually someone might join. You can build yourself a small community. I know you've done a bit of streaming in the past. I don't know if you have. Have you ever streamed?
I have
before?
not streamed. No.
You've never streamed before. No. Going back to the WoW creators though, that was when it was difficult because that's when it was hard to choose who to watch. Because we had I won't name them all, but there was like they were all at different points, and I was there. Like, I like the nostalgia aspect of this because you get to watch. The reason why I liked it so much is a RuneScape veteran. They can't restart the game on a fresh level 3 and play like a noob. We know what to do.
No,
you know, we'll be level Barrow's Gloves 5 days most of the time, which is one of the best foundations for any account. When the WoW people came, they were blind. They knew nothing. And we were just watching, and it was like they were playing super inefficiently, and they just did their own thing. And I was there, the game sounds on, and I'm there like, this is how I wish I could experience the game again
dude,
at some point.
I started an Iron Man because of that, and I was like, I'm chasing the high that I can't get. Is what I just wanted. I'm going to live vicariously through these people.
Nostalgia-filled memories that you're never going to be able to recreate. But it was lovely because it's very rare. I've said this before because this has been a pretty common topic of late. In that it is really rare that we get an opportunity to see people experience the game for the first time, like the first time. Maybe a little bit of like when you were younger, played for a few hours, but not only experiencing them for the first time, but actually getting to watch them do it as well. Because most people that have joined the game for the first time, they're not streaming, they're not making YouTube videos, or they're hidden away. So to have just this big ball of people come in and suddenly it's like, as you said, everyone is doing their own journey. They're blind, they're inefficient, they're learning the joy and wonder of Gillinor for the first time. I was in heaven.
Amazing. I mean, this is again when every time I ended my stream, I was watching. Every time I went live, but beforehand, I actually was watching because I knew it wasn't going to last forever. And the era might be gone. The era of watching someone play the game, or so many different people play the game at like really staggered points. Like if you put like most of the actual veterans at certain points, everyone's like way at the top, like end game. Then we had like 5+ World of Warcraft creators come, and they're all early game, but they're all like different points. You can just hop between them all and work out where they are. But I knew it wasn't gonna last forever because I knew they were gonna progress past it, and the hype would eventually slow down because they're now getting into the mid game, and the mid game is also just as fun to watch. But on a level of nostalgia and watching people not have any idea what they're doing, just mining rocks, making their own weapons and stuff, running certain quests. I was there like, this is, I feel like, I can't explain the feeling I had because I get nostalgia a lot. Like when I play, I can choose to play it anywhere I want. But when these people are actually just like going into like Falador mine for the first time and mining a clay, I can't give examples like Doric's Quest. They're just hunting all the ores down. I do Doric's Quest. I mined the ore 2 days ago. So they're in the bank. I just walk by and give them. They're like, right, I need this. So they go mine. They need 15 mining for an iron. If you need an iron, I don't even know if you do. And then they're just mining for like an hour straight, leveling up. I'm like, it's so good.
Even like, Dragon Slayer, like the door riddle, like, good quest helper now. You just take all the items with you. Yeah. The lobster pot and stuff. And then they're like, what does it mean? Just trying to decipher all the puzzles. Who's you doing Morning End Part 2? Awesome. That was such a fun watch too.
Took him 2 days. The second day to beat it. Yeah, I think the shadows were getting to him.
Yeah, that was like one
damage. You mentioned chip damage earlier. That was
the shades of brutal, man.
Was he not praying melee?
Eventually, but it was like one of those where it's like his Iron Man early on doesn't have a lot of prayer potions, so it's like doesn't want to waste them, so it's taking food.
It's these kind of grinds or like the long quest where I was kind of watching it like with open fingers, like he's going to quit. He's just going to quit playing the game. He's going to rage quit. He's going to quit, isn't he?
No, I had one of them. I can't. Who was it again? There was a streamer and they were doing a quest, and I think they like went some way that messes the quest up, and they'd have to do the whole thing again. I was there like, there's no way he's doing that again, because this is back when like they're walking and there's no teleports. You early game, your agility level's 1. You're walking. It's the slowest you can possibly play the game. They're just walking back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. By the time they've walked back and forth like 7 times, they still haven't quite done the thing that needs to be done.
Yeah, that's probably what eating one of the items they were meant to put somewhere, maybe like Black Knight Fortress or something. Like
cabbage,
cabbage,
things like that. Things like that. I'm just there like, there's no way. And then they end the stream at some point. And then the next day they're live, they're playing old school RuneScape. I'm like, yes,
back again.
They're not done yet. Not done yet.
The joy of seeing the next goal in the title.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think we refer to them as the World of Warcraft players. I don't know how long that term will last. They're in our game now. A lot of them are really, really enjoying it. I won't mention, there's too many of them to mention. But I think if we refer to it as the World of Warcraft era, that was a great era, in my opinion, for the veterans of the game that have just always wanted, always say like, I wish I could play the game from the beginning, because that is the closest thing we'll ever technically get. Probably forever. Someone new might come to the game today and play it from the early game, but having so many like established streamers from another game, another big MMO, come over and all be doing it roughly at the same point, I don't think that'll happen again.
It was just a cool moment. We couldn't have planned it. Like it coincided so nicely with Valimor coming out as well, so they could then go and do the crab on the side when they're busy. We went to the OTK event and they were all fresh to the game. They were all like there at the dinner table and stuff.
Oh yeah, playing mobile.
AFK and Gemcraft, man. It was so good. We couldn't have planned it better.
Oh man, I'm so happy they're still playing. I feel like, again, I mean, I'll say it, RuneScape, it's a very addictive game.
Yeah.
You know, there's always something to do. And if you want to get your level, you have to put quite a bit of time in. It's a very long-term gratification game.
Definitely.
You know, when you start the early game, it's slow. You could maybe say it's boring, but it's the early game. When you get to the mid game, but then the late game, it's so far away. There's so much to do, but it just keeps going and going and going. And it's like I say now, I think our PVM encounters, if you look at what the game used to be back on the day, it was genuinely PVM encounter, click and wait. And you have something like the Cal Fight Queen. If the Cal Fight Queen was added to the game today, you don't want to know the Reddit posts. they'd be like, "What is this boss?"
Oh,
Like,
we know what that would be like.
yeah, the Cow Fight Queen. It's like imagine Doom was hitting 30s through prayer.
Yeah.
If you got them right, that's basically what it'd be. But
I've got like memories of me and my best mates at school, and we would take Verax and then we'd tele back to Lumbridge and then try to get like restock and then run back down and hope no one has come in and sniped a kill.
Yeah, you're doing like
would just take that long
multiple.
to get
It's
one
not
kill.
multiple kill trips. It's multiple trip kill.
Yeah.
yeah, full inventor sharks, full Verax, 2 people. You kill the first phase and then you go back and kill the second phase.
The allure of the Dragon Chain drop being like 28 mil at the time was like, oh, come on, we might get our day.
It's more expensive than party hats back then because the KQ, if you think about it, the skill set of the game back in the day, just dead. But you didn't need to be that good at the game to kill Cow Fight Queen. It was just brute force kill.
Yeah.
But that's why the Dragon Chain was so expensive because you couldn't really solo it. People would go and you'd be like getting hit 30s left and right, just couldn't do anything about it because you're going to pray one thing and you can't predict its attacks. Like Jad, you can predict its attacks. Pray against them all. Cow Fight Queen's just there like relentlessly bopping you ridiculous DPS. So people are like, I'm not killing this. Dragon Chain, obviously, I think it's 128, not too rare. Get one back in the day, that's a party house.
128 kills took so long. That's why it was so hard to get. That's why it was so rare because it's purely the time taken. Crazy.
Plus, then if the sharks are like 1k each, so if you're eating a full inventor shark twice, let's say, to get a kill, it's costing you like 40k. Then if you think because its drop table got revamped like 10 years ago or something, the drop table back in the day, everything was trash except for the Dragon Chain. So if you didn't, the Dragon 2-hander might have been there.
I think the Dragon 2-hander was added to it as well.
Think so.
Remember.
It would have been added on later on because I remember would it have been later on? I just remember I have a friend from school who was the only person that I knew of at that time that made PK accounts. He'd figured out the meta. Wasn't one of the first ones, obviously followed someone else. But I remember the day that he got a Dragon 2-hander and then went out and made videos on it. It was incredible. So
I shared a dueling, like a staking account with someone.
Ooh.
I was whenever it came out. So probably 13, 14. And he added that to the account. And I was like, I don't know this guy in real life. I met him on RuneScape. I'm ashamed to say it. I took that Dragon 2-hander.
Oh my God.
And I blocked him.
You're filthy.
I blocked him on MSN. All of his school friends. I got an influx of messages and friend requests on MSN just giving me so much shit from this guy. I'm
not surprised.
Understandably.
He just ripped apart his livelihood.
Yeah,
he went to his mum and cried about that.
Probably.
That his friend that he'd known for years.
If there's any consolation, I sold that and then I got scammed with whatever I tried to buy. I think I was trying to buy like a Darok set. And when the 4 looked very similar to the K in the chat and they replaced like 5.4 mil into 54,004 GP.
Yeah.
Something like that. Or maybe I was selling a set. I can't remember. Either way, I lost. It was very short-lived.
For you.
Absolutely
karma.
Sween. Yeah.
I'm not going to trust you ever again.
I'm not proud of it. One of the first things I did when I joined Jagex in 2015 was look up and I hope he's still playing because I want to say sorry and give him a guy tons of gold.
Yeah, of course you do. Because you didn't want to be ratted out and then lose your job for being a scammer.
No, I was open about it in my interview. They were like, anything we should know? I was like, yeah, this, and this. But other than that, I'm pretty clean. When
I checked my history, I'd seen whispers between me and my older brother at the time, and my brother had sent a swear word to me in a whisper, and I reported him. And I said, you can't swear in game. I was really eager to be a PMod. So yeah, I used to report my brother for swearing at me.
You're a JMod now. So
can't use that language in game, actually.
I think you've got PMod energy, actually. I see it about you.
Yeah. Well, at least I'm not going around scamming people. I'm not going to tell you about my history because I think it's way worse than yours. So swiftly moving on. We've talked before, you mentioned it yourself, right? Time's changing. We were just talking about Cow Fight Queen, the skill level being different there. Less so about skill level and more just around the general kind of ecosystem of streaming, the environment. What do you think is going to change in the next 5 to 10 years? And I guess, how do you see your role fitting within those changes as well? Do you anticipate you're still going to be creating content? What's going to be different for you? What's a goal or aim that you have? Because 5 years is a long time and a lot can happen.
It's a crazy long time.
The best way I can answer this quickly, because I know I'm going to yap and go nowhere. Old school RuneScape will still be around in 5 years. And it will be thriving. And it will probably be better. Well, it just will be better. There'll be more content. And the content, if you look at what's releasing in old school RuneScape, the content from the very beginning of the game, like Monkey Minus 2 was one of the first things to release as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
Obviously, God Wars came back, but that was already existed. The content, if you look at it, has only got better over the last 8 years. And I'll always say the Final Dawn quest boss fight is a fantastic example of what it's kind of going towards. The mechanics of some bosses, the Doom, in my opinion, is one of the best bosses ever released. And then you even go back to Desert Treasure 2, Vardorvis. Again, I said basically one of the best. You know, the whole concept of those 4 boss fights are incredible. Now in 2026, I know we have Raids 4 coming. We have the end of the Mauritania quest line. We're going to have probably Deadman All-Stars, which I guess is more player-run events, Deadman modes, leagues, all that stuff in 5 years' time. You know, we'll have Leagues 10. And Leagues 10 will be like, it'll be like Leagues with a big X or something, weird stuff, and it's going to have some crazy concepts. And I guarantee you, when that happens, RuneScape will have 200,000 players online, maybe 300,000. I don't know how big it's going to get. For me, in that, I'll probably always be playing content. I'll always be doing it. My problem is I'm on a hardcore. Will my hardcore still be live in 5 years? Not a clue. I have the crystal, but I think content's getting harder. So I have no idea if my hardcore's still be there. But I got the main. I like the temporary game modes as well. But as far as I'm aware, RuneScape's my favorite game I've ever played. My whole life. If anyone else, like, what's my favorite game? It's RuneScape. What's my second favorite? Like, the distance between my first and second favorite would be so big that there's no real answer to what my second favorite is, because RuneScape just is my favorite. So for me to keep playing the game, in my opinion, what I think is the best era of the game, people like 2010, 2011, next with Soul Split, Pack Yak, Summoning, Dungeoneering. I think right now the game is the best it's ever been in 24 years. Let's say 2001 it came out. I think right now, 2025, depending when the podcast go live, this is where the game is the best. The mid game's created beautifully. The end game's great. The gear progression's fantastic. Your Iron Man, you got hardcore Iron Man. We have all the temporary game modes that gives you a little bit of split of the main game. If you want something a bit different, hyper accelerated.
Distraction.
Like I said, RuneScape's a long-term gratification game. If you play a league, you can progress so fast that you just skip all of that and you're instantly there. You get your power-ups, you get to play the game in a different way. So for me, in 5 years, I can 100% see myself still making content. Probably roughly the same thing I'm doing now. I mean, I've been doing the same thing for 10 years. I don't plan to change it. You know, it works. It's my style. You know, I just make a video, I yap. I play the game, get in there, put some hours in, maybe take a different approach to most people or something like that. You know, I can't say that in 5 years, if you have a league solo mission, it's still just going to be rank 1. It's rank 1 every single time. It's going to happen. But yeah, for me, like my creation, the footage, the way I make my videos, obviously I've got Jesse like editing my series now. My goal with that series is to try and have that edited as is. And then all my videos outside of that be a bit more basic. But again, eventually she's going to take control of my channel and I'll just give her footage. She'll edit whatever she wants, whatever she enjoys. Streaming side of things, yep. If a new update's coming out, I'll be there day one. Assuming I'm not busy, because I'm going to be busy for Gridmaster. I'm very upset about that. I was saying this. All good. 12 years I've been streaming. I've never been busy for an update ever in RuneScape where I really wanted to do it. You know, I've been busy for some Deadman mode finals. Didn't really bother me. Gridmaster is the first time in 12 years I'm actually busy for an update that I actually really want to do. But I think that's a good track record, I reckon.
It's
I'm
really
upset
solid
to miss it, but I mean, I can play it out about 8 days later, but it's the most recent RuneScape game mode, as far as I'm aware, that everyone could play was Leagues 1, Twisted League. Then obviously we had all the other leagues. They're roughly the same with different concepts and different gimmicks and all that stuff. Gridmaster's a completely new game mode, the first one in 5-6 years or whatever it is. And I'm not going to be there for the day one. And the day one of a new game mode when no one knows what's going on.
Yeah, it's
always
less figured out, that hype and excitement of like, oh, how does it work? And what's the meta? Everyone asks.
Exactly.
You also do, though, get to avoid the million repeated chat questions.
I don't mind that. It's part of a streamer, you know. There's one where someone will always come in and be like, how do you deal with the same question over and over again? I'm a streamer, man. I'm kind of used to it. And then someone else had the same thing. Then so you get 7 more of them. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm used to this. You know, I've had this for 10 years, you know. I've had this for 10 years. But no, I love it. You know, like when a new update comes out, no one knows what's going on. You have people in the chat and they're asking a question like a new quest will come out. And someone's like, how do I get past this door? Like the Wild Gothic Sleep, it's like a weight door or something. It's like, how do I get past it? It's like whatever the number is, like whatever your weight is, minus and then add that many things or whatever. People come in the chat, they're asking that, and then people can help them out. I love that. It's new game mode. There's so many different things to do that everyone's just there like, what do I do? What do I do? And like, oh, this is amazing. You know, what did you choose? I don't know how it's going to work. I don't know what Gridmaster is going to be. But I am going to be missing that one, unfortunately. But going back to what you said, what content creation for me over the next 5 years, as far as I'm aware, any update coming out that's big, day one, new quest, new skill, new boss, new raid, I'll probably be there day one before it comes live. As soon as it goes live, straight there. Audience can watch with teams if I need to be. And just get stuck into it. I love the new content. And again, like I said, I think the content is getting better and better. The developers, whatever they're creating now, I think it's for me and my play style and how I enjoy the game, what I think is good. I think they're going in that direction. Like the game is kind of catering to what I really like. Doom's a great example of that. But just bosses that require movement, prayer changing, reactions, all that stuff. And you have to think about what to do. I love that stuff, you know, as a veteran player. Some people are like, you can create content for like the 1% or the 0.1%. Found out recently, apparently the whole player base is 0.23% Grandmaster or something. I'm on stream.
Yeah, I think the stat is of people who have completed a combat achievement task. So in reality, that's probably even smaller than that percentage because there must be probably tons of like really low level players who never really got a combat task done. Even some simple ones like kill a giant or whatever.
Yeah. With the, because I was on stream, I was like, again, just creating content for like whatever. And I was there like saying to most people, like, if you're a grandmaster in RuneScape, how good is the mate with the game? And I always say, like, if you're a grandmaster in RuneScape and you think you're like the perfect and you've completed the game and everything, I'm like, right, let me introduce you to like, Port Khazard, you know, Exact, that's the
Next
grandmaster
level.
So you're looking at it, like, for me, like, there's like the PVM tier list came out and it's just player based, putting people everywhere. And I'm like, a tier list, you have to be good at certain content to be there. So when I made it all, but my fastest Inferno is 62 minutes, you know? And like, if you look at the fastest now, it's like 37 something or whatnot, like sub 38. And I'm like, the difference of that is ridiculous. But I've got Grandmaster in the game.
Yeah.
That other player's got Grandmaster. But the difference in skill set is outrageous.
Yeah, there's some of them that really specialize in some content. I watch a lot of when people do speedrunning, right? And you have people, they only focus on chambers or they only focus on Tob or they only focus on Inferno. And then you have people like yourself who you're really good at lots of different types of content, PvP included as well. So
Yeah,
it's hard to measure, isn't it? Like someone's good at all stuff or someone who's super hyper focused and only plays like just Tob speed over and over and over again.
I think it's the beauty of RuneScape though is that you can do that, right?
Choose your own path.
Awesome that you can. But yeah, I think you should maybe, I don't know, I don't think you're too hard on yourself to be fair by the sounds of it, but you are a very good all-round player in any aspect. So
yeah, it's just the
I'm sure if you put your time into it, do you not think you could get that Inferno down to like 35, 37 minutes?
So, out of everything done in the game, I consider Inferno speedruns probably the hardest thing to get good at.
Okay.
If someone, you know what I said before, like go get a no overhead Inferno cape, I reckon. If I just pulled around a number of 2 years, I reckon that's possible. And a lot of people would agree. Yeah, if I spent 2 years of my life just working on a no overhead Inferno, I'd probably get it within 2 years. If I was told by someone, go complete an Inferno in under 40 minutes, you've got a year to do it. It's the one piece of content, potentially I can't do it. That's how difficult it is to get good at something like speedrunning the Inferno. So that's the one piece of content that if I had to do something on like an arbitrary timeline is the one thing I don't think I'd succeed at. Everything else, I feel like there's a method. You can learn the method. The Inferno, there's so much more to it. You know, I've never actually properly done Inferno speeds. But that is a big decider of how good you are at the game, in my opinion. Like, that's why I think if you're really good at the Inferno, if you want to go do something else,
You apply it to anything.
easy.
Yeah.
Skill set transitions so easily. Obviously, you need to learn the mechanics of each boss. You know, if you go from only doing the Inferno to then only doing solo Theatre of Blood, let's say, you're going to get destroyed for a few days because you need to learn it and you have to slowly master it. But the skill sets of being good at the Inferno, I think transitions almost anywhere in the game outside of PvP. So that's why I always say, like, going back to what I was saying, like, my fastest Inferno is 62 minutes. If I wanted to get that down to 55 minutes, I don't know how long it'd take me, maybe a month. If I want to get it below 40 minutes, probably over a year. Like, solidly 10 hours a day, probably over a year to get that, because that's how hard I think it is to do.
Yeah.
But that's why I consider, like, people always say, like, what's like what is the best achievement ever done by a RuneScape player? You know, there's so many things. Like, what would you say, like, in old school RuneScape, what's the best, hardest thing ever achieved by a player? I'm asking you next, so think about it.
Honestly, I think I'm just going to have to go for I can't say anything other than no overhead Inferno.
No overhead Inferno.
Yeah.
Any achievement. I probably go like super top tier PvP. When you see someone like Oda or 1013 PvPing, like this I think.
If you were
Obviously,
to like break that down into like an achievement though, so like obviously someone completes a no overhead Inferno. Like if you had a goal,
Yeah,
like what would the
sure.
goal be in PvP in that case? Would it be like to beat Oda Block or 1030 in a tribrid fight?
possibly, yeah. I guess I was looking at more less about the achievement and more about like
The skill set.
the skill set and also how adaptable you have to be, and also you have to lead a lot. I've watched a lot of Oda decision videos where he's talking about how he spends a lot of time trying to lead the other person into doing things. Whereas with things like Inferno, I will never be able, like these players are way better than I will ever be, obviously. But it's still scripted to an extent. Whereas PvP, you're at the whim of whatever the other person tries to do. And it's like there are other elements of RNG involved as well.
Well, I guess PVM's solvable. PvP isn't, because it relies on people, and people act differently depending on what happens in a situation, right? So yeah, two very different skill sets.
I'm still awestruck over like noob types, Leviathan runs and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Like just because I think he takes like the how long it takes to do an Inferno and then applies that to something like running Leviathan and have to be totally perfect all the way throughout.
I think, to be honest, actually, I think it's a bit of a cop out saying like no overhead Inferno. I think it's obviously that is a given, right? In terms of PVM achievements. My personal favorites are always when people use budget gear to do really hard content soon after release, because, you know, working in the community, I see a lot of commentary around, oh, this is far too difficult. They expect you to have the best in slot gear. It's not achievable for anyone. And then someone comes out and just like, I completed the Inferno with a 56k setup. And I'm like, okay, yeah, no, it is possible. And I'm not saying this to be like, oh, you know, you're all wrong and you should get better at the game. I just, there's a part of me where it's like, I feel satisfied knowing that it is possible. And I'm sure there are things that tweaks and stuff that could be made to help with the wider player base. But there's something about that when it happens. I'm just like, it feels good.
Yeah, the thing with that as well, I always see is like if someone very good at the game, now Mulgoat Kirby is someone who always does like the low budget stuff. If he goes and does some piece of content, let's say, in like a really, really, really low gear setup, the problem is he's very, very good at the game.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
so like if he completes it in 50k gear, you can't go to someone who's maybe nowhere near as good and be like, Mulgoat Kirby did it in 50k gear.
Yeah, you should.
Why can't you do it in 10 bill gear? And I'm like, well, because it's Mulgoat Kirby, you know, he's extremely good at the game in every way. He knows how to break down things. Don't know how he grinds his speedruns or anything, but I feel sad because he spent like 20 plus hours or something, it might be more, on a gargoyle speedrun, the Doom and Dusk or whatever, because he just likes to get the world records, and then you updated it. So now he has to I think he went back and just did it straight away or something, but a lot of time. No, I know what you mean with that. With the No Overhead Inferno, one thing I always say, because we're in content creation era, if Paul Kazar just uploaded that video of the No Overhead Inferno, the picture, which he did, if Exact never streamed it, I don't know if we'd even see the methods. You know, you'd have to be there, like, because it's when someone does something, but if they imagine they didn't tell you how they did it. Because I always look back at things and I'm like, if that video, like someone uploaded or Exact just uploaded a 35 combat Inferno cam, I think it's 35, the lowest level. If he never streamed how he did it, everyone's just there like, what?
Yep.
Like, how do you do that? Luckily, we can kind of see how people actually do it and all that stuff. I think though, when it comes down to RuneScape and what makes things hard, obviously it's an RNG game. You don't know what your T-bow is going to hit. It might hit a 90, might hit a 0. I think the game becomes automatically way harder when you put a time limit on something. So if you have an infinite amount of time to complete something in the game, like a fire cape in an hour, 2 hours, easy. Well, that's a time limit. But let's say you have to complete a fire cape, easy. But if someone goes, right, complete a fire cape in 17 minutes, I don't know what the world record is, but 17 minutes, instantly way harder, because now you can't be messing around. You have to just be doing
There's
stuff.
inert pressure applied as just a result of there being that time restriction.
Exactly. That's what I think makes the game hard.
They've I think this was before I joined the old school team, but there was the 2016 competition maybe to do like the fastest fight cave and stuff.
Yes.
And I think that was kind of when, I know people must have been doing some speed running before then, but I think that's when it kind of helped. We started seeing time shared, and like you said, people speculating, how do they do that? How do they do that? And you started seeing more YouTube content and more stream content focusing purely on that. And I think that helped kind of give the speedrun community a big shot in the arm, because it's been massive on other games. It's kind of taken time for old school to go from it too. And obviously we saw what Cold One done at Games Done Quick.
Yep.
It'd be great to see more presence like that.
Yeah, again, I think he did it live as well, because you did the RNG aspect of the game. You go to a speed run and everything just decides to hit low. You just sat there like, what do I do? You know? But luckily, Cold One, again, very, very good player in the spot. He knows how to do. Chambers has been in the game forever. Chambers has been ripped apart in so many ways that everyone knows how to fly through things and all that. But again, Chambers could have been one of the first places the time limit was there. You know, you have the board outside. I don't know if that came with challenge mode. But again, Chambers of Zerk speed running, it's one of the best in my opinion, because so many rooms to optimize and so many areas that you can save time and all that. But Chambers speed running, I think, might be one of the more popular ones. I don't know if Inferno might be more popular, because I know TOA is not that popular. TOB's kind of a niche community, but I think when it comes down to the world record speedruns, it's always Inferno, Chambers, Fight Cave at the moment. I don't know about Colosseum maybe coming into it, but they're the ones that I think, because I used to do some Chambers speedrunning myself. I loved it. It was great. There was a point where I actually I started and I almost beat the world record, because I entered Ulm at, I think it was the same time the world record did. And then the average Ulm, which is like 10 minutes and 40 seconds back then with like Inquisitor and Lance or something, it was ages ago. If I got that, I think I got the world record by like 11 seconds. And then my D Warhammer hit 5 zeros on like a flame hand. That's how long the flame hand was alive for. And I was just there. Like, I remember, like, I don't get angry when I play the game. I get frustrated and all that. This Fight Cave I'm talking about, sorry, not Fight Cave, Chambers of Zerk, there's no video proof. I put the tweet out and I put the splits down. It's like a 21, this is ages ago. The world record was like 31.25 for the CM. I entered Ulm at like 21.34. Average Ulm was like 10.40 or something. I don't know if that math adds up. But I remember shaking with anger when my D Warhammer just hit zeros every single time, because I knew I could have got the world record. And then I didn't even think I got top 10. I think I ended like 16th or something like that. Entered all tied world record split. Ended like 16th because I just hit so bad on all. And I was there like, yeah, I was very angry. I was very upset about that. But yeah, I think Chambers speedrunning is amazing. Inferno is the best. But
what do you feel about, obviously we have speedrun worlds, which are mainly used for some quests, and we haven't added any for a long time now. I'd love to see those worlds used for PVM speedrunning too. Maybe there's some changes you can make. I don't know how you'd feel about it. Or you almost remove RNG from it. Guarantee a spec just to see how the speedrun is. Maybe it's not open all the time. Maybe it's just like a seasonal thing twice a year. All right, proper juice speedrun world go.
Yeah, I think I yapped about this on stream once, where it's like if you did a speedrun world for PVM, but your weapon always hits the maximum hit, because it would then change things where, let's say a monster has 255 health and your T-bow hits 85 max or something, you can't quite kill it in 3 shots. Okay, that would kill it exactly in 3 shots, I think. But let's say 84, so you got one extra thing. It's like, what do you do? But as some people could innovate, throw a knife, blowpipe spec, granite wall spec, or something like that, so they could just save these tiny little ticks. I think speedrunning, though, if you did just max it every time, or roughly max it, or hit average or something, I think it'd be kind of boring.
Okay.
Because most of it's optimized. You know, like if you watch the best runs, they're not going to be losing time. You know, Chambers picking up potions at Vanguards, they're not going to lose any time moving, you know. There's tiny things as well, though, like if you're on Vassar. If Vassar dies, I don't know the speedrunner now, I don't even know if you pick the potions up anymore. But when Vassar dies, Vassar will die before it hits the crystal, probably in a world record room. If it moves towards the actual exit door, you're already like 5 seconds closer. It's things like that that can just add up.
Gotcha.
That can like help out with the speedruns and all. Speedrun PVM worlds, though, Chambers is, I mean, it would just help people like Purple Sweets maybe or something. But I think most people speedrunning PVM, there was a time when I think some of the Inferno speedrunners had access to a world and they did it there. Like they did actually do it. Inferno one requires a Slayer task though. So they can skip all the terrail skipping and all that stuff. Things like the Chambers, I feel like most people would just do it in the live game. Like if you go read the board, you want the global time in the live game. You wouldn't really care about it in the other one.
Yeah.
So some things like the Inferno, skip the Slayer task. Yes, they probably would, because there is no board for the Inferno. It's just a community known record.
Yeah.
Chambers of Xeric, there's a board outside that says global best time. You want that time.
That's what you want.
So a PVM world for something like that wouldn't bother. But an Inferno task, rather than do it, I think they updated the Slayer tasks recently, where if you die, you don't lose the task. Because I know people just skipped all day to rail just to get a task.
Just to be able to get a Zug task.
Exactly that, yeah. But no, I think some of it, they wouldn't actually bother with the any level of like private.
That's fair enough. Yeah, no, I was kind of looking more from the lens of looking at like speedrunning in other games where they're not online, you don't have high scores, but there's still a strong desire to beat other people because you're, you know, sharing it on socials or sharing it on forums or making videos and stuff too. Yeah, good point though.
In terms of events, I'm going to just completely shift track here. We've obviously, you know, we've had Deadman, we've had leagues, we've got All Stars, there's Gridmaster, there's the OTK event that we did. Any kind of event that you would love to put on yourself?
To put on